Good afternoon, everybody. This is Caleb here with Indiana Weather Online, NES Storm Chasing Network, and we have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the night. This is for Davies County in southwest Indiana, Martin County in southwest Indiana, warned for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we also have a tornado possible tag on this cell, as it is exhibiting signs of some broad rotation in the mid-levels, working its way down to the low levels. So this is the supercell. Nonetheless, the supercell thunderstorm has a rotating updraft. That's what makes the supercell a supercell, and that is what we have here in central and southern Davies County, working its way towards the Martin County area. Locations in the path here of this storm include Candleburg and Lagodi, Indiana. And this warning does go for another 37 minutes here. The storm is moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Actually, it has slowed down to 15 miles per hour. The special weather statement was for 25, and now it is moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. So not a fast-moving storm, but a potent storm nonetheless. There's a very pronounced hail core on it. But you can also see some gusty winds are occurring in this storm as well. It has a pretty mature downdraft within this thunderstorm here. They have went ahead and put a 60-mile-per-hour tag on it for those strong winds within the core of the storm. The hail core is going to move right across State Road 50 here, moving right towards Montgomery, Candleburg, and Lagodi here, crossing 231 here north of Whitfield, probably here in the next few minutes. So go ahead and time it out here for you. Moving northeast at 15 miles per hour, so we'll put that in there, 15 miles per hour. So locations in the path of this storm: Candleburg, 29 minutes, Lagodi, 46 minutes, and that is at the current velocity of forward movement at 15 miles per hour. So this storm is not moving very fast, but it is a very potent storm and a very dangerous storm as well, and could intensify. We could see that hail size go up in diameter. This is a very mature storm. The cloud tops on this storm are actually approaching 40,000 feet, so we're pretty tall up in the atmosphere with this storm. Go ahead and turn on correlation coefficient here for our hail core. Right in here is what we call a TDSS, which is a hail spike on radar, and matches up pretty well. Anywhere you have these really deep pixels here, where you see the blacks, the pinks, that's your center of your hail core here, and this is moving northeast at 15 miles an hour, going to come very close to the town of Montgomery, going to be moving just south or into Montgomery, as well as Candleburg. This is moving northeast at 15 to 20 miles per hour. A very potent storm here if you are in south central Davies County, moving into central Martin County here, probably in the next half an hour or so. This storm is also exhibiting signs of some weak rotation here at the mid-levels as well.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
And we also have a tornado watch in effect now as well. Go ahead and turn our velocity on here, and I'll show you. This right in here is actually where our rotation is associated with the storm. You can actually see the hook on radar here. We have inflow moving in like this, and outflow moving out like that, and where they come together is where our rotation is with this storm as well. So not very strong rotation at this time, nothing that screams tornado at this point in time, but it is something we're watching here and going to have to continue to watch here with this supercell thunderstorm here in Davies County. This is our only severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Looking around on radar, there's not a lot of other thunderstorms in the area. We have a couple tornado warnings outside St. Louis here for another supercell that has a much stronger rotation there. You can see that there on radar. But near term here, close to Indiana, this is our only supercell that has fired right now. Have another storm to watch outside Louisville that could work its way into Indiana shortly. And we're going to have to watch other storms in this area here. Currently, the warm front is draped across southern Indiana right about in here. And so anywhere south of this line has the best chance of seeing severe weather at this present time. Could go a little bit further north, a little later this evening, but primarily south of I-70 is where we expect the greatest risk to be here this evening. Back on our supercell here, latest hail core right now is crossing, try to get a road name on it, County Road 600 East in Davies County, south of the 50 there, south of Montgomery, moving northeast at 15 to 20 miles per hour. Strongest hail core just moving north of Glendale and Corning. Going to move right into the Lagodi area here, probably in the next 20 minutes or so. The storm is not very fast, but it does have torrential rainfall, a lot of lightning in it as well. But we also have a tornado watch in effect here see if it's populated in here. I'll go ahead and show you guys what that looks like. And it is populated in here. Anywhere you see these yellow boxes here, this is our tornado watch. Does not include the cities of Evansville. Areas to the north is where that tornado watch is currently. Folks in the watch do include Vincennes up to Terre Haute, Bloomington, Columbus. You are not quite in it there, but it does include Seymour, Indiana. So areas within that yellow outline there, the environment is favorable for tornadic development here this evening. And we do have our first supercell that has fired here in Daviess County near the town of Washington. And it does have some signs of some weak rotation associated with it. We don't have a lot of strong winds here today, but we do have just enough to where these storms are able to tap into it and begin to rotate and develop that mesocyclone. That's a fancy term for a rotating updraft within a supercell thunderstorm. And this is really a classic supercell on radar where you have your core to the north and you have your rotating updraft to the south, and it exhibits there by that hook on radar. That is a classic supercell, kind of like what we have out in the plains, where you have a hail core, a rotating updraft side by side, working in tandem with each other. And that is what we have here. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 31 minutes here. Not a tornado warning, but it does have tornado possible on it. Watching for that broad rotation to see if it comes lower to the ground or intensifies. So we could see an upgrade to a tornado warning if that happens. But right now, no imminent tornado that I can see here on radar. We're just not quite there yet in terms of rotation. But we are rotating enough to help sustain the life of this storm. That's another thing that rotating thunderstorms have going for them, and supercells in general. Anytime you get a rotating updraft and get that tilted updraft, you allow the lifespan of a storm to lengthen. So this storm is probably going to hang around for a little bit yet this evening, or until the environment changes somewhere within the storm. Quarter size hail, 60 mile per hour winds is the going hazard here. Current hail core just south of Montgomery here. Road names, zoom in here. It is not showing me. County Road 800 East, 600 East right in here is where this current hail core is, skirting just south of Montgomery, Indiana, and Daviess County. It's going to skirt right by Candleburg here, moving towards the town of Lagodi. If you live in Lagodi or areas surrounding, be ready for quarter-size hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and we could have a few larger hailstones in there as well. Radar shows a few larger stones aloft. Thanks to some warm air near the surface, some of those bigger stones aren't quite making it to the ground. They're melting a little bit, but we could have a few larger stones, maybe perhaps a little bit larger than quarters, mixed in there. Would not be surprised to see that at all. But this is our only severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana at this time, and really our only thunderstorm in Indiana at this present time. We're not really looking at a widespread event. Nothing like we saw yesterday where we had a big complex of storms move through. Tonight is going to be a little bit more isolated. The storms are going to be by themselves. So they'll be kind of sporadic in nature. One area may see rain, one area may not see rain, and that's kind of the trend that we're going to have here this evening. Terre Haute, Indiana, you guys are in a tornado watch right now. You're on the northern fringes of it. We'll have to watch these cells to your south to see how they move up and evolve here this evening. Once we go into nighttime and we lose the daytime heating effect that we have, we call that diurnal heating. Once we lose that element, these storms are going to struggle a little bit. We're going to start to see the instability go down a little bit. And once that happens, we'll have to see how these storms evolve. But if you're north of I-70, no real severe risk for you tonight at all. Could have some rain, general thunderstorms moving in, but nothing severe if you're north of I-70 tonight. And we do have a confirmation report coming in here that quarter-size hail has been confirmed just southeast of Washington a little while ago. So this storm is producing quarter-size hail. Turn over to Hail Tracker here. This is a tool called VIL. We use this to track the updraft, which also helps correlate with our hailstones as well. And right in here is our hail core. You can kind of see that right where this black area is. Probably some hail falling here in the pink, but right where you see those darker colors, the black, is where your more concentrated hailstones will be, your heaviest hailstones. And that's moving just south of Montgomery, Candleburg. Going to come very close to Candleburg, actually. This is moving in this direction right here. So Candleburg, be ready for quarter-size hail, 60 mile per hour winds within this core here. Going to come really close to 50 here. and getting pretty close to Lagodi as well here in a few more minutes. Just outside of town by about 10 miles or so where this hail core is. So got a few minutes yet. Not a fast mover. This storm's moving only at about 15 miles per hour northeast. So a very isolated storm, but this will be moving into Martin County here, probably within the next 10 minutes or so. Getting very close. You can see how it's kind of elongated too. Kind of another classic look of what a supercell looks like on radar. So you have a nice concentrated hill core to the north, and a little bit of a tail, as you will, to the south, where it's taking in that warm, moist air. But we could have kind of a stretched out hail core here. The storm might be going through a cycling phase now, where it's kind of regrouping a little bit. We may see it weaken before it re-intensifies if it has a successful cycle, as we call it. So something to watch as well. But this severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for 26 minutes here. Tornado possible. I don't see any signs of an immediate tornado with the storm. There is some weak rotation there. You can see that here. I'll kind of point it out for you right in here. We have greens going this way and reds going this way. But something to look at it, though, is that these are running perpendicular to each other. They're not really tight where you have that couplet holding hands, so to speak. They're running parallel to each other. So it's not very tight. It's there, but it's not super tight. So nothing that really screams tornado at this point in time, which is good, but it could intensify. So it's something to look at. We do have ingredients in place that could support a couple of tornadoes across southern Indiana, which is why the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center has issued that tornado watch for southern Indiana. Basically, if you're in areas from Vincennes to Columbus to Terre Haute, all the way to Seymour, you're in a tornado watch. Salem, you are not. But if you're in that general vicinity here, be on the lookout. Be weather aware here this evening. I know it's a beautiful evening down there, but be weather aware of some isolated storms that could pop up and could become severe, just as this one has in Daviess County, moving into Martin County here in the next few minutes. Looks like we are starting to see a cycle here, so we may see it weaken here briefly before it reorganizes and regroups. And we'll probably see a warning extension as well if it continues to remain at severe criteria for Martin County, to include the areas of Shoals and maybe just a little bit north as well. We'll have to see if it reaches Lawrence County. That would be next on deck for this storm if it continues its current trajectory, but only moving northeast at 15 to 20 miles an hour. So not very fast at all. But another thing with slow storm movements and very high precipitation rates, you have heavy rain with this storm. A lot of these areas were under a flash flood warning last night for 2 to 4 inches of rainfall that had fallen for training showers and thunderstorms. So isolated areas in the path of the storm could have renewed ponding. Our soils are saturated in this area for rain yesterday and last night. So that's another thing we're going to have to keep an eye on here, or any hydrologic impacts associated with these thunderstorms that do pop up. But keep in mind, these are going to be isolated in nature. Your neighbor may get rain while you have sunshine. That's just kind of the way these things are going to evolve here this evening. No widespread rain, no storm complex is looking likely here tonight, which is good news. We don't need widespread severe weather. And hopefully we don't see much in the way of severe weather tonight. However, we do have one storm that has managed to become severe. We do have those ingredients in place here. Back on our hail tracker here on CC, a little more messy. Kind of hard to see a concentrated hail core there, but we do have a decent updraft here, still maintained here, moving right into Candlesburg here, moving pretty close there, getting relatively close to Lagodi as well. So something to watch going forward here as this cell continues moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. Should be may see an updated warning or statement here soon as the cell begins to enter Martin County, Indiana here in the next few minutes or so. If you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll be happy to answer them here for you as I can. In terms of exact locations, I see a lot of people asking about locations here tonight. Let me try to help you out with that. If you're south of this line, this area across southern Indiana, and really this area here in the blue circle has the greatest chances for seeing a severe thunderstorm here tonight. But let me narrow it down a little bit further for you. If you are in this area right here, this area right in here, think Vincennes to Terre Haute over to Seymour. That's the best chances for severe weather here tonight, is in that concentrated area, southwest lower Indiana. If you're north of I-70, we don't see much of a risk there, and here's why. The warm front is actually stationed right here. The warm front is actually not to Indianapolis yet. So there's no instability north of that line. There's no fuel for these storms north of that line. And once the sun goes down, the fuel goes down today. And the severe weather threat will slowly diminish after sunset here tonight. So that's why we don't really have a risk extended into central and northern Indiana, is because we don't have the fuel. We don't have the instability needed to support thunderstorms north of the warm front and north of that line here tonight. So it's mainly going to be concentrated in southwest lower Indiana. Think Vincennes to Terre Haute over to Seymour and points westward. That's where we're most concerned at. Could have a few isolated storms further east, but the greatest tornado potential is associated where the tornado watch is, from Vincennes, Terre Haute to Seymour. Columbus, you are not included in that tornado watch, but you are close, so you do need to monitor weather conditions. Those, if you are not in the watch but near the watch, treat it as if you are a part of that watch and do monitor conditions. Back to our supercell here, entering Montgomery County, getting some rain here in Lagodi now. Severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect. 21 minutes here, quarter-size hail, 60 miles per hour. Winds associated with it as well, but we also have a tornado possible tag on it as well. The storm does have some weak rotation in it, or not weak, but some broad rotation depicted here on radar. That is something we're going to have to monitor as well. And here's our hail core right here. Lagodi on deck for quarter-size hail, likely just to your southwest, just south of Canonsburg here, moving right along 50 here, coming to 231 and into Lagodi. So, know anybody in Lagodi, now's the time to get your cars in your garage. Could have some hailstones coming your way. That could put some dents in your car. Quarter-size hail is large enough, which is 1 inch diameter all the way around. It's spherical. Keep that in mind, not flat like a quarter, but the diameter of a quarter in a radius. So do keep that in mind. Quarter-size hail is enough to put dents in vehicles. So if you have anybody in Lagodi, yeah, and we just had another report come in for quarter-size hail confirmed, so it is still producing quarter-size hail. It's maintaining that hail size throughout Daviess County here as it enters Martin County. So this storm is still producing hail. We see that on radar as well. We see a very pronounced hail core, a very healthy updraft here to lift those hailstones aloft. Without an updraft, you cannot have hail, but we also have some cold air in the mid-levels, and that's helping grow these hailstones as well. Moisture is lifted upwards in your updraft. As that moisture lift is upwards, it runs into super cold water droplets that are below 32 degrees, but they're still liquid, and as they bounce around, they freeze. And that hailstone forms, bounces around, accretes more ice, and just grows larger until the updraft can't support it, and it falls to the ground as hail. And that is what we have here in this storm, and it's moving right towards Lagodi here, probably coming into town here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. You're already seeing some rain entering Lagodi, but the core of the storm is still just off to your southwest here, moving into town here fairly quickly. But we also have some gusty winds here. You can see that areas in green here. Those are some downbursts associated with the storm as well. This is a very heavy thunderstorm, meaning it has a lot of water holding capacity in it. Has a very moist updraft, and a lot of that waterlogged updraft can come down in the form of gusty winds in terms of microburst, downburst. So we are going to have to watch for that in the storm as well. So if you're in Canonsburg, Lagodi, quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles per hour, and the rotation has weakened a little bit with the storm. Not as much rotation in it. Even in the mid-levels is what we were seeing before. So that's some good news. Hopefully we continue to see the rotation go away. But nonetheless, still some rotation in it. We do have an extended severe thunderstorm warning now, or just updated here. So they're keeping the warning here for Martin County and Daviess County, but we also have an observed warning on it now for the hail. There's enough hail reports coming in at quarter size that they put an observed tag on it, meaning quarter size hail is occurring, has been observed and recorded with this storm. So if you're in Lagodi, heads up for quarter size hail. Go ahead and turn our hail tracker on. We'll track it here as it goes into Lagodi here. We'll tell you right where the hail core is at and when to see it. So right in here might be where your hail core is. Let me get a better look at it here. We'll go right here. Right in here, coming right up to you, to 50 here. just south of Candlesburg. Likely seeing some hail, but the more concentrated hail just to the south here, and it's going to move right into Lagodi areas just on the north side of town, seeing the heaviest hail. It's going to cross 231 here in the next few minutes, but it is approaching state line here pretty quickly as it approaches the town of Lagodi. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 17 minutes for Davies and Martin County. Tornado possible tag on it. There is that broad rotation aloft within this storm. This is a supercell thunderstorm, and we have winds at 60 mile per hour and quarter-size hail observed with this storm, just with the heaviest hail just to the south of Montgomery and Candleburg, moving right along 50 here into the town of Lagodi, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. Towns up next on deck: Dover Hill, Huron, Plainville, Silverville, just to the south of Burns City. You guys are all on deck, and that would be State Road 450 as well. Moving right through central Martin County towards Plainville if it makes it that far. But we also have some very heavy rainfall rates associated with this thunderstorm as well. Rainfall rates in excess of an inch an hour have been occurring with this supercell as well. So do keep that in mind. A lot of our soils are saturated in this area. This area was also in a flash flood warning last night. Flash flood warning observed actually for 2 to 4 inches of rain. And so our soils are saturated. Doesn't take a lot of rain to refill those ditches and streams. So although not a very wide storm, only a few miles wide, if the rain wasn't so heavy, one could probably see through it to the other side. But the rainfall is so heavy, it probably looks black if you're looking at it. But could have some renewed ponding, especially with slow storm movement. It's only moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. So there is a hydrologic side to this storm as well, and that's the heavy rainfall that would be associated with this as well. They have trimmed the special weather statement off and just have a severe thunderstorm warning now observed for quarter-size hail. 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-size hail. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations included Lagodi, Candleburg, and West Boggs Lake here. So if you're in any of those locations, do be prepared for some hail. Moving into Candleburg still right now, as well as getting very close to Lagodi. Lagodi here in the next 5 minutes probably start seeing maybe some small hailstones move into town, and those will gradually grow larger in size as the core of the storm moves closer to town. So here's your concentrated hail core right now, moving right into Candlesburg. Actually shifted north just a little bit. So Candlesburg is actually getting some pretty decent hail right now. Lagodi, it may go just to the north of you in terms of the more concentrated core, but still could have some hailstones in Lagodi as well. So if you know anybody in these areas, be sure to hunker down inside until this storm has passed. Back at our velocity here, still showing signs of some broad rotation here. We do have some rotation starting to form right here. We do have a nice hook on it on radar where you have some winds blowing inbound and winds going outbound here, and where they meet is where those green and reds come together. So there is some broad rotation that'll be moving towards Lagodi. Nothing that screams tornado on the ground at this point in time or an imminent tornado, but it is something that we're going to have to continue to monitor as the storm continues to move off to the east-northeast at 15 miles an hour, or 20 miles an hour now. So it's picked up speed by 5 miles an hour. So moving northeast at 20 miles an hour near Shoals. Go ahead and time it out here for you. Let's go ahead and draw this out here for you. 20 miles per hour is our forward motion here. So we got Lagodi in 13 minutes from this location here, from the center of the storm. It's likely already raining in Lagodi and probably seeing some small hail. Scenic Hill, 16 minutes, and Dover Hill in about 30 minutes or so for the core. It is likely already raining here in Dover Hill for some rain that is being extended to the north thanks to some wind shear aloft, pulling that cloud top to the north. But for the core of the storm, looking at about 30 minutes out or so. 60 mile per hour winds, quarter-size hail, as well as a possible tornado with this storm as it enters Martin County. It is in eastern Davies County right now, with the core near Candleburg and an area of broad rotation just south of 50 here, moving very close to Lagodi here. So if you're in Lagodi, if anybody watching from Lagodi, actually put in chat what you see. If there's a wall cloud associated with this, That'd be great to know. Actually, there very well could be a wall cloud associated with the storm just to the west of Whitfield, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. I do, but it's aimed at the dirt. INDOT is looking at the stripes on the pavement. They are not looking up. So I don't have a very good view. I'm talking to my moderators here behind the scene. Ryan is back there running things behind the scenes. So that was who I was talking to right there. But a very decent hail core here on this storm here. This supercell thunderstorm, oftentimes with supercells, you see them go through weakening phases before they intensify again, and that's called cycling, where they weaken, intensify again, and then they weaken again. And this storm just went through a cycling phase, a successful cycle where it is now re-intensifying again, and we're seeing that rotation pick up a little bit here too, just outside Lagodi. So actually, Lagodi, it is a little bit more concerning now on the rotation side to where I would be in your safe place, lowest level of your home, away from windows, just in case this rotation continues to intensify. Right in here, you can see where those reds and greens are touching here, moving just into the south side or near downtown Lagodi. Is showing signs of some intensifying rotation. Nothing that screams imminent tornado at this point in time, but it is something to watch. Area of strongest rotation right at the intersections. Come on, there we go. County Road 100 South and 1100 East here, moving in towards 231, just north of Whitfield. Likely going to split Whitfield and Lagodi here. That's your area of rotation here, and you can see your hook echo here on radar. You have air moving this way and air moving this way, and where they meet is where you see the couplet there. Those red colors and green colors holding hands and touching is where your rotation is here on radar. You hear core just to the north here. Likely getting some hail moving into Lagodi here right now, or just on the north side of town. Candleberg, you guys are in it right now. Going to be moving towards the Dover Hill area. Dover Hill likely seeing some hail here very soon, as well as Shoals. Shoals just on the south side of the storm. We'll have to watch this area of rotation for you. Likely see a severe thunderstorm warning extension here as well for the storm as it exits Daviess County and moves into central Martin County over the next 15 minutes or so. The severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for 10 minutes. Once we get to about 5 minutes or so on this warning, we'll likely see another warning, unless it speeds up and moves out of that box a little bit sooner.
We do have a spotter report of a rotating wall cloud, as of a few minutes ago in the Lagodi area. So there is a spotter confirmation of a wall cloud on this storm.
Yeah, not surprised to hear that either. Rotation has picked up here in the last few minutes here. You can see where those reds and greens are touching here just outside Lagodi. There you can see the latest scan here. Area of rotation going to move just north of Whitfield, just on the south side of Lagodi here, approaching 231 from the west, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour here. Rotation did pick up here in the last couple of stands, so something to watch there. We did have a confirmed report of a rotating wall cloud on it. Now, the rotation is not quite screaming that an imminent tornado. A lot of times you can have a wall cloud that doesn't produce, but rotation is there nonetheless. So, but we do have that spotter network report as of 5:39 of a rotating wall cloud south of Lagodi. So not surprised to hear that at all. So again, take this seriously. Lowest level of your room or lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible until the storm has passed. We do have a hail core on this storm, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, tornado possible on it. We do have a confirmed rotating wall cloud with the storm as well, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. This is going to move into Martin County. It may get to Lawrence County. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. The storm is not moving very quickly, but Lawrence County would be next on deck if the storm is able to make it. And that would get pretty close to the Bedford area at its current motion. Let's go ahead and time it out here. I see some questions here for Bedford. We'll go ahead and time it out here for you. So area rotation, say it's moving north at 20 miles per hour. I'm going to get to the Bedford area. I may have stopped it just before Bedford. Think like an hour and 20 minutes from Bedford is how far away this storm is due to its slow storm motion. So Bedford, about an hour and 20, hour and 15 minutes or so before that storm gets to you. Just for some slower storm movements here. Back to our hail tracker on this storm. a very mature hail core here moving into Lagodi and areas just on the north side of town. Likely getting some quarter-size hail just north of Lagodi, moving towards 231, just northeast of Candleburg here. The storm has shifted northeast a little bit, so it has shifted to the left. Going to be moving towards Dover Hill and Burns City as well. Areas in between, be on alert for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a possible tornado with the storm as well. We do have signs of some broad rotation. We do also have a rotating wall cloud. As of a few minutes ago, we had a spotter report come in of a broadly rotating wall cloud here just south of Lagodi, where you can see near that lightning bolt right there where those reds and greens come together, just in between Whitfield and Lagodi. We do have a broad area of rotation here with this storm as well. Looking around the area, this is really the only storm that we have here in Indiana at this current time. Have a little shower there, southern Knox County, near the Decker area, or just outside of Decker, near Gyro there, and a couple cells off to the west in Illinois. But this is our only supercell here in Indiana at this point in time. And that's really going to be the trend of the night. These storms are going to be pretty isolated in nature. We're not looking at a big storm complex to move through the state. Nothing like what we saw yesterday, which is good. These storms are going to be pretty isolated in nature, meaning one location may be sunshine and partly cloudy, while the other one may be getting a downpour and hail, as we're seeing here in Daviess County and central Martin County. So if you are, for example, if you're in Lagodi, you're getting some rain and hail right now. But if you're in Robinson over here, Illinois, or Sullivan, Indiana, and Sullivan County are likely partly cloudy right now. And it's a beautiful afternoon. That's just kind of how the trend is going to be here with these storms. They're going to be very isolated in nature. If anybody's watching from Lagodi area, let me know what you see. Let me know if you see any wall cloud or anything, or have any hail reports too, if you're in the path of this storm. That would be great to have.
We have a picture dropped in our storm report group of a wall cloud, I assume near Lagodi as well, from somebody. So appreciate that picture being sent in. Again, confirming a wall cloud on the Lagodi cell. So it doesn't look too organized visually as a chaser. You can kind of tell if it's organized or not. It doesn't look too organized, but overall the wall cloud does exist. They are precursors sometimes to tornadoes. So we're going to watch this area carefully and very closely. Also, Caleb, we have new cells firing just west of the state line, west of Princeton, west of Vincennes. I'll have to keep an eye on those as they move toward the state line here next about 45 minutes or an hour or so.
Yep, storm movements here are pretty slow. But looking at that picture that was sent in by a spotter, it is a wall cloud nonetheless, but it does not scream tornado. It just doesn't have a look that screams tornado to it. You can tell it's a broadly rotating wall cloud, not a rapidly rotating wall cloud, which is good. It's what you want to see. But it is a wall cloud. It is definitely a wall cloud. Has some nice structural features on it, but does not scream tornado. And I don't really see tornado when I look at this picture either. You want to see those rotation indicators be a lot more tighter, a lot stronger. We call that a VROT. Our VROT is not high enough for a tornado warning and does not scream tornado at this point in time with the storm either. This is more of a hail and wind maker, as we call it here with this storm, a gully washer. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, just got extended now into Martin County. Still remaining a tornado possible tag on it. We do have that broad rotation, but it's not tight enough for the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning, and I would agree with that. I don't see anything that really strongly suggests a tornado is going to form at this moment, but it is something we're going to have to watch. Tornadoes can form very quickly from rotating thunderstorms, and oftentimes with little or no warning. So another reason to take this very seriously. And this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 7 o'clock here tonight. So another 49 minutes here. This is northern Martin County and east central Daviess County in southwestern Indiana. This storm is moving into central Martins County right now and still moving northeast and not very fast, only about 20 miles an hour. So this storm is moving northeast at 20, not moving very fast at all. So still producing quite a bit of hail, though. This has been a hail maker. Not all supercells go out to produce tornadoes, although these tornadoes do form from these types of storms. Only about 5% of supercells actually go on to produce tornadoes, and that's pretty low. Tornadoes are actually pretty rare in weather and meteorology. So it takes a lot of things to come together in the right time, right place for tornadoes to form. It's a wonder they even form at all when you think about how many things have to be just right for them to form. And but we do have a supercell here nonetheless. And what makes it a supercell is because it has a rotating updraft. Anytime you have a rotating updraft, that makes it stand out from a regular thunderstorm and turns it into a supercell thunderstorm. You have that tilted updraft, that rotating updraft turns a mesocyclone. And a lot of times these thunderstorms are long lived. They're set apart from your heat of the day thunderstorms that we had a few weeks ago, even yesterday, where they pop up. Their lifespan's only about 30 minutes before they die. Not the case with supercells. Supercells can live a lot longer than 30 minutes. They can live for hours and travel great distances because they are stronger. They have that rotating updraft. So they have their downdraft and updraft separated. So they're constantly getting warm fuel ingested into the storm without choking itself off, unlike your ordinary cell thunderstorms that basically have a self-destruct button pre-built into those storms, and hence why their lifespan's only 15 to 30 minutes. Not the case with this storm here, as it's moving into Martin County here. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for another 46 minutes here. Tornado possible, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and we have a really healthy hail core here moving on the north side of Lagodi. You can see that there in areas in pink. Getting right across 231 here, likely getting some hail here just on the north side of Lagodi. That area, broad rotation, moving right over town or just on the south side. State Road 550 here, just north of Mount Pleasant is where that broad area of rotation is. Nothing that screams tornado at this point in time, but the area of rotation would be heading near the Dover Hill area and right up State Road 450, likely towards the Silverville area in Lawrence County, if it makes it that far. Lawrence County, not in a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but if the storm maintains its intensity, you'll likely be added later. But right now, quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds is the going hazard here. A lot of times in these supercells, you can have some pretty strong winds on the backside or in the core of these storms, either through a downdraft or RFD. RFD winds would be on the south side, likely near Candleberg or just to the east. What RFD stands for is rear flanked downdraft. Rear, meaning it's behind the storm. It's at the back of the storm. Think of it like the exhaust system of a thunderstorm. That exhaust is rain-cooled air that can come down on the backside of the storm and still can cause some damage as well. With the bulk of the winds up here just north of Lagodi in the core of the storm, that's your downdraft. So you have your updraft south of Lagodi and your downdraft north of Lagodi, where all your rain, your precipitation, your hail, all of that is located right there, right where that pink is, and even your dark pink right there for the center of your core, right where you can see that green there. That is your downdraft of your thunderstorm and where your stronger winds are associated with it as well. So know anybody just north of Lagodi towards the Dover Hill area could have some strong winds, quarter-size hail heading in your direction, as well as a possible tornado. We do have a tornado possible tag on it. This is a supercell. You can see a nice hook on it here. We have warm, moist air coming in this way and cold air coming out to the south. And where those air masses meet, that is your area of broad rotation. Good news, the rotation is not quite strong enough to really scream tornado at this point in time. More of a straight line wind threat in the form of a downdraft just north of Lagodi here, showing signs of an intensifying core, maybe an intense downburst occurring as well. So 60-mile-per-hour winds here, quarter-size hail just north of Lagodi, north side of town rather, just by a few blocks. The north side of Lagodi is getting impacted by these winds right now, with the strongest hail just north of Lagodi near the road of, if I zoom in, Reinhardt Road and McCalverly Road in Martin County on the north side of Lagodi, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Going to get very close to Dover Hill in areas just to the north, splitting Dover Hill and Bramble. Bramble, you're right on the edge here. Likely not going to see some of the strongest hail, but you are getting some heavy rain here right now as you're on the edge of this storm. This storm is going to be moving towards the Silverville area in Lawrence County here, probably in the next 45 minutes or so. This storm is not moving very fast. Hence, it's just now. We've been talking about this storm close to an hour, and it's just now leaving the county where it was first warned. So very slow storm motions here, and very heavy rains associated with the storm as well. Very heavy rainfall rates in excess of an inch an hour, inch and a half an hour at times as well. So we could have some excessive rainfall rates. So watch out for ponding, water on roadways within this warning box as well, as we could have some very heavy rainfall rates and excessive ponding. A lot of these areas here were under a flash flood warning last night for 2 to 4 inches of rain, so our soils are wet. We had a lot of rain last night. Can't hold much more. So areas in the path of this supercell, watch out for excessive ponding as well. And pretty decent downdraft here. Maybe a little bit of rotation starting to pick up near Lagodi again. This storm likely going through another cycle where we show signs of weakening and then signs of gradual intensifying. That's how these supercells are. It's how they regenerate, as you will. If they have an unsuccessful cycle, the storm will likely die or remain very weak. If we have a successful cycle, we'll see that intensification once again. That's through a process called the storm scale process, where we see it reorganize, disorganize, and then reorganize once again. It's like a big, well-oiled machine, and when it runs out of grease, it gets more grease, and it gets back up and going again. Is a good way to explain it. But we are seeing some rotation starting to increase a little bit more here, but still kind of broad. But it would be near the town of Lagodi here, moving towards Dover Hill. We are seeing a little bit of an increase in rotation here, right over the southwest side or southeast side of Lagodi, moving towards 50 here towards Dover Hill. Right where those colors meet there, right inside your hook here, is right in there, would be where the strongest area of rotation is at this point in time. This is moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Nothing that screams a tornado yet, but we are seeing signs of tightening up a little bit, so we're going to have to watch it very, very closely. Turn on correlation coefficient. Just rain at this point in time. I don't really see anything that screams that there's a tornado on the ground or anything like that. If we use this tool here, right in here would actually be where the strongest area of rotation would be, where your updraft would be, just south of 50 here. But we also have a report of ping pong ball size hail. So this updraft just north of Glendale, we do have a report coming in of ping pong ball size hail. So pretty large hail moving in with this storm. It has showing signs of re-intensification here. There we go. Well, there we go. So ping pong ball size hail, that is not what I wanted. That is what I wanted. There we go. So ping pong ball size hail associated with this storm. Pretty large hailstones here. So if you're in Dover Hill, Kale, and areas over here, now's the time to put your car in your garage if you have one, or bring anything in from the outdoors that you don't want in the path of this storm, as we do have some pretty large hail moving in your direction here. Ping pong ball size hail, and also some pretty strong winds here associated with the storm as well. We have pretty mature downdraft within the storm, hence why we do have a 60-mile-per-hour tag on this for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as these supercells are known to produce some pretty strong straight-line winds through the downdraft of these thunderstorms. The rotation is there, but it's broad. It doesn't really scream imminent tornado or anything like that. It's staying aloft. It's staying elevated, which promotes the hail. This is a hail-making machine, not necessarily a tornado-producing machine. That could change, but right now it's supportive of large hail. We do have that report of ping pong ball size hail. Still warned for quarters, but a few larger stones are making it down to the ground, and that was just to the north of Glendale. So a pretty powerful storm here moving in, and we do have a camera here on this storm here. This is just on the north side of Lagodi here. You can see the rain coming down, the camera shaking a little bit. What's hard to see is you have a few hailstones coming down within this cam as well. So this is the backside of your supercell here moving in and producing some very heavy rain, gusty winds, as well as some hail. You can actually, if you look really close, you can see some hailstones bouncing on the ground. Looks like maybe some quarters there. And we do have they are keeping this severe thunderstorm warning. They just trimmed it back a little bit, but they have upgraded it to ping pong ball size hail. That is 1.5 inch diameter. That can cause quite a bit of damage. If we see that intensify, we'll probably go considerable with this once we go a little bit stronger here. But we do have ping pong ball size hail observed here with this. We do have that confirmed report. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Ping pong ball size hail is large enough to break windows. So do keep that in mind as well. So a very serious storm here just to the north side of Lagodi. Lagodi probably getting some pretty large hail right now as well as Dover Hill, but we also have a pretty strong winds associated with the storm as well in the core of the storm, moving directly towards Dover Hill. Dover Hill, get ready for ping pong ball size hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is a tornado possible tag on this warning, as there is some broad rotation aloft here. Nothing that screams an imminent tornado with this storm, but we do have that rotation there nonetheless. That makes this storm a supercell thunderstorm because we do have that rotating updraft associated with it. This is Lagodi. Things are going to be calming down here for you. The worst of it is gone. It's just got to finish moving out of town, and then you are in the clear. Dover Hill, things are going to be deteriorating here pretty quick for you. Going to see some very heavy rainfall, torrential rainfall, damaging winds, and that potential for ping pong ball size hail, which is 1.5 inches in diameter. As a refresher here, if you are north of I-70 here, your severe threat, there is no severe weather threat up here for northern Indiana. This is mainly for Terre Haute, Vincennes, Bloomington, over the Seymour, and points westward for the greatest severe weather potential today here in Indiana. This supercell here is now fully into Martin County, Indiana. We do have another little cell popping up here on the backside near Cannelberg, but it is not severe at this point in time. Mainly just heavy rainmaker at this point in time, which is good. But Dover Hill, Lagodi here. Let's actually turn on what we call correlation coefficient here, and we're not looking for debris. We're actually tracking our hail core with it. Still a little messy here, but right in here would be your hail core. Maybe a little bit drawn out, perhaps, but that would be where your hail core is associated with this. Go ahead and turn on a product that we call VIL. This looks at our updraft here associated with it, and a really nice mature updraft here with this storm that we have here. It is kind of elongated a little bit. Could have some hail being thrown out and landing in Dover Hill, but the intense hail would be just off to your southwest, north of 50 here, just northeast of Lagodi, moving towards the Dover Hill area. This is central Martin County. Going to be moving towards the Lawrence County area here pretty soon, here in the next 30 minutes or so. But this cell is showing signs of intensification here behind it. We actually have a hail core developing in it, moving into Cannelberg once again. Not severe, but we could have some pea to dime size hail moving into town once again along 50 here, just to the east of Washington, as this storm has developed off of an outflow boundary that was produced from our parent supercell right here. So when the atmosphere is capped, when we have a stable layer aloft, a lot of times boundaries put off by other thunderstorms can actually help the growth of new thunderstorms nearby to help them get up and mature. And that's what we're seeing here. We also have a little bit of rotation within this guy back here. This is starting to become maybe a little bit of a supercell here. We have that hook on it. Nothing that screams tornadic at this point in time by any means. But it could, we're going to have to watch that for some hail later on, just south of Montgomery. You can see that a little bit of rotation there. Strong winds getting ready to move into Dover Hill, as well as ping pong ball size hail. This warning is in effect for another 34 minutes here. We did have that confirmed report of ping pong ball size hail a few minutes ago, so this storm is definitely capable of producing those larger hailstones across Martin County, Indiana. This is southwest lower Indiana. If it continues on its current trajectory, it'll move into Lawrence County here, probably in the next 30 to 40 minutes here, moving towards the Bedford area here in about an hour or so. Only moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. It's moving very slow. It's not moving very fast. This storm is a very slow moving storm, but that also means we're going to have some hydrologic concerns for not a wide area, but could have some ponding, some renewed ponding, swelled ditches a little bit as well. Keep in mind this area had anywhere between 1.5 inches to 4 inches of rain yesterday, and these training showers and thunderstorms that occurred yesterday on the northern half of these counties where that flash flood warning was in effect last night for nearly 4 hours with an observed tag on it. So some very heavy rainfall moved through. Our soils are wet. They can't hold much water. They're still drying out. So any additional rainfall that we see will only be problematic for the area. So do keep that in mind if you're traveling in this area. Not only watch out for hail and damaging winds, but watch out for the ponding on area roadways as well. As we turn back on our hail tracker, our updraft, still showing a decent hail core just outside of Cannelberg, just north of Montgomery, likely just moved through Montgomery. Um, this storm here is showing signs of intensification and could go severe here in a little bit. Right now, it is not severe, but it is showing signs of intensification. Maybe some dime to nickel size hail here, 0.75 to 0.88. If that reaches 1 inch diameter or quarter size, we will see a warning on that. But right now, it is just below severe criteria, but something to watch nonetheless for hail. And that's the biggest risk here in Indiana here this evening is hail. We have some wind shear present to support tornadoes, sure, but it's not as strong as what we really need for a widespread tornadic event kind of a day. We just don't have that. But we have just enough to promote the development of supercells, rotating updrafts, and that really helps promote the development of hail. And that's what we're seeing here today. But the tornado threat is non-zero. We do have a tornado possible tag on this storm where you see the possible at the top of the warning here. If I zoom in, maybe you can see that a little bit better. Maybe not. But if I zoom in here on the bottom, right here, tornado possible, radar indicated hail threat, ping pong ball size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds here associated in the core of this storm. This storm is now solely in Martin County, but we're going to have to watch the cell just to the west here as it is developing very, very quickly. Has a very small but potent hail core on it. And there's our severe thunderstorm warning. Hailstones have reached $half size hail, actually. And it also has a tornado possible tag on it as well. As mentioned earlier, it does have that broad rotation to it. It is a supercell that has developed off the outflow boundary of this cell. This is for eastern Daviess County as well as northwestern Martin County. So Martin County, you're under 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. One for the cell just to the west of this cell. That'll be moving to the north in northern Daviess County. Let's see how fast this storm is moving. Likely not very fast, only moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So these are pretty slow movers here, and we're going to have to see how they interact with each other and what that means for the evolution of these storms and the hazards for these storms. We're going to have to watch these cells very, very closely. A lot of times when you have 2 storms near each other, they interact with each other. We're going to have to watch that here closely, either increasing the severity of the storm or decreasing it, or remaining mutual. We're just going to have to see how they play with each other here. But a very potent hail core, a very large hail core moving into Dover Hill. If we use our correlation coefficient here to look for the hail core, it is right in here. Going to be moving very close to Dover Hill very, very soon. And this one maybe seen a little bit here, but this storm is so small, it's hard to really pick up that hail spike on correlation coefficient because it's only about 1.5 miles wide. It's not a wide core here, but it is producing $half size hail, 1.25 inches, while this one is producing 1.5 inches or ping pong ball size hail. So still very large hailstones for the size of the storms here. And we also have a tornado possible tag on both of these. So do treat this as a tornado warning. Interior level of your room, or interior level of your home, away from windows. Put as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible. And here's our area of rotation right in here, just north of Montgomery, and have a broad area of rotation here with this storm. Nothing that screams a tornado at this point in time, but the rotation is there, and that's why the National Weather Service has put a tornado possible tag on it, just in case these storms do intensify. We could see some intensification of these storms that could lead to tornado development later on. But 2 severe thunderstorm warnings are now in the state of Indiana for Daviess County and Martin County, southwest lower Indiana. Areas in the impacts for this storm include just to the northwest of Candlesburg. I'm going to be moving towards the Ragglesville area, Bramble, Burns City, maybe Crane if it hangs on. It may go just south of you. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Same thing with Odin. It may go just southeast of you towards Burns City. We'll go ahead and time it out here for those in the path of this storm. Let's time it out here. Forward movement is 25 miles an hour northeast. So those in the path, we got Ragglesville here. 20 minutes, Bramble 21 minutes. Those are areas in the path here of this storm. Whoa, that's not what I want to do. Exit. There we go. And we'll go ahead and time this one out here one more time. This one's also moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour. So areas impacted here. Dover Hill right now. I know it says 7 minutes. That's kind of for the backside of this core here. Cale 23 minutes. And Mount Olive here in about 30 minutes or less. But this storm here is definitely the dominant storm with a much larger hail core on it. a very large hail core moving in the Dover Hill right now. So do take shelter here. Ping pong ball size hail can endanger humans, animals, anyone caught outside can get hurt from ping pong ball size hail, especially when it's being blown by the wind. Look at your gust front here. Look at your straight line winds, your downdraft here associated with the storm right in the core. Very strong winds here. Wind driven hail is very dangerous, especially when it's ping pong ball size hail. And we do have a tornado warning now on this backside cell. This is for
A new tornado warning
Raglandville,
has been issued.
for Davies County and Martin County for this backside cell. You can see the area of rotation just on the north side of Cannelsburg here. This is radar indicated rotation, $half size hail, as well as a tornado warning. West central Martin County and southwestern Indiana, northeastern Davies County and south central Indiana until 7:15 here tonight. Moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So a very dangerous storm here. The area of strongest rotation, just a few miles, about a mile and a half, just to the west of Cannelsburg, moving towards County Road 900 East here in Davies County. And this is going to move northeast at 25 miles an hour. Put out some other road names here for you. We got County Road 975 East here, and we also have County Road 475 North and County Road 1000 East here, all in the path here for this storm as it moves northeast at 25 miles an hour. Golf ball size hail in Martin County now. This is a considerable warning, a level 2 out of 3. We have a baseline severe, then we have considerable, then we have destructive. We are at considerable here, so a very dangerous storm here in Martin County. The tornado warning does not include Dover Hill, Lagodi, or Shoals that likely went off on your phones. The tornado warning is for the storm back here in Davies County. So I do want to make that clear for those of you watching from this area, likely tuning in because your phones went off for a tornado warning. It is not for this first storm here. It is for this second storm here in Davies County. So we have 2 storms here with overlapping warnings over the same area. So it can be confusing for those living in this area. But golf ball size hail just to the west of Dover Hill, going to be moving towards the Cale area, but no tornado warning on this storm. But we do have a tornado possible tag on it, as we do have broad rotation. But the rotation on the second storm is a little bit tighter, a little bit lower to the ground. Higher confidence from the National Weather Service on a possible tornado, so they went ahead and issued that tornado warning. Radar indicated, and this is going to move into northwestern portions of Martin County and northeastern portions of Davies County. If you're in Washington, Plainville, Elnora, your phones probably went off. But you guys are in the clear from this storm. Same as Epsom. It's going to go just southeast of you. But another thing to note here on this storm, those of you in the path of this tornado warning, you're going to get the rain and the hail first before a possible tornado. So you're not going to see this tornado coming if it's on the south side of the storm. You got all this rain that's in the way from the storm as it's moving northeast. So your tornado would be sitting right in here, but you have all this rain that you're not going to be able to see it if you're in Ragglesville looking south. You're just going to be looking at rain from this point in time. So do keep that in mind. It's going to appear rain wrapped for those in the path of this area of rotation and possible tornado. Outside of the tornado, we have strong hail to talk about and very large hail to talk about. Look at the size of this updraft here on your hail core outside Dover Hill. This is a considerable warning here, which is a level 2 out of 3. We have a baseline severe, quarter, and 60. And then we have a considerable at golf balls are larger. And then if we continue to grow larger, we have a destructive tag on it once we go larger than that. But Dover Hill area is just to the north, State Road 450, moving towards the Cale area. Golf ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and a possible tornado. So this is an extremely dangerous storm here. No tornado indicated on this first storm here. The tornado warning is for our secondary storm just behind that storm, which is going to move for areas just to the north of areas impacted by this first storm. However, still a very dangerous storm. People, animals caught outside will be hurt. Could have some serious tree damage as well. Roof damage, siding, golf balls can break windows, car damage, etc. So if you have anybody living here ahead of Dover Hill, Mount Olive, Williams, Silverville, now's the time to put your cars in your garage. pick up anything you don't want damaged by hail outside. Golf ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and then we also have that possible tornado tag on here as well. We do have that broad rotation aloft that could always intensify and come down and warrant a tornado warning, but we don't have that here on this first storm. Still some rotation being indicated here on our second storm, just to the north of Montgomery, north of Candleburg here, coming very close to County Road 900 East here as it's moving north and east at 25 miles per hour. We're also in between radars here. So the radar depiction that we're seeing is a little bit ways up at this point in time. So something else to keep in mind here. So we have a tornado warning and 2 severe thunderstorm warnings solely for Daviess County and Martin County, southwest lower Indiana. For those of you just tuning in, the tornado warning is not on our first storm here. It is on our second storm back behind the storm that had developed some stronger rotation near the surface. Now, this storm has a tornado possible tag on it. You can see it's still maintaining a hook on it. Your area of rotation sitting right in here just north of Shoals on the south side where those colors are meeting. But we're going to have to keep an eye on that storm. It could intensify to where a tornado would be possible on it. In fact, a tornado is possible on it. That's why we have a tornado possible tag on the warning, but no tornado warning at this point in time. This storm back behind here, though, a little bit tighter of a coupler, or at least it did have a tighter coupling on it to warrant this tornado warning for 36 minutes here. But we do have an 1.25 inch size hail associated with this storm as well. Moving towards the Ragglesville area, just south of Burton City here. This storm is going to go, we'll time it out from the area of rotation here, go 25 miles an hour northeast. Going to be moving towards the Bramble area here in about 17 minutes or less. So you're going to get the rain before you're going to see the rotation associated with this storm as well. But we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm over here for intensifying in terms of rotation. But we do have a considerable warning on it here. Tornado possible tag on it. We do have that area broad rotation associated with this thunderstorm. 60 mile per hour winds, golf ball size hail, and a considerable damage threat. Golf ball size hail is no joke. It can cause serious damage to life or property, as well as structure damage as well. It can cause a lot of roof damage. It can break windows. It can cause a lot of car damage as well. But there is no confirmed tornado on the ground associated with the storm. In fact, the latest scans show rotation weakening a little bit with this storm, which is good news, but a tornado warning does remain in effect here. Radar beams are kind of high, so we're not getting the best look at the storm that we had a little bit ago as it was closer to the radar. But nonetheless, tornado warning is in effect here for 35 minutes. $50 size hail associated with this storm, as well as 60 mile per hour winds here. And this is moving northeast at 25 miles an hour towards the Ragglesville and Burn City areas. The tornado warning is for Daviess County as well as northwest Martin County. Right now, the storm of concern is actually this storm here. Is still the dominant storm here in Martin County. And this is going to be moving into the Lawrence County here very soon. We're likely going to see an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning into Lawrence County to include Bedford, Indiana, Oolitic, Indiana, Silverville, Huron, all on deck for likely golf ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds associated with this. And we're still seeing that rotation here associated with this supercell, a really mature supercell on radar. This is like what we see out in the plains. This is a very classic supercell where you have these bird wings on the top. This is your outflow bands and your rotation here on the south side coming into Huron. Broad rotation at this point in time, but this storm could intensify. The rotation here on this west storm here has weakened quite a bit. I don't really see anything that would strongly indicate a tornado is on the ground or imminent anymore with this storm, which is good. But a tornado warning does still remain in effect here for 33 minutes, as well as $50 size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Our stronger storm of the two is still this leading storm here. Golf ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and a possible tornado associated with it. Really classic supercell that we have here with your hail core to the north, mesocyclone to the south. That's your rotating updraft with an area of rotation sitting right in here, just south of Huron. Going to be moving into Lawrence County here fairly soon. So we're likely going to see a warning extension here in the next couple of minutes here. Really, any minute, we're going to see a severe thunderstorm warning extended into Lawrence County. So do be prepared for that if you live in Silverville, Huron, Yaqui, Mitchell, Bedford, and Oolitic in west central Lawrence County. We do have a tornado warning still in effect, though, for eastern Daviess County, northwestern Martin County here for this back cell. But the good news is this cell's weakening a little bit. That's kind of what happens when you follow behind a really big, powerful storm like this. You run into its rain-cooled air that's stabilized a little bit. So hopefully we see that weakening trend continue. Let's go ahead and take a look at our hail tracker on it as well. Still a really dominant hail core in this first storm here, but we still have a hail core hanging on this secondary storm here, as well as a tornado warning still in effect. We're still showing signs of some rotation within it. Tornado and $half size hail moving towards Ragglesville and the Burn City areas in eastern Daviess County, northwestern Martin County, Indiana. We're likely going to see a severe thunderstorm warning extended into the Bedford area, Oolitic area, Silverville, Huron, and west central Lawrence County in southwest lower Indiana. A very dangerous supercell here for this area. Elsewhere across the state, we got another thunderstorm just south of the border here, south of Madison, Indiana, near the Carrollton, Kentucky area, but subsevere, strong, but subsevere, and a couple other storms in southern Illinois as well, with these two taking precedence and dominance here in southwest lower Indiana. Very classic supercell here in Martin County. And there's our tornado warning on it now. This is for East Martin County as well as Southern Lawrence County. Does include Mitchell, State Road 37 and 50 here as we go into Martin County. We did say that rotation could intensify. It's going to be moving into the Huron area here pretty quick. The storm is moving more east now versus northeast. Let's see what the speed is on it. Golf ball size hail as well as radar indicated rotation, tornado and golf ball size hail moving east at 25 miles per hour. So we have two tornado warnings in effect here. We have one for northwestern Mitchell County for another 30 minutes here, as well as a severe thunderstorm warning for $half size hail. This one's for golf ball size hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and areas outside of the tornado warning, areas just to the north of the red polygon. Be on deck for some hail. This storm is moving more east now versus northeast, so it kind of shifted gears a little bit. But Bedford, be on alert here for some hail if the storm shifts north a little bit. The strongest area of rotation will be south of town. Moving into the Huron area right now, areas next on deck would be Bryansville, Georgia, right along State Road 60 here, in between State Road 50 and 60, moving towards Rabbitville, Yawkey, Terry Park, and Mitchell here in the next few minutes here. This severe tornado warning was trimmed back. Still in effect, though. This is for eastern Daviess County, as well as northwestern Martin County here, moving towards Bramble. Bramble likely seeing some hail and heavy rain right now. The area of rotation just to your south, going to be approaching 231 here, probably in about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less. This storm is still moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So a couple slow movers here. Ragglesville, the heaviest core is going to go just to your south, but could get in on some hail here in a few minutes. This storm here is the strongest storm of the two. Really nice hook on it now with a hail core just to the north of Huron. Huron, you're in the dry slot of the storm. Be on alert for a possible tornado moving into town. Go ahead and check our debris tracker here to make sure nothing is on the ground at this point in time. I don't see anything on the ground, but just to the north here, this is your hail core here. These are all hailstones that are falling down just on the north side of Huron. Remember, golf ball size hail, radar indicated, so very large hailstones associated with this supercell here. We have two supercells, two storms with rotating updrafts here. One still hanging around eastern Daviess County, south of Ragglesville, moving into Burn City, US 231 here. Bramble, north of Lagodi. Lagodi, you're actually in the clear. As with Dover Hill, Shoals, you guys are in the clear. The storms have passed off to your north and east, so you guys are okay. It's areas to the north that we're going to have to watch. Ragglesville for hail, and then Bramble for a possible tornado here. This is your area of rotation. It's going to be moving towards the Bramble area with hail that's going to go just north of town of Bramble here for this tornado warning, which is still in effect for 28 minutes here. So we kind of have a 1-2 punch here. Bramble getting some wind, hail, and rain, and then a possible tornado on the backside. Huron getting a possible tornado right now, likely over town, area of rotation. No tornado on the ground at this point in time, but we do have that rotation strong enough that the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. This is for eastern Martin County as well as south central Lawrence County, moving towards the Mitchell area at 25 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and time this out for you. Moving east at 25 miles per hour. We got Huron right now, Morristown 12 minutes, Georgia 18 minutes, and Mitchell here in about 30 minutes or less. The storm could speed up or slow down, but that's the going times at this point in time. Rotation is tightening up here on this storm. The updraft is occluding. We call that occluding when we see a rapid tightening up. So here on interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows, you need to be in your safe place right now. Morristown, you're on deck here in about 5 minutes or less. Interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Anywhere within this tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place now. If you don't have a basement, interior room, away from windows, the lowest level of your home. Golf ball size hail is also occurring here with this thunderstorm, which is going to go just south of Bedford and Silverville. Silverville, we dodged the bullet there from this first storm as it decided to take a right turn instead of coming straight for you with golf ball size hail. So you dodged a bullet on this one, but that's not the case for Burns City here. And Bramble likely getting some hail right now. We still have a tornado warning in effect here. Area of broad rotation sitting right in here near the intersection of County Road 600 North and 1100 East here in Davies County. Right in here, we kind of see that hook there. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation sitting right in here. Here's 231 right here. It's going to move towards Burns City here. And Bramble. Bramble's the next town on deck here in about 10 minutes or so. This tornado warning does go for another 26 minutes here. This is east, northeast Davies County and northwest Martin County. This tornado warning over here has a lot stronger rotation to it. Moving towards Huron, Indiana, moving over Huron, Indiana right now as I speak in Lawrence County. Going to moving towards State Road 37 near Mitchell, Yawkey, and Terry Park. Mitchell here in about 25 minutes is the time slot for you. There's your area of rotation, getting a really nasty look on it, getting what we call a donut hole signature, an occlusion signature, as the area of rotation is occluding. That updraft is isolating itself and tightening up a little bit. So something I don't like to see there. The rotation is coming closer to the ground. Let's make sure nothing is on the ground. Let's go ahead and click on this one here. And we're going to go Shift C here. Look at our, this is probably clear air right here. Likely some rain here on the backside, but again, possible tornado on the ground. Look at ZDR here. This is our updraft. Kind of messy, hard to tell when you have a lot of air interfering here. But again, your area of rotation is directly over Huron or just on the north side of town, moving towards Mooresville and State Road 50 here, just to the south of Bryansville. Bryansville, you're on deck for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds here. But the area of rotation, this is a little bit behind, keep in mind. This is likely over Huron, moving into Morristown right now. And Bryansville likely getting some pretty nasty hail associated with this severe thunderstorm. So do keep that in mind here. A very nasty storm in Lawrence County, Indiana. And this storm back here behind is still maintaining its own here. Let's go ahead and turn on a hail tracker here to get a better look at it. And here's our updraft here. Your updraft is weakening with the storm. That is good news. The hail size is likely a little bit lower than $half size high hail, maybe back down to some quarters. Could have some larger hailstones in there, but we have a tornado warning still in effect for 24 minutes here and $half size hail. Moving into Bramble right now, likely getting some hail, heavy rain, and some area broad rotation just off to your south, but not as intense as what it once was. There's really not a whole lot there in terms of rotation anymore. Doesn't mean it's not there. It could be shallow. The radar could be not picking it up to its full severity. So do be in your safe place here in northwest Davies County or northwest Martin County and extreme northeast Davies County here as the storm continues to move northeast at 20 miles an hour. Back off to this storm here, more intense area of rotation, moving towards Mooresville, Bryansville. We got State Road 50 here, US 50 here, State Road 60, Georgia, going to move just north of you. We got Morristown, Bryansville, Terry, Bedford, likely going to go just to your south. But if this shifts north, be on alert here for golf ball size hail and a possible tornado. This is for Lawrence County, Indiana. This storm is exiting Martin County, Indiana, and now moving fully into Lawrence County, Indiana. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable warning on it. Golf ball size hail can cause considerate damage to cars, trees, roofs, siding, and animals and people who are caught outside in the storm. So if you are outside, need to take shelter immediately. Possible tornado. No confirmed tornado with this storm, mind you, but the rotation is there and it is fairly strong. Moving just on the north side of Huron. Huron likely getting some gusty winds in the form of RFD. That's the exhaust system of a thunderstorm as that rain-cooled air gets pulled down around the rotating updraft and down to the ground. That's rear flank downdraft. So think of it like the exhaust system of a thunderstorm. Here's your tailpipe. Here's the exhaust. Huron's getting some backside winds on the backside of this thunderstorm. Golf ball size hail likely just south of Mount Olive, south of Williams, moving towards the Coxton area and Bryanttsville area. Likely starting to see some hail right now. Golf ball size hail is occurring with this storm. We have had reports of golf ball size hail all throughout the lifespan of this storm. We do still have a tornado warning, though, still in effect for a few more minutes here. 22 more minutes, actually, as the storm moves into northwestern Martin County, Indiana. But Lagodi, Shoals, Lacey, you guys are all in the clear down here. This storm here that prompted a tornado warning originally in Daviess County. The rotation is now in Lawrence County. This storm here is moving into northern Martin County. So Ragglesville, Burns City, Crane, you're likely in the clear for this storm. It's likely going to go just to your south, moving in the direction towards Owensburg. Silverville will have to watch this storm perhaps, as it could slide just to your north if it holds together. But it is going to be moving into some rain-cooled air here. We have some rain out ahead of the storm, which hopefully will help weaken this storm as well. Bedford, you're on the northern side of this storm. The area of rotation and strongest hail core is going to go just south of town, closer to Terry Park. But if you're in Bedford, be in your safe place and be ready for golf ball size hail. If this storm changes trajectory in any way, it could shift north again. It'll likely shift more north before it's going to shift south. So if it shifts north again, Bedford is in line for golf ball size hail. Hopefully it stays just to your south. But if it shifts north, which supercells are likely to turn left before they turn right, and that's just because of some different physical attributes here in the northern hemisphere, but still some pretty tight rotation here just north of Huron. And I'm going to turn on correlation coefficient to make sure nothing is on the ground. Really hard to tell, but still, area pretty strong rotation here heading towards Morristown, Indiana. This is in Lawrence County, Indiana, moving towards Bryanttsville. If you're in Bryanttsville, lowest level of your home, interior room, this storm is kind of turning north a little bit. As I mentioned, as they occlude, they likely shift north a little bit, and that's what we're seeing here. So anywhere along State Road 50 here towards Terry Park, interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows here, area of strong rotation, moving towards Bryanttsville, Terry Park, Yawkey, Rabbittville, Coxton, be online for golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. If this storm shifts north, we'll likely see that rotation go just south or near you as well. So interior room away from windows, basement or storm shelter preferred, but a lot of us don't have storm shelters or basements, so find that interior room, closet, bathroom, etc., away from windows. Make sure you're not near an exterior wall, as that could get inundated with debris if there is a tornado on the ground or strong straight line winds. So again, put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. I also don't want to ignore this storm back here. Moving in for those in northern Martin County. Bramble, that area of broad rotation is over you right now. Burns City, but I really don't see a lot of rotation, at least at the low levels in this cell anymore. So that's some good news. They're likely going to let this warning expire. We'll have to see if they reissue a severe thunderstorm warning or not. But the hail core on this storm has been showing signs of weakening. Still there, though, right over Bramble, probably getting some quarter-size hail at the most here in that storm. So I'm not surprised if they'll reissue that warning. But look at this hail core right over here. This is a beast of a supercell in Lawrence County here. Just an absolute beast of a supercell producing some golf ball size hail. And also the risk for 60-mile-per-hour winds here associated with the storm, as well as a possible tornado. This is a very dangerous supercell, a very powerful supercell here in Martin County. The rotation may have weakened just a little bit, but it's still there. You can see those reds and greens are still touching there. Just to the northeast of Huron, northeast or northwest of Morristown, moving just on the north side of 50 towards Bryant's. So if you are in Bryanttsville here, interior room, you guys have minutes to prepare before this area of rotation heads over in your location. We are kind of in a radar gap, so I'm going to see what area or what radar kind of shows it best here. They did cancel that tornado warning, but they left tornado possible on it. That storm still has some broad rotation aloft, but it's not as tight at the low levels anymore as what we once had. So that's some good news here with that storm. But areas just to the south, we do have some pretty strong rotation here still, prompting this tornado warning in Lawrence County, Indiana. Looking around the view here, though, not a lot going on in the rest of Indiana. Really, these storms are pretty isolated in nature, and that's really what we expected here today. Isolated showers and thunderstorms, with a few of them becoming severe and a few intense storms possible, and that's what we have here in southern Indiana, south of Bloomington and Lawrence County. Right now, Bloomington not in a risk, but still very tight rotation here, moving towards Bryanttsville. You can see those reds and green touching right here, right over 50, moving into Bryanttsville right now. So Bryanttsville, you are out of time. I hope you're in your safe place. Possible tornado moving in your direction. Terry Park, Yaqui, need to be in that safe place right now. If you're in Bedford, this storm has been trending back north. That would get in your safe place. Lowest level of your home, room, or house, away from windows, basement, storm shelter preferred. If you don't have one, try to find the lowest level of your home, away from windows. Possible tornado just to your south, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. We do have some decent rotation here, right along 50, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Likely going to go just on the south side of Bedford here. So again, interior room, away from windows, lowest level of your home. So looking around the region here, this severe thunderstorm warning will likely be trimmed back for Martin County here. This supercell is fully now in Lawrence County, with a little bit of rain still hanging on south of Mount Olive, but largely in Lawrence County. This supercell up here moving to Burns City. We do have $half size hail, still warned for $half size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But the rotation has weakened, thankfully, but we do still have some mid-level rotation with this storm. So the National Weather Service did leave a tornado possible tag on it as it moves towards Burns City and out of Bramble. Tornado warning continues here for Lawrence County, Indiana. This is south central Indiana, south of Bedford. If you're in Bedford, I would actually be in your lowest level of your room right now, lowest level of your home, away from windows, basement, storm shelter preferred. As this area of rotation right here, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Is moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So areas impacted here. Bryanttsville, pretty much now, 5 minutes or less. I know it says 7 minutes. This is a little bit behind, so likely right now. Hartleyville, 13 minutes. Terry Park, 16 minutes. And Yaqui here in 17 minutes. Bedford, you're right up there at about 15 minutes or less here for this area of rotation moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. Still a pretty decent area of rotation here with this supercell as it's moving right up 50 here. It's going to move right up 50 is where this rotation is going, right towards Terry Park and Yaqui. Likely going to miss Mitchell and go just to the northwest of town, but still be on deck here in Mitchell for a possible tornado just off to your west here. Northeast of Huron, moving right up 50 towards Terry Park, State Road 37. Be on alert here for a possible tornado. Still warned for golf ball size hail as well. So a very dangerous supercell here in Lawrence County, issued by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis, who just became back online today. That's a celebratory thing. National Weather Service in Wichita has been helping them out, issuing warnings for the last couple days as their computer systems were undergoing emergency maintenance. So great to have them back in the seat, back in the wheelhouse, and taking over operations here. They do a terrific job here in central Indiana. So great to have them back online. I'm sure that was a very stressful time for everyone involved there at that office. But tornado warning still remains for East Central Martin County and southwestern Lawrence County until 7:15. Now it's just for Lawrence County. So if you are in Daviess County here, all warnings have been canceled for you. This storm up here to the north near Burns City has been weakening below severe criteria. I really don't see any rotation in it at all anymore. Hail size has fallen below severe criteria. Still could have some small hail in there, maybe some nickels or some dimes, but it has weakened below severe criteria, which is good. Still an area rotation here, coming to the Bryanttsville, riding right up 50 here No immediate tornado on the ground at this point in time, but the rotation is there. Tornado warning is in effect here. But golf ball size hail still occurring with this storm, likely here behind this on the north side of the area of rotation, moving into right along. Try to get a road name for you. Have a lot of houses here on this road as well. All of these little polygons are houses. Port Williams Road here, and we have Grand View Road here, just south of Williams here, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour towards the Coxton area. In areas north of 50, you could get some golf ball size hail. Areas along 50, Bryansville, Terry Park, interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows. As we do have a tornado warning in effect for some decent rotation here, right along 50, and traveling northeast, right along 50 here towards Bryansville. Moving into Bryansville right now. Bryansville right here, area rotation just outside of town. Getting ready to move in. So again, if you're in Bryansville, time is up. You need to be in your safe place right now. Likely getting some gusty winds near Williams. Could have downbursts there. Terry Park, Yaqui, interior room, away from windows as this storm is moving in your direction, only a few minutes away. For you. Bedford, be on alert for a possible tornado. Area of rotation likely going to skirt just the south side of town here, moving towards Terry Park, and likely going to go near Sandpit Road and Palestine Road here for future reference, which is right there where my cursor is. That's likely where this rotation is going to go, towards the direction of perhaps Erie or just south, if it makes it that far in Lawrence County. But again, tornado warning in effect here. Strong rotation here. Moving into Bryansville right now, moving towards Yaqui and Terry Park, moving east at 25 miles per hour or 20 miles per hour, slowed down just a little bit. But still some strong rotation here indicated by radar, as well as golf ball size hail. So a pretty nasty supercell here in Lawrence County, a very potent supercell in Lawrence County, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Go ahead and turn our hail tracker and debris tracker on in this case to make sure nothing is on the ground. I don't see anything immediately concerning here that a tornado is on the ground. But we do have some spatter here on the north side of Bryansville, indicating some hailstones and some potentially some large hailstones as well right in here. And I may try to switch radars here just to see, get a better look at it here. And just not really kind of in between radars here, kind of in a bad spot here in Indiana. I'm not really sure which one sees it best. The precipitation wise, I think this radar sees it a little bit better, but still kind of in a bad spot either way you look at it here. Either way, area of rotation here right over Bryansville, moving towards the Yaqui area, moving east at 25 miles per hour. A very potent hail core in this storm as well. Golf ball size hail is ongoing with the storm, or has been reported with this storm. So again, interior room, away from windows. Golf ball size hail can cause significant damage to trees, siding, windows, and can injure people who are outside as well. Area of rotation moving right up US 50 here, our State Road 50, moving towards 37. Looking elsewhere across the region, we have a couple of scattered showers and thunderstorms across the region here. We got one here that are sub-severe, maybe some small hail, etc. But we also have a cell that has developed here, has a nice hook on it too, by the way. This is near the Princeton area. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that as it moves towards Knox County here. This is Gibson County. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that storm as well. Maybe a little bit of rotation here. Really close to the radar, but small, but we're going to have to keep an eye on that storm as well here in the next few minutes. Currently, only one warning left in the state. We have a tornado warning still in effect for Lawrence County here. Area of rotation moving towards Yaqui, Terry Park, just south of Bedford. Likely going to miss Bedford as for the area of rotation. The storm is tracking more east now, which is going to miss Bedford for the area of rotation, but could get into some hail up here as you're on the northern side of the storm. Do keep that in mind. Not the case. Areas just to your south along State Road 50 here towards Terry Park and Yaqui area, as well as Rabbitville. Areas between Mitchell and Terry Park need to be in your safe place. Interior room, away from windows. Basement preferred if you don't have a basement. Find a bathroom, closet, under a stairwell. All great choices Do not take shelter upstairs. Nowhere upstairs. You increase the danger with height. Winds increase with height, so putting yourself higher up is a bad idea, terrible idea. Don't do that. Lowest level your home, away from windows, and ride this storm out. Likely the strongest area of rotation just to the north of Mitchell along 50 here. But Mitchell, I would still be in your safe place as it can move north or south. We call that cycling. It could also cycle north or south as it does that. So we do have to keep an eye on that. Right now, immediate path would be Yaqui, Terry Park, and Rabbitville. These areas here, go ahead and time it out here for you. For the immediate path of this storm, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Terry Park, 9 minutes. Yaqui, 10 minutes. So about 5 to 10 minutes here for Terry Park, Yaqui, and Rabbitville before that area of rotation is on top of you. So again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. If you're in Huron and anywhere back here in Martin County, you guys are in the clear here for this storm. Whoops. There we go. Martin County, you guys are in the clear here. You had a lot of warnings earlier, but this storm up here has been allowed to die. It is on the downtrend. That had a tornado warning on it earlier. No longer poses a risk for life or property. Still showing some signs of strong rotation here on our Lawrence County cell as it moves east at 25 miles per hour. Still a pretty potent hail core here on this storm as well. Moving towards the Hartleyville, Coxon areas, Riverview getting in on this action. South of State Road 450, likely going to see some hail moving into the Inglewood area. Terry Park areas as well. Also going to get some hail before this area of rotation moves in and the rain ends after that. Strongest area of rotation north of Georgia, likely going to go north of Mitchell a little bit along the State Road 50 corridor here. Going to be moving into Hartleyville and Terry Park, Yaqui area, Reading area. Here in the next 5 minutes or so, still some decent rotation here being indicated here on radar. Again, we're a ways away from the radar station here, so we don't have the best view, but we do have still some decent rotation here moving into the Yaqui area here, just outside of Bryantsville. And we just have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Does include the Oolitic areas, Bedford, Erie, and Heltonville areas. A tornado possible tag on it, as well as $50 size hail. So the hail size has gone down. Was golf balls early. We had a considerable warning on it. That hail size has gone down to ping pong ball size hail, which is still nothing to laugh about. That's or $50 size hail rather, not ping pong ball size hail. That's 1.5 inches. This is 1.25 inches. Still pretty large hailstones though. 1.5 inches can cause quite a bit of damage to siding, roofs, especially when it's wind driven. And we do have a wind threat here for 60 for this storm in the more intense core of the storm just south of State Road 450 moving towards the Bedford area. So again, Bedford be on deck for 1.5 inches or 1.25 inches size hail, $50 size hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Area of rotation still in this tornado warning to the south. Area of strongest rotation right in here, just south of State Road 50, moving towards the Yaqui area. Yaqui rightly just to your west. Pretty strong rotation there indicated on radar moving in your direction. So possible tornado. Do be in your safe place, lowest level of your home, interior room, away from windows. Still can't really tell. This is likely clear air or some clutter, as we call it. Not debris at this point in time that I can see. But still a rotating thunderstorm, strong rotation, tornado warning in effect. Interior room away from windows. Strongest area of rotation just going to slide just to the north of Mitchell by maybe a mile. That's it. So I would still be in your safe place here in case this cycles to the south. But if you're in Rabbitville, Yaqui, Terry Park, interior room away from windows here. Strongest area of rotation moving right into Reading and Yaqui. Terry Park on the north side just a little bit, likely getting some hail now in Terry Park. But if you're in Reading, interior room coming over you right now for the strongest area of rotation, as well as Yaqui, Rabbitville, getting ready to cross State Road 37 here and come near road name Rabbitsville Road. Makes sense. Getting ready to move into Rabbitsville Road here towards the Buda area, Lawrenceport, and just to the north of Spring Mill Village here, if we do see a tornado warning extension on it. These are the areas at risk here. Pinhook as well, Tunnelton, coming into your area as well. Still showing signs of some pretty decent rotation here. Likely what we saw there was a cycling phase, likely cycled again. Now we may see some re-intensification with the storm as well. Getting a better look at it, look to it on radar. So again, getting ready to cross State Road 37. As we look around here, go back to this cell here, showing signs of some intensification, maybe some gusty winds here in Gibson County, going to move into southern Knox County. We'll have to keep an eye on a couple of these storms here that are firing up for any signs of intensification. As we switch radars here, still some decent rotation here. Just east of Bryanttsville, moving towards Yaqui. We likely did see a cycling phase there where it looked a little messy on radar, and now it's looking quite healthy again. That was a successful cycle. We'll likely see that rotation tighten up a little bit as well in the next few scans. So again, interior room, away from windows, lowest level of your home until this storm has passed. Bryanttsville, you guys are in the clear. It is just off to your west here, but I would still stay hunkered down, wait for this rain to clear out before you venture out. Huron, you're good. Silverville, you're good. But if you're in Terry Park, Yaqui, Rabbittville, Buda, interior rooms, away from windows, basement preferred if you don't have a basement or storm shelter. Bathroom, closet, stairwell. Think of it as layers. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible until the storm has passed. Inch and a quarter size hail also being reported here with this storm as well, outside of a tornado risk. This area of rotation is coming into Redding and Yaqui areas, getting ready to cross State Road 37, just to the north of Mitchell by about a mile. So about a mile and a half north of Mitchell here. Just to the east of Bryanttsville, very tight rotation here. Indicated this rotation is intensifying. I said that may happen as we have moved through what we call a cycling with this storm. And this storm has cycled through. It has a successful cycle on it. A really strong area of rotation moving near the Rabbittsville and Yaqui areas. You guys need to be in your safe place here with this storm until this storm has passed. A very strong area of rotation that we're seeing here now. Possible tornado, but cannot be confirmed yet. But again, tight rotation, interior room, away from windows, crossing State Road 37 right now. So again, if you're in Rabbittville, Yaqui, it's right on top. You need to be underground or in your lowest level of your home, away from windows until the storm has passed. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so they're thinking this rotation has lifted a little bit. That's some good news, but we are in between radars here. So what we may be seeing is this some elevated rotation that has strengthened a little bit. We are still pretty far away. We are about, but it could re-intensify. We could see a reissuance of a tornado warning. So I would treat it as such. I would treat it as if there is still a tornado warning with the storm, although the tornado warning hasn't been allowed to expire. We are seeing signs of some re-intensification here with this storm. So again, tornado possible, $50 size hail, 60 mile per hour winds here associated with this. This is for central Lawrence County in central Indiana. This will be moving towards the Jackson County area, towards the Medora area, and maybe extreme northwest Washington County, if it continues to move more of an easterly direction and make the area of rotation may brush the Washington-Jackson County line towards maybe the Brownstown, Medora areas. We're going to have to watch this area closely as the storm moves east in your direction. But again, still a powerful supercell. All things considered, still has some pretty decent rotation in it. We'll have to see if that rotation lowers again to where they'll issue a tornado warning.
Now that we are out of tornado ops, I'm going to try to reset our warning bar and get that going again. So you guys may hear an alert or two pop through, but I'm just going to reset it here real quick just so we're good to go. Just Just wanted to announce that.
So don't be alarmed if you hear some dings in the background. That's not new warnings that are being issued. Those are warnings that have already been issued. But still showing signs of some rotation here within the storm as well, still producing some hail. Inch and a quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Central Lawrence County.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We're good.
And it's working again. An extension of that tornado watch has not been issued. It's reiterating the one that has already been issued here in Indiana. This is an automated system, so when we reset it, it likes to reiterate everything that's already in place as if it just got issued. So that's why that said that there were no downstream extensions to this tornado watch. The tornado watch that has been issued is still in place for the following counties. But still showing signs of some rotation here south of Bedford. This is moving east. The worst of the hail core is south of town in Bedford. Moving over Yaqui right now, Rabbitville, moving towards the Buda area in east central Lawrence County, I guess southern half of Lawrence County, really. North of Mitchell, I'm going to be moving towards the Tunnelton area, Pinhook areas, and Fort Rittner here in a few minutes here. We're going to have to watch this storm very closely as the rotation is borderline for a tornado warning. So we could see that intensify to where the National Weather Service will reissue another tornado warning if those strengthening trends continue to strengthen. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. Let's turn on our hail tractor here. Look at our other little pop-ups that are popping up here across the region. A lot of these have some little small hail cores in them, maybe some pea-sized hail, and a couple of these near Princeton. Next strongest cell over here near the Olney area, Lawrenceville, Illinois area, little supercell there with a little bit of a hail core on it as well. We're going to have to watch these cells just to the south of the Ohio River here. Cynthia, Kentucky, not a threat to Indiana, but this one could be potentially in southern northern Kentucky outside LaGrange. You're going to have to watch maybe Ohio, Switzerland counties for this guy if it moves north at all. But right now, they have been moving more east than north. But we do have some pretty large hailstones here showing up. We've had a report back here by Lagodi when this storm had a considerable warning on it. A 2-inch hail report just got submitted back here. So if you have any hail pictures or anything like that, or any damage from any of these storms today, feel free to report it. Use the TEL method, time, event, location. The National Weather Service also looks at these reports and catalogs them as well. So when you do file a report of any kind, make sure you use that method, time, event, location, the time it happened to the best of your ability, and then what happened. Was it hail? Was it wind damage? And describe your damage a little bit. Was it healthy trees that were damaged, dead trees that were damaged, and where the damage occurred at? And what caused the damage? Was it a tornado? Was it winds? Was it hail? Tell about it. So that's why they use the TEL method for that. So back to our supercell here. The worst of it is crossing State Road 37 just north of Mitchell in southern south central Indiana here. Back to our velocity here. Still showing signs some broad rotation just to the south of Yaqui. Between Mitchell and Yaqui is where that area of rotation is. Going to be moving towards the Buda area here in the next few minutes. Tunnelton, you're next on deck as well. Lawrenceport, Pinhook as well. Likely going to get some hail here. Half-inch hail still being reported here in this severe thunderstorm. Olytic, you guys are likely in the clear here in the next 5 minutes. Let that rain finish moving out of your areas. If you're Georgia, Bryansville, Coxton, Fayetteville, you guys are in the clear from this severe thunderstorm as it moves off to the east at 25 miles per hour. Or 20 miles an hour. Slowed down again. Moving east at 20 miles per hour. Next county on deck will be the Jackson County area and perhaps northern Washington County as well. Extreme northern Washington County. Think like Fairview, McKinley, Mount Carmel, Plattsburgh. Be on deck for a possible warning extension for you for the northern part of the county. If this moves more east, it may kind of run the Jackson, Washington County line here near Sparksville, Medora, on deck for this supercell as well. If you're in the northern part of Jackson County, Freetown, Houston, Akeem, likely may see some rain for this storm, but the worst of it will be to your south. So Seymour, we're gonna have to watch pretty closely for you if it moves northeast at all. Could be impacted with some hail there. Still a little too far away to tell for certain for you. Right now, still a decent area of rotation here. Not strong enough for a tornado warning, but close. It's borderline. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on this storm for any re-intensification that occurs within it. If another tornado warning is indeed needed by the National Weather Service, they'll make that justification, and they will be the ones issuing those warnings when needed. And you will see that light up on your screen in the warning bar as soon as they hit the enter key at their office for any warning. You will see that this warning has been trimmed back now a little bit. There's your ding there where they indicated that warning has been remained, but they've trimmed it back as the storm is now moving off to the east. Moving back here to the west, looking at a couple pop-ups here. Still a couple stronger thunderstorms, but none of them are severe at this point in time. Looking at the broad picture, though, this is our only severe thunderstorm warning in central Indiana at this point in time. But we have quite a few storms firing here across southern Indiana that we're going to have to keep an eye on for intensification if any of these storms do decide to go severe. We'll likely start to see the severity of these storms go down just a little bit once we lose the daylight and get into the evening hours here. We lose that daytime heating effect, so that kind of help mitigate the risk a little bit. But there's still plenty of fuel out there for these storms, so that is why we still have a supercell thunderstorm. We have some wind shear present today that we didn't have yesterday to really promote that hail risk, but also a tornado risk across southern Indiana today. We tried to communicate that these storms would be isolated, but those that do become severe would pose a risk for all hazards today, as we do have that wind shear component that we have not had for a little while here in Indiana. Strongest area of rotation just to the east of Yaqui, right in here, just north of Rabbitsville. Yaqui moving into the Buda area and Rivervale area, just to the north of Lawrenceport. So if you're in any of these areas, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Likely getting some hail just north of Yaqui, if not in Yaqui. Some hail going to be moving into the Buda area. Maybe get some hail before you get the area of rotation. But still a pretty decent area of rotation here with this storm. As it's almost moving more southeast now. It's tracking down a little bit as well. Still moving east here at 25 miles an hour, but may have shifted southeast just a tad as it's playing along the warm front. Our warm front is draped across here. There it shifted north just a little bit, but riding the warm front is where these storms are situated at. So they're going to follow that boundary and ride it across east central Indiana and southern Indiana. But this is our only severe thunderstorm warning in the state at this current time. Still showing signs of some broad rotation within it. Not quite as strong as what it once was, which is good, but still a supercell nonetheless. Still showing signs of some rotation within it. Still has a beautiful hook on it too on radar, which really is their classic supercell look here, where you see that nice hook appearance on radar. Also torrential rainfall, inch and a half dollar size hail, or inch and a quarter rather, half dollar size hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and a tornado possible on it. Could be going through another cycling phase here as it heads towards Jackson and Washington counties in south central Indiana. But if you guys are west of this warning box here, Bryansville, Georgia, Morristown, Oolitic, you guys are all in the clear here for this storm. We are going to have to watch some cells to your south to see if any of these intensify at all. But right now they are behaving themselves, but we're going to have to keep an eye on them. This one may be showing signs of some elevated rotation in it. So we're going to have to keep an eye on some of these for intensification once again. If we turn on our hail tracker here, still showing some hail. Pretty large hail within this storm here. This is the strongest storm in Indiana at this point in time. Some small hail outside of Paoli here. That would be in Orange County, northeast Orange County, moving into northwest Washington County over here. Maybe some pea-size hail, but severe criteria is being met in Lawrence County here, just south of Bedford, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So not a very fast moving storm, moving pretty slow here as this storm is tracking its way across south central Indiana. I'm gonna turn on. There's another look at your hail core here. Really juicy hail core with this storm, but this storm here has my eye in northeastern Orange County here for some hail. A lot of these cells do. We have about 5 or 6 nice healthy cells here across southern Indiana, stretched from southern Knox County over towards the Davies County again, getting another cell that's moving in, showing some signs of small hail just along the I-69 corridor south of Washington. So Washington, Candleberg, Lagodi have another cell coming your way that could intensify just as this one did a little while ago. You have to keep an eye on that one. The one just south here in Orange County here, showing a nice small hail core in it, moving into the Campbellsburg, Orleans area. Could have some decent hail in that. And this one's also getting an updraft. This is in Washington County here, moving north and east, having a small hail core on it as well. Sub-severe at this point in time, but they are starting to become rather strong. They're starting to show that signs of intensification here along the warm front. So we're going to have to keep an eye on all of these for hail, damaging winds, and a possible tornado if they develop signs of rotation. Just as we have seen here, we've seen a couple tornado warnings here tonight across south central Indiana, and we could see a couple more before the evening is over. We do have those ingredients in place here today across southern Indiana, and this one showing signs of still a little bit higher. This one, the rotation at the surface is not quite as strong as this once was. It has lifted up into the cloud a little bit. That's some good news. Still tornado possible on it though, as sometimes rotation is a little bit stronger than what is depicted on radar. So during that uncertainty, not confident enough to issue a tornado warning, but they do have that tornado possible in it. Inch and a quarter size hail, $half possible with this storm, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Strongest hail core going to be moving directly into Pinhook, just to the north of Buda. Buda having some broad rotation moving over right now. So again, interior room away from windows, just in case that would intensify and produce a tornado. This would be in southern Lawrence County, just to the northeast of Mitchell, north of Spring Mill Village, Lawrenceport, Tunnelton, just to the northwest of you. So be on deck, Tunnelton. Pinhook for some hail, and Leesville for some hail as well. Inch and a quarter size hail, half-inch hail falling here with this thunderstorm. But we also need to watch these cells to the south here, all showing signs of intensification here, and a little bit of rotation in a couple of these cells as well, as they are supercells, are starting to get that look to them as well. So we're going to have to keep an eye on these for signs of intensification and hail associated with them as well. This one here in Orange County producing some hail at the moment. Not severe, but it is strengthening. This is the strengthening storm here to the south of our supercell. Still a really decent hail core here, just southeast of Bedford here. This does have our severe thunderstorm warning on it for 29 more minutes here. $half size hail, tornado possible, and 60-mile-per-hour winds on it. Back to the west here, moving into Davies County. Have a smaller cell, but a nice little cell here with maybe some pea to dime size hail. Sandy Hook comeback, getting in on some small hail action, moving towards the Montgomery area in Davies County. So be on deck for that. Areas to the north here across northern Indiana. Not really a lot going on here. A little bit of showers here in northeast Indiana, but no severe weather is expected up here north of I-70, as we don't have the ingredients up there. Tornado warning issued for our neighbors in Illinois. As the best dynamics are right here from Bloomington and points southward, right where our warm front is situated. That's where you have the best instability, the best wind shear. We just have the better ingredients down south to support severe weather, and that's where it's mainly going to be focused today. We could have some rain and some additional thunderstorms moving into central and northern Indiana later tonight, as this warm front will move northward. We're going to stay pretty warm tonight. Low temperatures warm up overnight for some places, only getting down into the 60s for a lot of us here tonight in the state of Indiana. But the severe weather risk goes down quite a bit. Your instability goes away once we head into the overnight hours, say 10, 11 o'clock. The instability is pretty low. So we don't expect the severe weather threat to persist well into the overnight hours, but it could surpass sunset by a few hours. So we do have a little bit more to go here. But again, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect, tornado possible, 1.5 inch size hail here, pretty decent hail core here, just to the southeast of Bedford, south of Erie. Right where you see those blacks and pinks come together, this is your core of your storm, as it's called. A core of a thunderstorm is where your heaviest precipitation is, it's where your hail is, it's where the center of your downdraft is, and it's a very potent core. Coming into the Pinhook area, just south of Crawford, north of Buda, broad rotation moving over Buda at this point in time, moving towards the Tunnelton area, but nothing that really indicates a tornado that has strengthened. Actually, that actually looks pretty decent here on that scan. Let me see if it's clear air or not. But both of these storms are showing signs of strengthening rotation, so we may see another tornado warning issue here on this storm. If it continues to strengthen here, that's actually a really nice look here to it in Tunnelton. So Tunnelton, I would be in your safe place right now. Pinhook, Fort Rittner, Leesburg, interior room away from windows. That is a pretty decent sign there for rotation. I would take that very seriously. I would be in the interior parts of your room here, and something I'm actually going to do here, I'm actually going to circle this right here, and I want to compare it here. Actually, I can't do that on this radar. But what I can do But here's a look at Indianapolis's radar, a little bit broad. Evansville's radar is a little bit higher up here, but still showing signs of increasing rotation here within the storm. And we're also seeing some rotation here on the Orange County storm, moving towards Washington County and Campbellsburg, Indiana. So again, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. So again, two storms of interest that are showing signs of some rotation here and some increasing rotation here. We're also going to have to watch these two storms, as this one's moving north, this one's moving east. We could have what's called a merger, some storms interacting with each other a little bit, so that can help tornado genesis a little bit as well. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, how those storms interact with each other and how those boundaries play off each other. That can actually enhance tornado genesis. So again, interior room away from windows here if you're in Buda. Likely just to your east a little bit, but again, stay in your safe place for a little bit longer. Pinhook, Tunnelton, Fort Rittner, Leesburg, as well in Weddellsville as well. This is in southern Jackson County, Sparksville. I would get ready for this supercell as it is moving in your direction. I would get ready for a severe thunderstorm warning for your county, if not a tornado warning. We're just going to have to see how this storm trends. Also showing signs of rotation on the southern cell as well. Orange County moving into northwestern Washington County for a little bit while as well. Do we have a special weather station? That has not popped up on my screen yet on my radar, so that's a little bit ahead of my radar on that one. For which, so this cell here has been has a special weather statement on it for 50-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-size hail. So it's just below severe criteria. We'll see a blue box pop up here in a few seconds. Sometimes my radar is a little bit behind on the warning bar there, but we'll likely see that pop up here soon. So this is a strong thunderstorm, just below severe criteria. Nickel size hail is 0.88 in diameter, which is just shy of quarter size hail of 1 inch, just about a tenth below severe criteria, and 8 mile an hour shy of severe criteria. So it's right there, it's borderline. So again, a pretty strong storm with this thunderstorm. Not sure why it hasn't popped up yet, but do I have special weather statements turned on? No, they're turned on. Could just be a radar issue there with that. But again, there is a special weather statement in effect here for this storm. For some reason, it's not populating in on my radar here, but it is there nonetheless. So do be in your safe place there for that storm that could intensify into a severe thunderstorm warning, and it is also showing signs of some rotation as well. So keep that in mind. That storm could intensify here in a few minutes, and we're also watching that storm behind the storm as well. And any of these storms here along the Rhone front are all showing signs of broad rotation, so we could see some intensification in any of these storms, stretched from Vincennes, Indiana, all the way to Salem, Indiana, and even Madison, Indiana, showing up on radar. We have a severe thunderstorm warning just south of our border here, on a supercell coming into Owington, Kentucky, south of the Ohio River. Has a tornado. I'm surprised it doesn't have a tornado possible tag on it, but it has some decent rotation associated with it as well. So all of these storms are capable of rotating, possible tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds, all possible here tonight across southern Indiana here.
Just want to point
Currently,
out,
the Bedford cell is still the strongest cell. Oh, go ahead, Ryan. I didn't realize it popped back in.
yeah, sorry, I was quick about that. I was just gonna say the Lawrence County cell there by to the east of Bedford, there heading towards Sparksville, Medora area. The gate to gate on that is well over 50 knots. Would not be shocked if they were to slap a warning on that very soon. Although there's a lot of hail with it too, so maybe it might be a little bit cluttered in there. But looks like there is some gate to gate in there that would support perhaps an additional warning here for a tornado in the next couple of minutes for Lawrence and Jackson County.
So we're just kind of still watching these storms here, still maintaining their intensity with perhaps a little bit of intensification occurring as well. We're gonna have to watch these cells here very closely, how they interact, Ryan. This cell here is moving north while this one's moving east, so we could have a cell merger coming up here for Jackson County and perhaps Washington County a little bit too. That could be interesting to see how those storms interact. Latest scan is showing signs of increasing rotation here, just as Ryan was talking about here. So we could see an additional tornado warning issued here. That would be for eastern Lawrence and western Jackson County here, and perhaps northern Washington County here, if this rotation continues to intensify. And a lot of times we do see that ahead of cell mergers as well. That can interact with the helicity in the atmosphere, the spin in the atmosphere. But again, pretty decent rotation here, being depicted here on radar, moving towards the Medora area, Sparksville area. I would be in your interior room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible until this storm has passed. We could see that tornado warning issued. It's very close. We do have a tornado possible tag on it here, but this storm is moving to the edge of the warning box here, so Indianapolis is likely going to issue an extension of some kind here for the storm here in the next couple of minutes or so as it moves into Jackson County, Indiana. But this southern cell, Ryan, showing signs of some rotation as well in extreme northeast Orange County. That's going to move into kind of flirt with the Orange County, Washington County, and Lawrence County lines there at the Tri-County border there, moving towards the Mount Carmel area, perhaps moving into Washington County here soon. These two storms have my eye at the moment for strongest rotation out of any of the storms right now in Indiana, but they are showing signs of intensification, Ryan. Yep, still tornado possible on it. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And we do have a couple different offices here. This area is controlled actually. This is in Louisville, CWA. You were mute the entire time? How about now?
I was muted the entire time there, guys. I apologize.
Well, go ahead and tell everybody what you were doing a very good job talking to me about. And sorry for that radio silence there, but I thought Ryan could hear you, or
Yeah,
you could hear Ryan. So,
Caleb can hear
you
me
did a
all
really
the
good.
time. But
Yeah,
Um,
sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but he did a very good job of explaining to me. But I'm going to let him explain to you what he just told me very well.
yeah, so if we look at radar here, all these cells, the 4 cells on your screen, if you look at velocity, they all are rotating in the mid levels of the atmosphere, but only one is really rotating close to the ground. It's the one that's worn there for that Brownstown area. And the reason for that is there's a lot of mid level rotation, but there's not quite enough strength with the updraft there to kind of pull that down back to the ground and get that rotation further close to the ground, which is why we're seeing a lot of these cells try to rotate. A lot of hail producers, some gusty winds, but there's really no tornadic threat with these at this time because all the rotation is about 5 or 6,000 plus feet above our heads. It's not getting close to the surface. So as these storms, if these storms can manage to kind of bring that rotation further down, we'll likely see additional warnings be issued for these cells. But as of this moment, the only cell really concerning is the one that's severe warned in the Brownstown area. Everything else is kind of above our heads. If you look, for example, the radar beam in Indianapolis right now is about 4,000 feet off the ground, but Louisville's radar is about 6,000 feet. There's really good rotation at 6,000 feet, but it hasn't quite reached the 4,000 foot mark. So it's right around the 5 or 6,000 foot mark above our heads. If that gets any lower, at that point become more concerned. But right now, it's all mid-level at this time.
Still have a pretty decent hook though. Still definitely has that classic supercell look here, with this northern cell here as it moves out of Lawrence County and into Jackson County. So still a severe thunderstorm nonetheless. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here, and this has been warned now nonstop, Ryan, on this in particular supercell for about 2 hours now. So it's been really consistent on producing hazards here, and that's often the case with our supercell thunderstorms. They're long-lived thunderstorms. Ordinary day thunderstorms that pop up heat of the day only have a life cycle of an average of about 15 to 30 minutes. Not very long. About 10 minutes to pop up, 10 minutes to do their thing, and then they dissipate. They're gone. Not the case with supercells. Supercells have a different anatomy to them that allows them to live a lot longer and produce hazards over a much greater area and travel much further in distance. And those ingredients are what we have in place today. We may not have a strong wind shear at the surface for widespread tornado risk, but we have enough in the mid-levels to allow these storms to rotate and become supercells, but also promote a damaging wind risk, a hail risk, and an isolated tornado risk cannot be ruled out either anytime you have a rotating thunderstorm. So that risk is present today in southern Indiana, but the hail risk is the primary risk, followed by damaging winds, and then an isolated tornado risk can't be ruled out as well. We've seen a couple tornado warnings already this afternoon and this evening here across southern Indiana. And we're going to have to keep an eye on these storms. These storms, if I go back to one screen here, here's the look at the radar here. If I draw a line here, I'm going to make this a red line because this is our warm front. It's currently situated right about like this. Warm front looks like this. I did pass art class, I promise. Not my best drawing. But this is our warm front right in here. I have an area of low pressure right in here, and this is going to move this way, but as it does so, these storms are interacting with our warm front. That is why north of the warm front, no severe weather risk for you guys north of I-70 here today. All of our juice, all of our good stuff needed for severe weather support, thunderstorm support, all of those good dynamics are south of this red line here. Think Bloomington over to Cincinnati and points south and southwestward. That's where our severe weather dynamics are today. A few showers up here, Fort Wayne, Lafayette area, but no severe weather is expected north of that line here today. They're really going to be focused down here. Have any friends in Illinois? We do have a tornado warning here outside the Vandalia, Illinois area. Pretty juicy cell there. With a pretty decent rotation there associated with it. And those are similar dynamics to what we have over here in Indiana. Have some uh, we do have some spin in the low levels, but enough more spin in the mid levels to really support more of a hail and damaging wind risk associated with these thunderstorms. But severe thunderstorm warning still in effect here for eastern Lawrence County and central and southern Jackson County here for 42 minutes here, or until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail here associated with this storm. But we're gonna have to watch these cells to the south. We're likely going to see a merger here. That's either going to make or break the storm to the north. Sometimes that can enhance intensification. Other times it can be like the just self-destruct button as well. Can be initiated when you have mergers. They can do funny things. They can either work for the storm or they can work against the storm, depending on how those storms interact. So we're going to have something to pay attention to as these storms merge into Jackson, Washington County line here over the next few minutes. But right now they are isolated still. We do have a special weather statement, I think, still on this storm, but it just never popped in on my radar for some reason. And it's there until 8 p.m.
Yep.
But we do have a hail report outside of the Campbellsburg, far northeast Orange County for some pea-sized hail, 0.25. So it is producing some small hail associated with that storm. We have a quarter-inch hail outside of Bedford earlier for this storm here, not this storm. But if we turn our hail tracker here to look at our hail cores here associated with these storms, these three storms right in here are the strongest here in Indiana at this point in time in terms of hail cores. If I switch to Louisville's radar, it shows a very similar picture here. This storm is showing signs of intensification. It also kind of has that supercellular look to it too. You can tell it has a mesocyclone in the mid-levels. This one here, perhaps maybe getting a little more disorganized here, and that's because it no longer has the skies to itself. It has competition now, which is interfering with the storm a little bit. So that can work forward or against it, depending on the dynamics of the merge. But still producing hail, reaching severe criteria, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and wouldn't be surprised to see a warning on this guy if it continues to intensify. This southern storm has the better ingredients to itself, and it's stealing those ingredients away from our cell to the north. So gonna have to keep an eye on that cell to see how they interact and play off each other here in the next 15 minutes or so. We'll likely see this severe thunderstorm warning trimmed back into Jackson County once this hail core fully moves in towards the Medora area, approaching the Brownsburg area. There you can see the latest radar being moved across. This storm is slowly working its way into Jackson County. Let's see how fast it's moving. It's still moving east at 25 miles an hour, so not a fast mover at all. Do have a stray lightning bolt down here in northwest Orange County. Likely a positive bolt off the anvil. This is what we call a bolt out of the blue. In fact, how far away is this guy? This guy is from the core of the storm, 8.41 miles away. I know you can't see the measurement here, but that is 8.5 miles away from the center of the storm there. So lightning bolts can travel quite a distance before they strike the ground. So another reason when thunder roars go indoors there is we do kind of have a stray lightning bolt out of the blue. That's called a bolt out of the blue. So likely a positive bolt off the anvil of the storm. So those are even more powerful.
Also stay, Caleb, on the cell that's currently worn, that hail core, I'm getting 60 dBz up to 32,000 feet. So a very potent hail core still on that
A
storm.
very deep hail core as well.
Yeah, likely reaching quarter to half dollar size still. The warning is in effect for quarter size. Wouldn't be shocked if it's producing a little bit larger than that, honestly. That's a very, very healthy core.
Yeah, let me switch to INDs, see if I can get any kind of a spatter spike on it, or a TDSS is a technical term for it. That's just a fancy term for a hail core and a thunderstorm. This may be a little bit behind. That'd be for this cell right in here, but likely this spatter right in here is your hail core associated with this, which would match up pretty well with the updraft in this storm, which is right in here, kind of an elongated hail core like a hot dog. Is what we're seeing here on reflectivity, which is associated with your hail core. This is a little bit behind, closer to county line now, but still producing some pretty good sized hail and over a wide area, an elongated area as well. Maybe a couple waves of hail associated in that storm as well. Almost two separate updrafts. Maybe the storm is beginning to split. Could be an indication of that as well. But the southern storm here is looking pretty healthy, although not very large in size, fitting solely in extreme northwest Washington County, but is showing signs of some intensification. Special weather statement on it for another 8 minutes here, but could still see a warning on this guy as well. Gonna have to keep an eye on it here as it enters Jackson County. Looking around the region, though, go ahead and turn our. Well, let's turn velocity on. Let's look at our wind. See if there's any rotation with it. That still, if it loads, there it goes. Still showing signs of broad rotation, but not really seeing the rotation that we once were in these storms, which is good. Still some upper level rotation, perhaps in this. As we go higher up in the cloud, we can actually do that here. As we go higher up in the cloud, you can see some mid-level rotation here with these storms. But as we take that back down to near the surface, look how that goes away and becomes very weak in nature. So some not quite very strong rotation near at the surface anymore. It's more higher up in the clouds. So not really a near-term tornado risk with these storms, more of a hail risk and perhaps damaging winds here with these thunderstorms, Ryan.
Yeah, looking at these storms too, Caleb, it looks like most of the rotation on almost all of these is still up in the mid levels. There's not much coming down to the ground. So right now, mainly a hail and wind threat happening out there. Looking back to the west here, can I take my screen? I think I can actually.
Yeah, should be able to.
Okay, it actually took my other screen. This is the advanced radar. But kind of going back here to the Evansville area, zooming way in here. Looking at what's happening over here, there's not much going on. There is actually a report. Is this an old report or a new report? That's an old report. So there's not much going on here with these cells back further to the west. Knox County, Daviess County. You got probably some heavy downpours, some small hail there, but nothing too overly organized. So these are moving up towards Sullivan and Greene County. I'm going to take this back on a 2-pane. There we go. And make this, there we go, full screen for you guys, getting a better idea of where these are headed. And kind of zooming out here, there's Indiana. Go ahead and animate this. So Greene County, Sullivan, Vigo, Clay, Owen, Monroe counties. You guys still on deck for these storms as they push northward here, northeastward, as the evening goes on. So the severe threat will continue. The tornado watch remains in effect until 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central, all the way up to about Terre Haute over to Bloomington. So these storms are in a good environment for rotation and also severe weather. They may blossom, they may not. We're just going to keep an eye on these and track these at this current moment. We'll keep it tuned in here. We got you guys covered, going over all the warnings and all the information as it happens in real time. So feel free to keep tuned in here. But I will say this, Caleb, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but if you're down here in like Spencer, Warwick, Vanderburgh, Posey, Pike, DuBois, I believe your threat's pretty much over for the night. Maybe some storms later on as the cold front approaches, but right now the main concern is with the warm front as it lifts north with these storms. So down here where it's all clear, I wouldn't expect many, if any, storms to re-intensify or fire up back down here in the far south and west corner of the state.
Yeah, we don't really have a lot of lift down there. Our mechanism of lift is our warm front, which is lifting north, and that's why these storms are in a northeast trajectory there. So if you're in like Posey, Vanderburgh, Warwick, Spencer, Perry County, and point southward, I don't really expect a lot of additional development. You can have a stray thunderstorm down there, but the reason I don't expect any is because our main source of lift is lifting to the north. So think Gibson, Pike, the Boys, Orange, and Washington counties, and points northward, up towards the Vincennes, Bloomington areas, and then over towards maybe Jennings County, perhaps, and points southward could have some thunderstorms. But the best area for rotation or for tornadic storms is actually still in southwest lower Indiana. We have more low-level wind shear across the western half of the state than we do the eastern half of the state, and that's where that tornado watch is from Vincennes to Terre Haute over to the Seymour area and points westward. That is where our tornado watch is. Go ahead and turn it on here for you for those of you just joining in, and I will show you where that tornado watch is still in effect. Every box in yellow here is where our tornado watch is. I'll go back to single screen here. This tornado watch right in here in effect until 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Eastern time, 3 hours and 3 minutes here left on this box. Our supercell is starting to leave this tornado watch, but as it's been moving eastward, we've also seen the rotation on that cell decrease a little bit, and that's because we are losing our low-level helicity, what we call SRH, which is our low-level spin closest to the ground, needed to help bring that rotation aloft down to the ground. We don't have as much of that in place in southeast Indiana as we did in southwest Indiana. So that's why that tornado watch stops just south of Columbus and doesn't go further east. Though we have some mid-level spin that would promote supercells still, but it doesn't really promote a tornado risk. It's more of a hail risk, damaging wind risk associated over there. Just as it is in the western half of the state, there's just not as much low-level spin in the eastern half of the state as there is in the western half of the state. So that's kind of what we have going on here. But right now, we're going to have to watch these cells here to see how they interact with that low-level spin here as they lift north towards the Terre Haute area and Bloomington areas. We have a new special weather statement. Special weather statements have not been auto-populating in my radar, so see where that one is at. That could just be a continuation of one as well. I have different radars pulled up here behind the scenes that I'm kind of looking at here, but go ahead and turn our tornado watch back off here to make the radar a little less messy here for you guys. Bloop, there we go. Do have a severe thunderstorm warning though, just south of Switzerland County here. Here's Ohio County, Switzerland County. Just to the south near Owington, Dry Ridge. This is likely going to stay south of Indiana, but could brush Switzerland County here perhaps. But it's likely going to move to the south side of Cincinnati. That one's warned for golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind, so a very powerful storm there, just south of the Ohio River in northern Kentucky. As we move back to the north here, back to our severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana, quarter-size hail, tornado possible tag on it, and 60-mile-per-hour winds here associated with this storm. Go ahead and turn on our hail tracker here. Still a very potent updraft here. This storm is still maintaining itself as it moves into central Jackson County, Indiana, towards the Brownstown area. Be prepared for some hail, even a few larger hailstones, perhaps maybe a little bit larger than quarter. Can't be ruled out here in this storm, especially where you see that black area moving towards the Pleasantsville area, Waterville area. Getting ready to cross, looks like West County Road, 150 South, and 925 West here in Jackson County is where that hail core is moving towards, just to the north of Waterville. Waterville still could see some decent hail there with that storm. Back on our velocities here, still some broad rotation associated with that storm. Still rotating, still stronger in the mid levels, but it's trying to work its way back down. We'll have to see how it does that now that it has competition to the south. We do have a storm down here that is competing with the storm up to the north in terms of ingredients. Let me switch radars here to look at it from both sides of the storm. Still the storm up to the north here, our main supercell, our parent supercell, still having that stronger rotation. Nothing indicates the tornado is immediate at this point in time, but strong enough to where they leave this tornado possible tag on this storm saying, hey, we see the rotation on radar. It could intensify. Be ready for that intensification just in case it does. So decent rotation moving towards the Medora area. It has strengthened a little bit. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this as that rotation moves up and down in the cloud as it tries to regroup, reorganize. It tries to bring that back down. As pressure decreases and that spin increases, the pressure drops. That helps lower that rotation down in the cloud. As it weakens, it broadens out, the pressure goes up. That rotation retreats back up into the cloud and vice versa. So big difference in pressure within the storm, but we are going to have to keep an eye on this storm as it is perhaps re-strengthening once again. But let's go ahead and turn on correlation coefficient to look at our hail core here. Here we go. That's what I was looking for. This is what we call a TDSS, which is a big fancy term for a hail spike. Just on the north side of Waterville, where you can see this elongated hot dog shape right here from Leesville, just north of Weddellsville there. That narrow corridor there of a couple miles. Pretty potent hail core there. This warning is trimmed back, but it remains for Jackson County, Indiana only. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and they'd have left that tornado tag on it as well. So again, pretty maybe even a scatter spike down here near Austin and southeast portions of the county for some hail in this cell as well, coming into the Austin area. That would be, I believe, Scott County, I believe. A little bit of hail coming in there as well. So mainly a hail threat with this storm, but there is some broad rotation we're going to have to keep an eye on as well, Ryan.
Yeah, I agree. It looks like the reports out of that one storm in western Jackson County, half-inch hail and then penny-size hail. So mothball and penny-size hail. So as of right now, no confirmed reports of large hail falling, which is good news. But this storm on radar would support very large hail, upwards of a quarter size or larger. So just because it's not being reported doesn't mean it's not happening. But as of right now, it appears to be sub-severe via public report.
Yeah, but it just depends on where those reports are in correlation to the storm. Our hail core here is very narrow, so if they're reporting just a half mile north, half mile south, you're going to get those smaller stones. Your larger stones are only in a swath of about 2 miles, so it's a pretty narrow swath when you think about it. And it just depends on who's reporting those reports and who knows how to report those storm reports as well. We use the TEL method on that. A good way to report reports that you guys can do. If you download the MPing app, it's called MPING, MPing. If you download that, you'll be able to submit public reports, and the National Weather Service can see your reports as soon as you submit them. There'll be little icons you can click on, such as hail, the size of the hail, and it'll pin that location of where you submitted that. That way we can see it on our radars, the National Weather Service can see it, and it helps everyone know what is actually going on compared to what is going on radar. It helps us have a good visual of what is going on. So feel free to download that. It's free, doesn't cost anything. It's a National Weather Service designed app, I believe, Ryan.
I believe it is. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it is a useful tool to report hail, wind, damage, all that jazz. So feel free to download that. It's a great tool to have, and it helps not only us, but also NWS as those reports pop in on our screens whenever one is made.
Yep. It helps the confidence level of the radar operator, the warning coordinator at the National Weather Service offices when they issue warnings, if they know we need to increase the severity of the warning or downgrade a warning to a statement or cancel a warning entirely. Those reports help them do that. They help them verify what they're seeing on radar is occurring or not occurring. Perhaps it's higher up in the cloud than what is actually occurring on the ground, or there's hailstones appear larger on radar, but perhaps they're melting a little bit on the way down to the ground and they're a little bit smaller when they hit the ground than what's showing on radar. So those reports are very useful, not only to us, but the National Weather Service as well. So that's why we encourage you guys to download that and to utilize that tool. It's a free resource, and it's kind of fun, too, being able to know that you're a scientist in a way, right? You're helping out the scientific community in submitting those reports. It's a win-win all the way around. So feel free to do that. Severe thunderstorm warning does still in effect here for 24 minutes. This is Jackson County only. Washington County is not the severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of the cells have lifted north into Jackson County. We have a strong cell here, still special weather statement on it just south of Sparksville. So small hail indicated there, and maybe some small hail outside of Austin as well. We're going to have to watch this cell showing signs of some intensification just north of Scotts County here in moving into, I believe, maybe southern Jennings County as well. Could get in on a strong thunderstorm or two. As we go back west here, we have a couple other thunderstorms to talk about. These are sub-severe at this point in time. This one here in Davies County, once again, same areas, getting hit again. Sub-severe at this point in time, but a stronger storm developing here. A little bit of a hail core in it, maybe some pea-sized hail coming in the Candleburg, Lagodi areas once again. Heavy rain, though, with this storm. Let us know what you see. Submit those reports. I'd love to know what is going on in this cell here. And even in these southern cells as well. So outside Vincennes here, some small hail perhaps just to the west of Washington, south of Bicknell there. This is Knox County, Indiana. Could have a stronger storm possible there. No real indications of strong rotation within any of those storms. But the strongest storm here is in Jackson County, Indiana, moving towards the Brownstown area. I'm going to come pretty close to Seymour here in a little bit. Not moving very fast, still moving east at 25 miles an hour. So pretty slow movers here, but they could also have a hydrologic impact as well. A lot of people got heavy rain last night We have more heavy rain occurring here, so could have some short-term hydrologic impacts, such as roads being ponded, um, urban ponding, flooding, and maybe some swollen ditches there as this rain comes down really hard, really fast in a short period of time. Getting a decent hail core on it now. Northern Scott County, kind of the line there between Jackson Scott and Jennings County here. On this supercell here, just to the southeast or south of Crothersville, State Road 65 or US or 65 here, getting in on some hail action there, moving up to Jennings County. Wouldn't be surprised to see a statement or a warning on that if that storm continues to intensify there. Go ahead and turn on our velocities again. Still showing signs of some rotation, maybe some stronger winds here outside the Austin area. This is a little bit ahead of the storm. If anybody's watching near the Scotts area, northern Scotts County, let me know what you see there. Maybe a little bit of rotation there, just north of Austin there on the leading edge of that storm there. A lot of these storms here have some rotation in the upper levels, just not quite making it down to the ground for a tornado warning or anything like that. But they are supercells nonetheless, so do let us know what you see if you're in northern Scotts County near Austin. If anybody's watching in this area, we'd love to know what that storm looks like there, if you can do so safely. And this is for it's going to sound like deja vu, but we're talking about Daviess County and Martin County once again for a severe thunderstorm warning. Go ahead and switch to Evansville's radar here. Quarter size hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds. So this is warned for hail. Once again, same areas. Going to be coming near the Burns City area, Ragglesville area, just north of Lagodi here. Have a pretty strong thunderstorm moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So the wind has not changed over here. These storms are still moving slow, but going over the same areas that just got hit the first time. And we even had a 2-inch hail report right over here a little earlier with our supercell that's in Jackson County. When it was back over here, it was producing a hen egg sized hail at 2 inches. Not quite as big this time, quarter size hail, but nonetheless, a lot of the same areas that got hail before getting hailed on again. Bramble, Ragglesville, Burns City on deck for this storm. The good news is, though, I don't see any low-level rotation with this storm. So right now, a tornado warning does not look likely like we saw in these areas a little while ago. I don't really see any rotation here. There is some in the mid-levels and upper levels of this storm, but there's none in the low levels. So that's good with this storm. No tornado possible tag on this one either. This is just solely warned for quarter-size hail. Quarter-size hail, this is radar indicated. Damage to vehicles is expected here with this storm. A very potent hail core on that new scan moving towards Bramble. In fact, let's turn on our hail core here. There you go, pretty narrow hail core there. Coming into 231 right in the Bramble, a very potent hail core. Let's turn on this one here. A little bit of a scatter spike there, TDSS as it's called, but a very, very potent hail core here with that storm as it moves off to the north and northeast at 25 miles per hour. Back off to Jackson County here to our original supercell. Not quite as potent as what it once was, but we are watching this storm on the leading edge, showing signs of some rotation associated with it in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Not quite as bad in the low levels of the atmosphere, but we are starting to see a little bit there. But we are seeing a hail core associated with that storm as well. Starting to get a little bit stronger here as this storm is actually weakening a little bit on radar. Still warned for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still has a tornado possible tag on it, although the rotation has weakened within this storm, and it's weakening overall at this point in time. That could change. It could re-intensify, but right now our strongest storm is moving into the Jennings County, northern Scotts County, in extreme southeastern Jackson County. It may even get into the Jefferson County a little bit too, as it skirts the county line here between all four of these counties over the next few minutes. So we may see a warning here for quarter-size hail very soon here if this storm continues here. That'd be coming near the Comiskey area. Lovett Deputy on deck for perhaps some quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds here with this leading supercell here. Gonna have to keep an eye on that guy for intensification. Back over here to the east, Have some cells just off to our west here in Illinois, just to the west of Gibson County and Knox County in Illinois. Have some small hail cores on it, with this one being the strongest north of Albion, Illinois. So just a few miles west of the Wabash here. But our severe thunderstorm warning is for Davies County and Martin County. Really potent hail core here. Quarter-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds here. Maybe some pea-size hail just off to the west here, south of Plainville in Davies County, northwest of Washington. Have a strong thunderstorm there as well, with our strongest right here approaching 231 south of Bramble. Quarter-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised to see a few larger hailstones mixed in there, Ryan. Really potent hail core and a really high reflectivity. We call that DBZ. Really potent core on that storm as well. We have another special weather statement issued. I'm not 100% sure where that is at. Okay, that is actually for, it's not popping up on radar, but that is actually, hey, look at that. It popped up here now. Look at that, guys. Special weather statement, blue box. That is what we've been missing here this entire time, but they are now popping up. This is for Scotts County and a little bit of Jefferson County here. This is for 50-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-size hail, 0.88 diameter, and 5.0. So it is just below severe criteria. Next intensification, it would go severe. For severe criteria, we need 58, so it's 8 mile per hour shy of severe criteria, and just a couple tenths, or about a tenth shy of severe criteria for hail. We need that 1 inch. It's being reported at nickel, which is 0.88 diameter. So very close to nickel size or quarter size hail. Still strong thunderstorms. So if you're in this area here, right along the line here, it's going to go maybe just south of Jennings County here, but kind of ride the line here a little bit into Jefferson County here as well. Clark County, you're okay. You're in the clear right now. It's areas north of you. I don't really expect much more thunderstorm development over here from like Jasper, Ferdinand, Louisville, Paoli, Salem. And there's our severe thunderstorm warning. So Indianapolis said it's close enough. We're going to issue a warning. And that is what they did. Quarter-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds here. So different interpretations from different offices here. But we may see a match from Louisville here, seeing that Indianapolis went ahead and pulled the trigger. But quarter-size hail, and it also depends on where that hail core is too. We're riding the line on these counties here, right on the county line between Scott County, Jennings County, and coming into Jefferson County as well. And it could be hailing in Washington County too. We're just right on the line of all three counties there, south of Crawfordsville. Crawfordsville, you're in the warning, but this storm is just a couple miles east of your location, moving northeast at probably 25 miles an hour. And it is 25 miles an hour, moving northeast. And this does have an intensifying hail core in it. So I do agree with that hail core. But also near Madison here, right on the Ohio River here. This is in Jefferson County here, coming into Madison, right on the river. Hanover, Madison have a nice hail core here developing as well. Could have some small hail, maybe some nickel-size hail developing in that cell as well. Back to our severe thunderstorm warning on the other side of the state. A really potent hail core here, moving into Bramble here, only moving northeast 25 miles an hour. These are moving very slow, but over the same areas I saw quite a bit of hail a few minutes ago. Also some small hail northwest of Washington, maybe some pea-size hail in there. Not severe at this point in time, like our neighboring cell just north of Lagodi is. Moving into Martin County, could have some quarter-size hail in there, 50-mile-per-hour winds. And we switch radars here. Still showing a decent hail core here in Jefferson County. Moving towards the Brownstown area. This is our original supercell that has been warned now for almost 3 hours nonstop from different hazards, from tornadoes to golf ball size hail at one point in time, and now back to quarter size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is some broad rotation within it as well, but the tornado threat is quite low with this storm. At this point in time, it's up in the upper levels and mid levels of the atmosphere, seen here by rotation. Not really very much going on here at the low levels. A little bit here, just north of Austin here on our leading cell, shown maybe a little bit better by Indianapolis. It's a little bit higher up, seeing a little bit more rotation there, but not much going on in the way of low level rotation for Jackson, which is good. But pretty strong storms here. These storms are riding a warm front. That's what is our trigger here for these storms. Back off to our west here. Some gusty winds here by this storm. You can see that line there protruding south of that storm. That's an outflow boundary, likely produced a microburst. Having some gusty winds here with that storm, and also have some gusty winds here with this storm as well, in the form of straight line winds. Back to our hail tracker here. Strongest storms here are these two over here. This storm maybe weakening just a little bit, but still warned for quarter-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds. We're going to have to watch it closely as it could re-intensify. This storm is actually becoming quite healthy on radar near Crawfordsville, moving into the Comiskey area, Lovett, Deputy areas as well. This will be Scott County, Jefferson, and Jennings County. This severe thunderstorm warning is for eastern Jackson and southern Jennings County. Does not include North Vernon. Your box is just south of town, and this storm likely going to go closer to the Lovett area. Missing you guys, but it could shift north. Gonna have to keep an eye on that. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this cell here. This is for solely for Jefferson County, Indiana, for the Madison cell here. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. As I did say, that looked pretty nasty on radar and could intensify. So we have 4 active severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Indiana, stretching from Madison all the way over to the Lagodi area, south of Burns City, having a nice hail core still on that storm. This cell moving into Brownsburg, still a small hail core associated with it. However, this storm is weakening a little bit in nature, which is good to see here. Hopefully that trend continues and we can get below severe criteria for that one. These 2 storms are intensifying across Jennings County, northern Scott County, as well as Jefferson County. Have 2 different cells here. This supercell has a really nice potent hail core on it, right on the county line, coming close to the Parish Crossing area, Comiskey area as well, on the verge for quarter-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds. And this one is 50 or 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail as well. And this severe thunderstorm warning was just trimmed back. That was the ding you saw on the warning bar there. Trim back, still including extreme northeastern Davies County, but the storm is mainly moved into Martin County here, just south of Burns City here, likely going to skirt just south of Crane towards the Silverville area eventually as well. That is now solely in Martins County. Maybe some small hail with these 2 cells, but sub-severe at this point in time. But the strongest cell, though, on radar would actually be this one here, northern Scott County and southern Jennings County here in south central Indiana, just west of Lancaster, showing a pretty decent hail core on it now. We could see the hail size go up from a quarter to maybe $1.25 if it continues to intensify. But right now, quarter-size hail is the going hazard here with this storm, and 50-mile-per-hour winds. And then we also have quarter-size hail on both of these storms. Quarter and 60, still a tornado possible tag on this warning, but the rotation has become elevated in nature with that storm. I don't really see a tornado risk with the Jackson County storm at this point in time. Go ahead and switch the velocity on just to show you what I mean by that. A little bit of rotation here in Scott County on that storm. See how the reds and greens are coming together? And we don't really see that very much in this storm. Maybe a little bit on the southern cell, but not a lot. Mainly just some winds running parallel, maybe some broad, weak rotation, but nothing really that signals a tornado or anything close at this point in time. Nothing like we once saw closer to the Bedford area and points west with this storm. Same thing with this storm here. We had a tornado warning over here earlier today. This storm has some mid-level rotation, but nothing really that signals a tornado at this point in time. Mainly a hail and wind threat at this point in time for all of these storms, with the strongest storm being this guy here moving into Jennings County, Indiana.
I'll take mine over here real quick. I see a lot of questions being asked for everybody out ahead of this from Indianapolis or here toward Terre Haute. You guys, these storms are heading northeastward. We're not entirely sure if they're going to continue to strengthen or if they're going to start weakening at some point. So if you live up here toward Indianapolis, over here toward Seymour area, in this box here, you do have that threat tonight for severe weather. I just don't know exactly what these cells are going to do and how long they're going to last with the sunset approaching here pretty quickly. So we'll have to see how long they hold out. If you are above these storms here, counties like Brown, Bartholomew, Monroe, Greene, Sullivan, Vigo, Clay, Owen, Morgan, Johnson, Putnam counties, you guys are in the next 2 or 3 hours, I'd say you're in the threat for some severe weather here. As of right now, these storms don't look to be overly organizing. One cell here in Martin and Daviess County did go severe warned, although that looks like it's weakening here just a bit. So that's good news. But otherwise, these storms look to be staying tame at this current moment, which is 8:23 p.m. Let's hope that trend continues. But we do have multiple severe warnings continuing here, over here in Jackson, as well as Jennings and Jefferson County areas. Caleb is going to take a quick break. So you guys are now stuck with me for about 3 minutes or so. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to switch my radar over here to Radar Omega. I prefer this radar just for communication purposes. I think the strongest cell out of all of these is going to be this one over here in the Austin area, heading toward the Lubbock and Comiskey area. Let's go ahead and take a better look at this. Let's go ahead and switch through velocity. A little bit of broad rotation in there. That's about, get on my other radar here, check how far off the ground that is. That is about 4,400 feet off the ground, so it's not too terribly close, which is great news. But it does have some rotation. We're going to watch that cell very closely. Caleb mentioned a few minutes ago that the better wind shear for these storms to produce tornadoes is more so tied over here where that watch currently is here in yellow. That's your tornado watch. And that's where the better wind shear and the spin in the atmosphere is. Not going to say it's impossible for it to happen over here, because it could. But the better ingredients would suggest further to the west you go toward the Illinois border, that's when the risk becomes a little higher for tornadoes. See a lot of questions in here for Wayne County. So further north here, Indianapolis and points northward, the threat becomes more uncertain and more lower just because the warm front's going to stall at some point across this area. And as we get close, or later and later in the evening, these storms are going to lose the heat of the day and the fuel. So we're not entirely sure how far north they're going to get. But if you live north of Indianapolis, I would say the severe threat is much, much lower than it is south of Indianapolis. And your threat would come later on this evening, probably closer to 10 or 11 o'clock, or even after that, closer to midnight or 1 or 2 in the morning. We'll have to see how long these storms can hold out. But right now, we are in the peak of the severe weather threat here with numerous warnings in effect. The later we get, the less of a risk is going to develop, just because we're losing the heat of the day. We're going to lose storm fuel. When will Bloomington be clear? So right now, Bloomington, you are not clear. We have a couple cells here, most notably the one here north of Lagodi. They're moving pretty slow, so we can't say, hey, they're going to arrive in 20 minutes. Like, these are moving pretty slow in nature. This one in particular, let's go ahead and get a location on this. Moving at 25 miles an hour. If we were to track this towards Bloomington at 25 miles an hour, we'll get an estimated time here. Bloomington in an hour, it says 64 minutes approximately at 24. I put 4 instead of 5, but approximately an hour for arrival there in Bloomington. But also want to keep in mind, if you guys are asking questions like Terre Haute, Jasonville, Sullivan, Bloomington, Ellettsville, Nashville, any place in between, there are cells that are popping up here. So we could still see some pop-ups like right now. We could have a cell popping up over here towards Sullivan and Jasonville. Let's see what that one does. But the main line back down here still has about an hour or so to get you guys up here further close to the Bloomington and Jasonville areas. Bartholomew County, you are going to be in the concern here. Right now, you would probably be okay. It looks like storms are going to split you as of right now. Let's see what this one does. It looks like it's kind of splitting the gap there between Bartholomew County. So right now, I'd say you are looking decent. But again, we could still see some pop-ups here anywhere along this line. So it's kind of hard to say no, you're not going to see a storm. What I can say is if you're south of this line, I think the risk is pretty much over for the night. So like Salem, Paoli, Jasper, Evansville, Princeton, any place down here, I think the threat is pretty much over this evening for severe weather. Maybe a shower, maybe an isolated storm, but the threat is really tied to the warm front, which is currently lifting northward here with these storms. So that's where the threat's going to be centered at for the next couple hours. Well, I also want to point out the fact that this cell right here is re-intensifying. I would not be shocked to see an extension of this warning here as this cell has really picked up intensity here. I'm going to go ahead and flip over here to Evansville on my advanced radar. And I want to take a peek at this a little bit better. There we go. I'm going to flip you guys over here to my other radar. This is a pretty cool tool we have here. So NWS, the weather service here, who issues warnings, they look for Jackson County, severe warning here. That's going to be a new warning, looks like. We'll get into that in just a second, but I will want to focus in on this storm right here. If I go up in tilts on this radar, I'm going to go up to about, let's go up to tilt 5 here, tilt 4 actually. We're still seeing the purples here, and this radar is at 23,000 feet in the atmosphere. When you get between 20 and 25,000 feet, and you're still seeing that pink and blacks on radar, that is a very, very potent hail core here, which is why we become a little more concerned for larger hail, because, you know, the taller the hail gets, the more time it has to kind of bounce around up there and grow. So the taller that hail core is, the more intense the hail is going to become. So when we see that pink and purple and black color there, 25,000 feet, that's like, whoa, we're having some large hail here. So that's why you have these warnings being issued. And also, I would expect there to be an extension of this warning here very soon into Greene County and probably the northwest part of Lawrence County, maybe even the southern part of Monroe County.
I'm back.
Caleb is back here. Welcome back to Caleb. And we are going to switch off. Caleb, I'm going to take a quick break myself.
Yep, all is good.
Take your accurate radar.
There we go. So right now, I have a few supercells here across southern Indiana. They are showing signs of some broad rotation associated with them. We have one here with tornado possible tag on it. However, the rotation is greatly decreased with these. The biggest threats here going forward here for the remainder of the evening here over the next 2 to 3 hours is going to be hail, damaging winds, and excessive ponding as well. A lot of these storms are having torrential rainfall with them. And so for any motorists on the roads, you're going to go from perfect visibility to near zero visibility in some of the heavier cores until you drive out of it or the storm moves over your location. So that's the biggest risk here. There's a non-zero tornado threat here for the remainder of the evening. However, the tornado risk is relatively low for a lot of these storms. We don't have a lot of the wind, the low-level wind shear that we had earlier today. Some of that is weakening a little bit, but nonetheless, it is there. So there is a non-zero tornado threat for the remainder of the evening, and we're seeing some brief signs of some low-level rotation here, but mainly a hail, wind, and torrential rainfall risk here for Indiana for the remainder of the night here. Current warnings here, we'll go left to from right to left here. First one, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is for northeastern Jefferson County and Trimble County, Kentucky. So just Jefferson County, Indiana for this one. This is for the Madison cell. Showing signs of some broad rotation here, but again, that's mainly in the mid-levels. That's helping produce our hail within these thunderstorms. Go a little bit to the west here. This is in Jennings County here for this severe thunderstorm warning. A little bit for quarter-size hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds here. A little bit Jackson County for this sliver, but this storm is in northern Scott County and southern Jennings County here for this storm. Jackson County severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 43 minutes here. Tornado possible, quarter-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds here. But the rotation is relatively broad. We have two different supercells here. We have one to the south and one to the north, both producing hail and damaging winds associated with this storm as well. When we go to our hail tracker here, the hail size is decreased a little bit, especially for our northern cell. You'd have to watch the southern cell here just south of Brownstown for some intensification for some hail. Our strongest hail is right in here. Scotts-Jennings County line here is where the strongest storm is right now. Going back to the west here a little bit, we do have our severe thunderstorm, which is in Martin County, Indiana here. This severe thunderstorm has intensified. It has a really nice hail core on it. Looks really healthy on radar. It is a supercell. It does have a rotating updraft in the mid-levels, but that rotation is thankfully not down to the ground. However, it is hailing over a lot of places that saw pretty large hail earlier today, a couple hours ago. Some spotty reports of 1.5 to even 2-inch hail was recorded here in central and northern Martin County, Indiana. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for 27 minutes, quarter-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds here. And although the warning is in northeast Davis County, the storm is now solely in Martin County, northern Martin County, going to go just to the southeast of Crane. And there's our new severe thunderstorm warning. And this now includes Greene County, Indiana. There's your ding there on your warning ticker there. 50-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. This expires in 41 minutes or until 9:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But look at this. It's only moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. Some people can run faster than that, than what this storm is moving. Not me, though. If I'm running, you guys better run too, because something's coming. I'm not a runner. But some people can run faster than that. Back to the west here. Back to our thunderstorms here. Closer to the Madison area. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. Associated with this storm, expires in 11 more minutes here, or until it looks like 10 more minutes here for that warning there in Madison County. Or sorry, not Madison County. That'd be the Jefferson County. I apologize. The town of Madison, though. As we go into Jennings County here, still severe thunderstorm warning, quarter-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds here. This one has the better-looking hail core of the storms here in this area. Really potent hail core. And this southern cell, the southern supercell, has been really stealing the juice away from our parent supercell here that has been the longest-lived supercell in Indiana today, starting over in Davies County, all the way now into Jackson County, has been showing signs of weakening. Still a supercell, but is below severe criteria at this point in time, at least per radar. That's not the case for this southern cell, just south of Brownstown, moving near Dudleytown and Crawfordsville, showing signs of some pretty decent hail here in both of these storms. Go ahead and switch back to velocity here. Nope, not really any strong rotation at the low levels. Some mid-levels here, but could have some gusty winds here associated with this storm as well. With all of these storms, hail, gusty winds, back to our Martin County as well as Greene County, Indiana. This storm here, quarter-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds here, and has a pretty decent hail core on it as well. Look at the size of that hail core here. Let's go ahead and turn on a tool that we have here to look at hail tracker. Maybe a little bit of a hail spike here outside of Burn City. It's a real narrow corridor of hail, only a couple miles wide here. Moving over the, I guess the Crane Naval Support, whatever that is there. Moving north towards Owensburg and Silverville area, getting some hail there for that area. That is going to move into southern Greene County and perhaps getting into maybe Lawrence County and Monroe County if it reaches up there and maintains its intensity. We do have a couple storms in Monroe County, but they are below severe criteria at this point in time. But some heavy rainmakers, nonetheless, for any of these storms here. We have to watch this one here in northern Davis County. Has a small little hail core on it, moving towards the Elnora area, which had a flash flood warning on it yesterday. You do have a tornado warning off to the west in Illinois. A little bit better wind shear over here at the low levels to support those tornadoes over there. Over here, a little bit weaker, but enough upper level support to support some hail. And we have a new cell developing in Clark County, Indiana, just north of LaGrange, Kentucky, near Bethlehem, Otto, coming into, will eventually come into Floyd County, or not Floyd, sorry, Scott County and Jefferson County. Going to have to watch for you guys. More than likely, Jefferson County getting a small hail core on this one, just to the east of 62, and it's a rapidly intensifying storm. Really small, but starting to get a hail core on it as well. So something to watch there. And we do have this severe thunderstorm warning. Louisville finally got rid of the special weather statement and matched Indianapolis with a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Scott County and Jefferson County. Tornado possible tag on this warning now. That was just added by Louisville. Let's go ahead and turn on our our velocity here. Let's look at the rotation here. Not super strong, but perhaps maybe a little bit there, right on the Jefferson County line there, between Jennings County line and Jefferson County line, maybe right in there, north of the Deputy area. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation there. Nonetheless, they have put that tornado possible tag on it as well, just to cover that area of broad rotation within that storm. And another area of broad rotation here in Jackson County, just to the west here. So a couple areas of broad rotation here within these storms, but nothing immediate here. We have to watch this small supercell here. This would be in Clark County, moving towards Jefferson County here, hugging right along the Ohio River here, likely going to exit Indiana before perhaps coming back in here for this storm back into Jefferson County on the other side of the river, maybe getting into Switzerland too. So a couple different storms to keep an eye on here across southern Indiana. Back to our storm here across the west. This is Martin County. Has a pretty decent hail core on it still. Let it load here. I'm going to have to watch this cell back by Onora as well, starting to show signs of intensification. A little bit weaker there on that last scan, but still a small hail core within there. This is just southeast of Crane, east of Burns City, moving northeast at a whopping 10 miles per hour, not moving very fast at all. So again, heavy rainfall associated with the storm, excessive rainfall, pawning, low visibility with this storm as well, moving northeast at 10 miles an hour in the southern Greene County, now in a severe thunderstorm warning. And that's for this cell here. The majority of Greene County is not going to see any rain at all. A few showers here moving into central Greene County, but Linton, Jasonville, you're dry at the moment. This is for extreme southeast Greene County, and maybe moving into Lawrence County a little bit too, northwest Lawrence County, and maybe southern Monroe County, if that storm maintains its intensity here. But as you look at the hail tracker here, go ahead and take that screen full here. All of these storms have hail cores associated with them, and that is going to be the main threat here is hail associated with these storms. Our warm front situated right in here is what's fueling these storms and firing them off. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different storms producing hail to some extent right now in southern Indiana, ranging from P's to quarters, and perhaps a few larger stones mixing in as well in a couple of these storms. So a very hail favorable environment here across southern Indiana. We have that upper level spin, our helicity in the mid levels, allowing our storms to become supercell thunderstorms, storms with rotating updrafts. Not necessarily a tornado threat, but a lot of times supercells produce other hazards than just tornadoes, and that is leaving us with our hail threat, damaging wind risk, and as well as a non-zero risk for an isolated tornado. We do have that tornado possible tag. This is for northern Scott County, as well as northern Jefferson County here, just south of Jennings County. Has a nice hook on radar, some broad rotation there, right on the edge there, coming in the Parish Crossing, just northwest of Deputy. This is the county line of Scott, Jefferson, and Jennings County, all three in a row there. We do have a special weather statement now for this cell for 19 minutes here, also showing some signs of some broad rotation.
I want to point out we have a quarter-size hail report back on the cell that's warned in Martin County near Burns City. 1-inch quarter-size hail confirmed.
That is in this cell right here, moving northeast at a whopping 10 miles per hour. Might be moving a little bit faster than that based on radar returns. I wouldn't be surprised to see that speed upgraded to about 25 miles an hour. That's about what the other cells have been moving, but still slow mover nonetheless. Heavy rainfall rates occurring with these storms. as well. So there's our special weather statement. So this severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to be canceled and replaced with a special weather statement. We're gonna have to watch this cell down here though. Um, could get warned here. Is showing signs of some rotation as well within this storm. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that near the Bethlehem area, Otto area. This is in Clark County, moving towards extreme southeast Jefferson County, but likely going to move into the Kentucky before perhaps moving back into Indiana. We'll have to watch this little supercell. It's a cute little guy, but a potent little guy as it moves into Kentucky. Turn on the hail core on it, though. It's no joke. It has a really potent hail core. This whole storm, this whole core is only about 2 miles wide. So if you're within that storm, could have some hail associated with it. Perhaps maybe some nickel-sized hail, maybe a few quarters mixing in there as well. There's a special weather statement for it, and they have it warned for nickel-sized hail, so 0.88 diameter with that cell there. Strongest cells up to the north here. We have this very strong cell here, supercell on the Jennings County and Jefferson County line here, moving out of Scott County now. Does have a tornado possible tag on it. Does showing signs of some low-level rotation there within this storm, just not strong enough for a tornado warning. And then another strong hail core right on its heels. This is just south of Seymour, Indiana. Seymour, not in the risk for large hail, just to your south, but could have some small hail with our remnants of this storm here. The southern storm is kind of taking dominance there. As we turn on our velocities here on our tornado possible tag, there's some broad rotation there. Right on the line there, Jefferson County and Jennings County, moving towards the Lancaster area. Tornado possible tag with this storm here, as well as quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds here associated with this storm. And in this storm here, showing signs of some low-level rotation and some gusty winds here, moving into the Bethlehem area, Otto area, Wise Landing there in Kentucky. Looks like Miles Point there, nickel-size hail, as well as I think there were some winds here on here as well, 40-mile-per-hour winds here associated with this storm. But we're going to have to watch this storm as it exits Indiana and potentially moves back into Indiana. I'm going to have to watch that closely as well. We have another severe thunderstorm warning here. Getting more of a supercellular look here to it. Signs of some rotation in the mid-levels, just not bringing that down to the ground, which is good. Hopefully it stays that way. But we do have a confirmed quarter-inch size hail report here out of this cell here, confirmed in northern Martin County. As we turn on the hail tracker here on our VIL, still a potent hail core here. Right where you see that pink there and this pink over here, this is your updraft, and this is your reflectivity, what the precipitation looks like in the density of that precipitation. This is a measurement of density. That's where we get our reflectivity from. The more dense the rain, the heavier the precipitation, the darker the color, the pinks, the blacks, that's your heavier precipitation there. This is moving northeast. It says 10 miles per hour, but I bet it's moving a little bit faster than that, maybe 15 to 20 miles per hour, just based on what I'm seeing here on radar. But we're gonna have to keep an eye on this guy, looking very healthy on radar. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that mid-level rotation within that storm as well. Hopefully it stays up there and does not come down to the ground, because nobody wants that. But our two strongest storms here, including this Clark County, Indiana cell, still looking pretty healthy here on radar. All of these are producing hail at this point in time. Even the one over by Madison, Indiana, coming in the Pleasant, getting close to Switzerland County there, having some small hail in it as well. A little bit weaker than our neighbors to the west here, especially these two in Jackson County, Jennings County, and northern Jefferson County, showing signs of some stronger development there, as well as a tornado possible tag on it for Jefferson County. Go ahead and turn on our velocity here to take a look at that. This storm here showing signs of some perhaps some strengthening rotation on it near the Ohio River coming into Bethlehem. Wouldn't be surprised to get a tornado possible tag on that one. But right in here, maybe some weak rotation here, right on the county line here of Jackson County or Jefferson County and Jennings County, as it moves east here, just to the south of Ripley County. More than likely going to stay in northern Jefferson County. The storm back to the west here, potent hail core, not as much rotation in the low levels associated with it. A little bit stronger over here, but nothing that really screams an imminent tornado. Just enough there to say, hey, we see it. Tornadoes possible. Monitor for any strengthening associated within that storm as well. As we look higher up, there is some rotation within that supercell in Martin County. but it is in the mid levels. As we go to a closer radar and take a look at it, not quite as strong, but it is still there. Something we're keeping an eye on as well. But we do have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings, actually 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Indiana. We have 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and 2 over here. So 5 total, 2 special weather statements. So an active night here across south central Indiana. We do have 1 tornado warning across the Effingham area in Illinois. Better environment over there for tornadoes. Better rotation within that cell as well. You have to watch these cells west of Vincennes here a little bit if they move into Sullivan County at all. Right now, they're behaving themselves, but they are showing signs of some hail core, so we're going to have to keep an eye on those as well. But as we switch to Indianapolis here, little bit better look here on this cell, Ryan, south of Seymour and Indianapolis's radar, showing some signs of perhaps some rotation intensifying within this cell here. Coming into the Dudleytown area, Crawfordsville, perhaps some rotation there. If we go back to the Louisville radar,
Not much.
a little bit broader here, not much there. So it is just above the surface in the mid levels of the atmosphere, but we're gonna have to watch that to see if it comes down, down to the ground any lower. But all of these storms are rotating in some way, shape, or form at some level of the atmosphere. We're just gonna have to keep an eye on that to see how efficient they are at bringing that down to the ground. We're just looking a little bit higher here compared to Louisville here. If we go up in height here, we'll probably see that rotation increase on Louisville's radar. And yeah, sure enough, you do here. So it is in the mid levels, just not quite down to the lower levels to issue a tornado warning or anything like that. We do have a tornado possible tag on it though. So they are acknowledging that rotation. It's just not strong enough for a tornado warning. Hopefully it stays that way. But we do have hail to worry about with all of these storms, though. Quarter-size hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds here. Just to the south, a little bit stronger. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds on the south side of that storm. Does have a tornado possible tag on it as well for both of these storms, showing signs of broad rotation. Actually, all 3 of these storms showing signs of some broad rotation in them. All of these storms are supercells. They all have rotating updrafts, but most of that rotation is still higher up in the cloud and not down to the ground. But that does allow them to do is make some hailstones, and that is what these are warned for or statemented for right now, are the hail threats associated with those. Turn on updrafts here. Quite the hail makers here in Jackson County and Jefferson County, Indiana here, as well as Jennings County. Mainly Jennings and Jackson right now having the hail core. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Jefferson, but the core of the storm is mainly in Jennings County, south of Mount Vernon here. We'll be moving back into Jennings County here towards the Lancaster area here shortly. This storm is moving east at 20 miles per hour, east-northeast at 20 miles an hour. So not super fast storm movements on these storms, but they are severe nonetheless. This storm here may be moving into Lawrence County a little bit as well. I'm going to have to watch for a warning extension for you, and that may include southern Monroe County as well, as the storm's moving north and east at about 10 to 20 miles per hour as well. It says 10, but I'd be willing to bet it's moving a little bit faster than 10 miles an hour on radar, maybe closer to that 20 mile per hour range here to match its neighbors to the east here.
I want to point something out here, Caleb, quickly. The eastern half of Jackson County, Dudleytown, Chestnut Ridge, New Farmington, Newry, Staples Ford, Uniontown. I think you're okay in Crawfordsville, but anywhere north of Crawfordsville there is a very large hail core here. The radar is depicting the hail core spanning up 33,000 feet. That is about 8,000 feet higher than the baseline, what we kind of look for a severe storm. That's probably likely above quarter-size hail falling there. Currently on State Route 250 heading into Dudleytown, Chestnut Ridge, Newry, and New Farmington, Staples Ford, and Uniontown areas. Likely very large hail moving through the eastern part of Jackson County, about to move into the western part of Jennings County right now.
Yeah, so any of these locations here, New Farmington, Chestnut, Staples Ford, Uniontown, Dudleytown. Dudleytown, you're likely seeing the hail right now. It's likely coming into town right now as we speak, getting into some pretty large hail here. And actually, I think I have a camera in Uniontown. So we'll watch for the hail there as that storm moves into Uniontown here in a little bit. Still has a few minutes to get there, but still some pretty potent hail cores on all of these cells, showing signs of some pretty potent hail cores on both of these supercells. They are both supercells in nature, as they both have some rotating updrafts associated with them. So we're going to have to keep an eye on these storms here as they continue to impact south central Indiana here. Back in our velocities
New watch
here,
coming in,
we do
just
have a couple.
FYI.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Sorry. I want to try and get you before you start talking again.
No, go ahead.
Nope, it's all good.
Okay.
New watch coming in here. I'll list the counties off quickly here. It's going to be... waiting for it. Usually it's faster than this.
So it just got issued, still loading in, takes a few minutes to load in.
Give it a minute, Caleb. Go ahead and go into what you're going to talk about, and I'll just list it when I have it.
So back on our supercells of topic here, we actually have 3 of them right now. We may see an extension into Lawrence County, maybe southern Monroe County of a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. We'll just see what the National Weather Service feels here, if they'll put a special weather statement on it or not. But back on these storms over here, likely going to trim back this warning here a little bit. But very potent storms here in terms of hail, very large hail here. Going to be moving into the Uniontown area, Dudleytown, likely on top of you right now. So if you're north of Crothersville, Uniontown, Dudleytown, Staples Ford, watch out for some pretty large hailstones. They have upped that from quarter to $half size, Ryan. They have left the tornado possible tag on it associated with this storm here. So there is some broad rotation here just south of Dudleytown, north of Crothersville here. This is a supercell. Remember that it does have a rotating updraft, but it is producing some very large hail associated with it.
The counties in the new watch, should I say, tornado watch, it includes Bartholomew, Decatur, and Jennings County. So they just added 3 counties to the watch. It's going to be again.
So just
for,
a short
Bartholomew, Decatur, and Jennings, and that goes until get a time frame here. It goes until 11 p.m. Eastern.
So we have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect here in Indiana. We have a couple other strong thunderstorms as well, but they're not severe in nature, sub-severe. Luckily, these 2 storms here, the one that just moved out of southern Indiana into Kentucky, south of Madison there, moving out of Clark County there, that's weakened a little bit, as well as a storm in eastern Jefferson County near Pleasant has weakened a little bit, but still a couple strong thunderstorms here, severe thunderstorms, producing hail with the largest hail core back here near Dudleytown, as well as a strong hail core near Comiskey here, moving towards DuPont, and Lancaster, just north of Deputy there. These are supercells. They both have tornado possible tags on them, as there is some weak rotation associated within these storms as well. This broad rotation here northwest of Crawfordsville, moving east at 25 miles an hour, and a little bit right in here, just to the west of Lancaster, with the area of tightest rotation, tight in quotes, it's broad, actually sitting in northern Jefferson County here, moving towards the Lancaster area, State Road 7 area as well. Again, they have actually dropped the tornado possible tag on that warning, so it's broadened a little bit more according to their preference, but we do have a tornado possible tag still on the Jackson County storm here for some broad rotation just northeast of Crothersville. So a couple severe thunderstorms to talk about, as well as this one here, which is exiting Martin County. It's in extreme southeastern Greene County, south of Owensburg. I'm going to turn our hail tracker back on that guy. Still a decent hail core. We may see a special weather statement on that as weakened a little bit. If you hit play here, you'll see that weakened just a little bit. A weakened and then kind of re-intensified. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that storm as we could see a warning extension into northwestern Lawrence County and perhaps southern Monroe County um, if the storm continues to maintain its current intensity or shows signs of intensifying. We're going to have to also watch these storms just to the west of Vincennes a little bit. Still sub-severe, but a little feisty nonetheless. Still showing a couple hail cores in them on their way to perhaps northwest Knox County, southern Sullivan County, just west of Vincennes. Going to have to keep an eye on those as they continue to move probably northeast at 15 to 20 miles per hour. And here they just issued this new severe thunderstorm warning now, including the North Vernon area, 1 hour and 2 minutes. So this is a very long-lived severe thunderstorm warning, and that's in part the storm isn't moving very fast. They dropped the tornado possible tag on it. The rotation has broadened out quite a bit to where they didn't put the tag in at this time. $50 size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here associated with this storm. And with both of these storms, actually, half dollar size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here for Storm 1 and Storm 2. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on both of these storms here, as they are both very potent and going over the same areas, too. So some areas that got hail a little bit ago, getting ready to get some hail again. So, and some heavy rain as well. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms as well. And I wonder if they're going to let this severe thunderstorm warning expire here, since they have not reissued something to watch there. Still a strong thunderstorm there moving into northwestern Lawrence County. They just, I don't know if they're going to reissue or not on that storm. It's close to the threshold, but maybe just below severe limits on that storm. But we do have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect here in Indiana. This one here for northwestern Jefferson County, southern Jennings County, and severe eastern Jackson County. This is for this warning here for this storm. We'll have to see if we get an extension downstream. If we would, Ripley County would be included in the severe thunderstorm warning. Severe southern, extreme southern Ripley County. Think like the New Marion area and point southward near 421. Coming into China, Canaan, perhaps, in Jefferson County. But this storm is weakening a little bit. We lost our special weather statement on these guys, which is good. Based on radar, all 3 of these storms are weakening a little bit. We have better ingredients further west here, so that's something to keep in mind as well. Still a very potent hail core, still maintaining itself near Dudleytown. Here, let's actually turn on our correlation coefficient to see if there's a hail spike or anything in it. Maybe a little bit right there. Kind of hard to tell here on this radar depiction. Switch radars here. Look at it from the north. Maybe a little bit of a hail spike here. But where you see the blacks there, that's some pretty potent hail core here in Jackson County. Going to be moving into Jennings County here pretty soon. Very intense hail core in that storm as well. $50 size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with that thunderstorm. And we do still have some pockets of broad rotation within these storms. These are supercells. This is Indianapolis's radar, so we're looking a little bit higher up in the clouds here. But as we switch back to Louisville's, not quite as intense, maybe a little bit there, but not too much in the way of low-level rotation, which is good. Hopefully that rotation continues to stay up, and we don't see that tornado risk come back into Indiana. We haven't had a tornado warning in some time. Hopefully that trend continues as the rotation becomes harder to come down to the ground. Hopefully that trend continues here across Indiana. Switch back to our hail tracker here, our hail cores. This storm over here seems to be weakening a little bit, Ryan, as it enters the DuPont area, but still holding its own back here in eastern Jackson County.
I see a lot of questions in chat here being asked for places still out ahead of this line here. I'm going to take my screen back just for a minute here. I'm going to talk about what's coming up ahead of this, or what's out in front of this, should I say. These storms currently are in Greene County, Lawrence County, Jackson, Jennings, Ripley, Jefferson, Dearborn, and Ohio counties. if you're up here, if you're along Indianapolis, I-70 area and pointing southward, these storms are very slowly moving to your northeast here. They do pose a risk for severe weather. So if you're watching from areas in Morgan County, Owen, Clay, Putnam, Park, Vermilion, Vigo, Sullivan, Johnson, Brown, Shelby, Rush, Fayette, Union, Franklin, or even counties like Wayne, Henry, Hancock, Marion, Hendricks, all the way up toward Park and Vermilion and Putnam, you guys will have a potential risk in a few hours as these storms push your way. Now, the good news is we're going to lose the heat of the day here. The heat of the day. So these storms theoretically should weaken in nature, but we're going to kind of see how it plays out because we do have some support kicking in called a low-level jet. That may try to help support some severe weather for the north, which is why that risk today does extend all the way up to about Indianapolis. So if you are living equal with Indianapolis or south of that, you do have a severe threat this evening. It's just a matter of if storms are going to hold together until they get there. And as of right now, we can't say that for sure. So when you guys ask us questions for places out in front of these, all I can tell you guys is yes, it's possible, but we can't say for sure who's going to get storms and who's not going to get storms.
And also keep in mind, these storms are very isolated in nature too. This isn't like a big storm complex like we saw the last couple days, where we can definitely say, yeah, you're going to get it if you're in front of it. Not the case here today. But we do have some areas of rotation still hanging on a few of these storms. That one there in northern Jefferson County showing signs of some broad rotation associated with it. That'll come and go. But again, it's also hard for these storms now to bring that to the ground the further east they are with eastward extent. We have a little bit less spin in the low levels of the atmosphere. Still enough to create supercells, but it's just harder for that to bring that rotation all the way down to the ground like we saw in western Indiana earlier this afternoon.
All right, I'm going to do a refresh of our bar. It has been updated. It had some bugging going on the back end. It should be good to go, but I got to refresh it one more time. So I got to load everything back in. It's going to probably give you 4 or 5 different alerts all at once here. So give me 1 second to pull that back up, guys. You're about to hear a bunch of stuff being talked about. Hold on.
And all the dings that you're going to hear are warnings that are already issued.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Okay, there we go. We should be good and operational now. We'll see how that goes.
Yep. And that was for an existing tornado watch, by the way. Nothing new has been extended. That's it has to say everything that's been issued whenever we update that warning bar. So, apologize for that. With this severe thunderstorm warning, we are down to one severe thunderstorm, Ryan, down in Indiana, and this is mainly for Jackson County, in Jennings County, Indiana. This will be exiting Jackson County and moving into Jennings County here slowly. $half size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here, and we still have a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Scott County as well for this storm. Still kind of right on the edge of the Jennings County, Jefferson County. I think I said Scotts County earlier. I apologize. You guys are in the clear unless this one comes south a little bit. But Jefferson County and Jennings County is skirting the line, moving towards southern Ripley County. Have to keep an eye on this guy. But right now, it's not quite as strong as its predecessor to the west. It's still showing some signs of some hail in it, but not quite like what we were seeing on this storm here, approaching the Uniontown area, Newry area, Chestnut Ridge area as well. Could be getting in on this potent hail core right here, just northeast of Dudleytown, south of Chestnut Ridge, moving towards Staples Ford. Could get some $half size hail associated with this storm. Hails to the west here, still a strong storm in Lawrence County, but it has fallen below severe criteria. We're gonna have to watch this for any intensification on any of these storms, as this one still has a decent hail core in it. Surprised it doesn't have a special weather statement on it, but some of that hail may not be quite reaching the ground in its entirety. So something to keep an eye on there, nonetheless. But still a pretty potent supercell here for Jackson County, moving into Jennings County, Indiana, just south of Seymour. Pretty potent hail core on it, showing signs of some broad rotation in it with as well. It is a supercell in nature. Both of these are. So that is allowing them to remain severe for a lot longer duration, and as well as produce quite a bit of hail associated with these storms as well. But we are down to just these severe thunderstorm warnings here. That would be for Jackson, Jennings, and Jefferson counties here for another 53 minutes or so. We'll likely see the one here in Jefferson County likely get canceled or extended just a little bit to extreme northwest Jefferson County here if they feel this storm, if the National Weather Service feels we're getting quarter-size hail down to the ground. But according to radar, it is on a weakening trend there. So hopefully that continues there with that storm. This storm here, though, is definitely still at severe criteria. We have inch and a quarter size hail still ongoing here in eastern Jackson County. Going to be moving into a crossing 65 here into Jennings County here remotely here. So pretty dangerous storm here. Showing signs of some broad rotation in it as well. So still have to watch this storm here as it treks east at about 25 miles per hour. Go ahead and turn Hail Tracker back on here to take a look at that. And you can see your hail core here just to the north of northwest of Uniontown. Going to come pretty close here to town. Probably some $half size hail in the center of this corner. And that's going to go towards Staples Ford as well as Uniontown. And coming close to the Lovett area as well as Comiskey area as well in Jennings County as the storm moves east. Not very fast, only about 20-25 miles an hour, moving east at 20. So 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail, or sorry, inch and a quarter size hail, according with this $half size hail. And they went ahead and they're not going to reissue a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. They are leaving it at a special weather statement as the storm has gone below severe criteria, 40 mile per hour, which is good. We're below severe criteria there at 58, and which is 18 mile per hour shy, and half inch hail 0.50, which is below severe criteria. So some good news there for that cell for Ripley County. But still a strong thunderstorm nonetheless, and we're going to have to watch it for some re-intensification as well. So do keep that in mind there for that storm there. Back to the west here, have a couple stronger storms in west central Indiana. For southern Indiana, Lawrence County, have a couple small hail cores here. Central Greene County, Bloomfield, maybe some P to dime size hail in these storms, but they are below severe criteria. You're going to have to watch these cells here that may come into Sullivan County later on. With a few hail cores on them, but they are sub-severe at this point in time. Hopefully, that stays there as well. But we do have a just north of the Crawfordsville area, we do have a spotter network report of quarter-size hail occurring at 9:08 p.m. So quarter-size hail is ongoing here with this storm, as well as a few dime-sized hail at 0.75 inches as well. So we do have some confirmed hail reports within this storm. And there's the canceled warning there for Jefferson County. I thought that was going to be canceled here soon or allowed to expire. So we're going to have to watch that as well. We're going to have to watch this cell here as it tracks east. We may get a reissuance of a warning here for the Lancaster area if this is going to impact Jefferson County, north of Lancaster. But for right now, that warning hasn't been allowed to expire. And we'll likely see this warning trim back out of Jackson County once this hail core fully enters Jennings County as well. But for now, eastern Jackson County still under a severe thunderstorm warning for hail up to 1.25 inches or $half size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts associated with this storm as well. So still a pretty potent storm here moving into Jennings County here. We have a special weather statement here just south in Kentucky. We're going to have to watch that as it enters Jefferson County and maybe Switzerland County as well. We're going to have to watch that, but right now it's below severe criteria by far. We're going to have to watch this cell out by Pleasant too. Some small, maybe some pea-sized hail coming into Ohio County and maybe southern Dearborn County as well. We're going to have to keep an eye on you guys. Our next strongest storms over here in the Lawrence County as well as eastern Greene County. Maybe getting in on some small hail in there, maybe up to dime size in northern Lawrence coming into southern Monroe. But below severe criteria for that location there. So nonetheless, pretty strong storm there. Um, that we're gonna have to keep an eye on a little bit longer there. This storm here near the DuPont area does have a special weather statement on it, but it is below severe criteria at this point in time, too. So, really, only one thunderstorm here in Indiana is meeting severe criteria at this point in time, which is good news. Um, Areas over here, Southern Monroe County, Lawrence County, Greene County, subsevere at this point in time. The strongest cell being this one here coming into Southern Monroe. Only about a mile and a half wide. It's a really narrow storm here, only a couple miles, but maybe some dime size hail in that one. It has fallen below severe criteria, which is good. With our only severe thunderstorm right now, moving out of Jackson County into Jennings County. And as we continue to lose the sun, it continues to get darker outside. We're going to lose the daytime heating effect. And these storms should gradually fall below severe criteria and weaken overnight. We call that diurnal heating. That's a fancy weather term for daytime heating and daytime instability. As we lose that, we have something called diurnal cooling taking place. And it's the opposite of daytime heating. The sun goes down, the air cools down. And so as that happens, our instability begins to fall, and we start to have a weakening trend occur across the board here. So we do expect to see that here over the next couple of hours, and hopefully that trend continues here. But we are going to have to watch this cell here. Could have a severe thunderstorm warning getting close to Sullivan County here for this cell near Robinson, Illinois. This one here is actually showing signs of some intensification there in this oblong supercell here. That pun was not intended. I did not realize the town there was oblong. That's actually kind of funny. But anyway, this supercell is oblong near Oblong, Illinois. That's actually really funny. I did not mean for that to happen like that, but that's funny. Sometimes things just happen like that. Anyway, back to Jackson County, Indiana. Our severe thunderstorm is moving into Jennings County, showing signs of some gradual weakening here, which is good. It's what we want to see here with this storm. It's still a strong storm, still right at severe criteria, but it is showing some signs of shrinking. We are seeing that. It could re-intensify in nature, but all of these storms on the eastern side here are showing signs of some gradual weakening here, which is good. I really want to see that trend continue. Now that we've lost the sun, we've lost our daytime heating, diurnal heating. We're losing that component, which is really helping to fuel these storms. And that's really why north of Indianapolis, there just is not really a risk north of I-70. Like think I-70 to 74 and points northward. There just really isn't much of a risk, even though the warm front is going to push north overnight tonight. We're actually going to warm up and not cool down very much across the entire state of Indiana. Northeast Indiana, we're going to cool down briefly before we're going to warm right back up again after midnight as this warm front lifts north. And you would say, well, Caleb, if the warm front is lifting north, wouldn't that bring the threat of severe weather north? Not in this case, because the instability goes away. It's just going to be a warm front with scattered showers and thunderstorms. But without the instability, we don't have the fuel for severe weather. And that's why it's really limited to southern Indiana for maybe another hour or so before we expect these storms to really behave themselves and fall below severe criteria across the board. It was a shorter-lived severe weather event tonight, and hopefully we see these storms start to behave themselves here over the next hour or so now that we've lost our daytime heating component. And this storm here is doing exactly that. We still have a core here, but it is starting to gradually weaken here and not look as well put together on radar as what we once saw in Jackson County. But still, if you're near State Road 3 here, let's say Lovett, Comiskey here, still some hail associated with this storm, and not to be played lightly. It is still a severe thunderstorm for, I would say it's probably closer to quarters now, based on what I see on radar versus a buck 25. Sorry, I didn't mean to zoom out that far there. But it is still a strong thunderstorm nonetheless. Moving into south central Jennings County here in southern Indiana, still a strong thunderstorm, still worthy of a severe thunderstorm warning. We just may not be at $1.25 anymore. It may be closer to quarters. But it is on the weakening trend here. But we're going to have to watch this guy across Illinois here. That oblong supercell near Oblong, Illinois, moving near Sullivan, Indiana, and coming into the Vigo County as well. I'm going to have to watch these storms here as they move in. Right now, sub-severe, but they are stronger storms, so they're worth paying attention to and they're worth watching to as they move into southwest lower portions of Indiana. Our strongest storm right now is still this guy right in here in southern Jennings County here as it's moving out of Jackson County, Indiana. Back on our velocity here, not really seeing too much in terms of winds here associated with these storms. Not super impressive. Not really seeing much in the way of strong rotation near the surface, any like we were seeing at some points here this afternoon and this evening. There's some upper level rotation. Look when I pick a radar far away. You can see some rotation here in Switzerland County as well as Jennings County. This is high up in the cloud here. We're pretty far away here. But as I switch radars to look at it closely, there's a little bit there, maybe in northern Jefferson County. But again, not really much to worry about at this point in time. And if we look at the airport radar, this is even lower to the ground. There's nothing at all. So that's some good news here associated with these thunderstorms. They are on a downtrend overall, but we do have one severe thunderstorm warning remaining for Jackson and Jennings County here in south central Indiana.
Yeah, looking at those cells back west too.
And this is in effect here for another 41 minutes here. Half dollar size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds going hazard here. However, based on radar here, I do think it's closer to quarters than it is half dollar size hail. Ryan, would you argue that, or would you agree with me on that?
I would agree with you on that.
Higher up in the cloud, there might be some larger stones, but as we look at lower to the ground, I don't think those larger stones are making it all the way down. They're melting on their way down. That updraft is weakening a little bit as it moves into Jennings County, but it could re-strengthen. This storm has a history of weakening, cycling, and then re-intensifying again as it tracks east at 25. So it could re-intensify. Not to downplay that completely, but it could re-intensify. The orange thing to your question there, Casey, that is our severe thunderstorm warning, and it is actually moving east. This storm is moving east out of Seymour into Jennings County. This storm is moving east at, I believe, still 20 miles an hour. Yep, moving east at 20 miles an hour. Seymour, you're actually in the clear for the night, Casey. So, yeah, relax, rest easy. You guys are okay for right now. Still a chance of a pop-up shower or thunderstorm, but this severe warning will likely get trimmed. Hey, there you go. It has got trimmed out of Jackson County just solely for Jennings County as this storm has moved into Jennings County at this point in time. And they have reduced it. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I figured they would reduce that from $1.25. Radar just was not supportive of $1.25 anymore. Hopefully, we don't see $1.25 again, but it could happen still. Still enough storm fuel to support severe weather here. But we are starting to wane on that a little bit. Our storm fuel is starting to go down a little bit. So some good news there. Our warm front hasn't really moved a whole lot either. It's still draped right along in here. Terre Haute, Bloomington, over towards Cincinnati, that's where our warm front is, and that's where all of our thunderstorm activity is as well. And we're going to have to watch this storm over here as it enters Sullivan County. I'm going to have to watch that one, but just down to one severe thunderstorm warning here for Jennings County in south central Indiana. North Vernon, you are in the polygon, but right now the strongest portion of the storm is going to be a few miles to your south of Hayden here, south of 50 here, just south of Four Corners. Four Corners getting some pretty heavy raindrops right now, but Grayford, Walnut Ridge, love it. You guys are in on the path here for the center of the hail core. Love it. You guys are on deck as well. Looking here across the region, then we have our one severe thunderstorm warning over here. Quite a bit of lightning here in Ohio County, southern Dearborn County. Sub-severe, maybe some pea-size hail in these two cells here. They're going to be moving into Switzerland County here. But right now, sub-severe on these, with only one storm meeting severe criteria in Indiana at this point in time. Do have a couple stronger cells, though, still hanging around the Bedford area and in Lawrence County here, still hanging around. Some pea-sized hail, perhaps, in these storms, but well below severe criteria at this point in time, which is good. Hopefully, they remain that way. A couple strong cells here, getting ready to enter Indiana. Perhaps this one here into Sullivan County. Maybe some pea-sized hail. And this one outside Robinson, Illinois, and Oblong still showing a decent core on it, but below severe criteria at this point in time. So we are starting to see that downtrend in terms of severity, intensity, and coverage. That is expected here, and we'll continue to probably continue that downtrend here now that we've lost our daytime heating and the sun is setting here across Indiana. May take a little bit of time to fully get rid of that instability, but we are starting to see the downtrend of that, and the result of waning instability, less storm fuel, less severe storms. So hopefully we're near the end of our severe weather here for today, but still a few chances of some strong thunderstorms through about 10, 11 o'clock here this evening. Ryan, anything you want to add to that?
No, I'd agree with you. Looks like these cells, at least as of right now, have been staying sub-severe. So I see a lot of questions in here about Bloomington. I can't give you guys the all clear just yet, just because there's storms off to your south coming towards you. But as of right now, those cells don't appear to be that impressive. So as long as that stays that way, you guys should be good for the night. But of course, there's still a chance that these could continue to strengthen. So we don't want to give you guys the all clear just yet. But as of right now, we're trending in the right direction with these cells. The only one that's really concerning is the one by near Seymour, North Vernon. Also, the one over by Cincinnati on the Ohio-Kentucky border over by Dearborn County. That one looks also a little bit impressive to me. But overall, looks more so for a hail producer. I don't see much wind with that at all. So,
yeah, and right now the hail is this is Ohio County and extreme southern Dearborn County here. This one here near Harrison and eastern Dearborn, showing a little bit of a hail core on it, but again, pea-sized hail maybe perhaps in these, but below severe criteria in both of these as well. We also have, this is as of 9:17 p.m., and this is just to the south of Seymour. We have a couple flood reports, some flash flood coming in. This is as of 9:17, street flooding going on, so some urban ponding going on as well. We also have a spotter report here. County Road 50 north near Chestnut Ridge is impassable and entirely underwater, near 2 foot deep, according to this spotter report here. So when you have thunderstorms moving at 25 miles an hour, producing very heavy rainfall rates, you get isolated flood reports like that. So again, be cognizant of that if you're on the road, especially now that it's turning dark. Water at night is very hard to see. It's black. It's impossible to see. Blends in with the asphalt. So again, be very cognizant of that. And this is right in this area here. Chestnut Ridge, New Farmington, where this cell has produced some very heavy rainfall here within this storm as well. And actually, here's the accumulation array. Let me go try a little bit better here for you. So some pretty heavy rainfall swath right in through here associated with this storm. So you can see those heavier swaths there. They're not very wide, but they have produced some heavy rainfall. Here's a better look at it here where that swath of heavy rainfall was. Some flood reports coming in right in here of some roads underwater here, according to some spotter reports in the area. So do be cognizant of that. There is some heavy rainfall occurring with these storms. So I haven't seen any photos of water or anything like that, but there are some spotter reports in that area. But we are down to one severe thunderstorm warning here in Indiana, and that is for just south of North Vernon here, north of Jefferson County for southern Jennings County at this point in time. We do have a special weather statement for Ripley County for this cell, which is below severe criteria, expires in 18 minutes. But a lot of these hail cores are on the downtrend across the state as a whole, which is a really encouraging sight to see. We're going to have to watch this guy, though, Ryan, coming into southern Sullivan County, showing a decent small hail core on it, coming into Heathsville, perhaps Carlisle as well. Moving into out of Illinois into Indiana, showing some signs of some intensification there. Not very a big storm, but still has a decent updraft on it.
I saw a question in chat here about 10 minutes ago asking about the lack of wind damage reports. That is largely because we have a lot of like upper level shear, but we don't have a lot of low level shear. So we have some ingredients, but not all the ingredients. I think these storms are lacking a little bit more shear in the low to mid levels to be able to mix some of those winds to the ground. Overall, the wind speeds above our heads, they need to be about 40 miles an hour or so, about 20,000 feet. And currently we only have about, I would say probably, getting at the table here. Give 1 second to load in. We don't have that, is what I'm trying to say. We don't have enough wind speed here to really get these storms up and cranking. We have just kind of like just below enough. The 6 kilometer shear for me is 30 knots. So that's about 5 knots below what we want to see for like baseline damaging wind threat.
Think like 40 and higher. Really 50 knots or higher is really what you're looking for. 50, 60 knots is great. And what that allows to do when you have stronger wind shear, we call that bulk shear near the low levels, it helps these storms pull that wind down to the ground. If the wind is weaker, keep in mind these storms are really moving 25 miles an hour. And that's a good sign in and of itself that we don't have really strong winds in the mid levels to really push these storms along. They're just kind of meandering along the warm front, and also makes it harder. Doesn't rule out a wind gust, especially maybe a wet microburst or downburst, as these storms are really waterlogged. But it's more of a hail threat as of right now. Heavy rain threat. The tornado risk is very low right now across Indiana, especially now that we've lost the sun. It's more of a hail threat and heavy wind threat here remaining through the evening. A brief spin up cannot be ruled out. It's non-zero, but it is pretty low here from here on out. Could have some gusty winds through a wet microburst, heavy downburst, but right now it's more of a hail threat and heavy wind threat for the remaining severe weather event here today.
And I will also say the best shear currently is in Illinois in the very far, basically below these cells currently, where these cells are at, and then kind of point southward here. So Illinois has the best wind shear, which is why these storms are still likely warned. But these two cells right here that are not currently warned, that are pushing into Sullivan County, they're in the best environment right now with wind shear and the amount of storm fuel left. We're going to watch these guys closely. So Vigo County, Clay County, Sullivan County, you guys will be on deck for these.
That southern cell has my eye at the moment for being the strongest of the two, showing a nice narrow swath, and actually has a hail tag on it as well. So something to keep an eye on.
Yep. And then also the wind shear over ahead of these storms is okay, but it's displaced to the north here, so they're not really in the best environment. There is some wind shear by the warm front, but the warm front is up here in Wayne, Fayette, Union County. These storms are about 100 miles to the south, so I'm not too concerned about them overlapping with better wind shear this evening. So the environment is kind of turned back over here with these cells to watch. I think what's going to happen over here, you're going to see a weakening trend continue with these cells over here in southeastern and south central, but over here in southwestern, that's going to be what we're going to keep an eye on here for the next hour or two.
Yep. The cells in eastern Indiana, I think we're going to see a transition from a severe threat to a small hail threat and a heavy rain risk. The heavy rain risk will present itself for quite a few more hours here across southern Indiana. We have a lot of moisture to work with, so a lot of these storms and showers are going to be quite heavy in nature. The yellow line here, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. This is issued by the National Weather Service. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is the severe thunderstorm warning. Good question, Aaron. We need to get through tonight's risk before we talk about tomorrow's risk. and really Southeast Indiana has the highest probabilities right now, but it's of lower confidence at the moment. We need to get through this system to allow the models to regroup and get a better feel for tomorrow.
I'd be happy to put the outlook on the screen though, Caleb, just so we can give people the heads up
Yeah,
with that.
absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me.
The Storm Prediction Center does have a slight and a marginal risk in Indiana, at least to my last knowledge, unless they took that off. Yep.
Yep. So there's your outlook tomorrow. Once that clears off, there we go. So similar areas to tonight in this yellow risk. That's going to be a slight risk. That's where they think the highest probability is going to be. This general area right here, but the marginal does extend all the way up to about almost to Angola up here, over here toward what's that city over there? I can't pronounce it. Rensselaer.
Rensselaer.
Over toward that direction. That's going to be a low end risk up here. But still, I do believe that there is an all hazards threat further south here. Tornadoes, wind, hail. What's up here is more so a wind and hail event. But as Caleb
and
said,
lower confidence up north as well.
Yeah.
Really south of US 24, with the best chances actually extending from Muncie, Indianapolis, Vincennes, and points eastward. Better dynamics, especially southeast, lower Indiana as well. I think has higher confidence, lower confidence the further north and west you go. And a lot of that has to do with the cold front. The cold front's moving through. So the more time you have to bake the atmosphere in the oven, so to speak, the more dynamics and the more ingredients you'll have available. And you have less time the further north and west you go.
Yeah, and here's your 2% low risk for a tornado, and that's mainly across southern Indiana. Similar places to today. More so Bloomington, Columbus, points southward to Kentucky border. That's going to be where they think currently the best risk for a tornado is going to be tomorrow. Although, as Caleb said, we have to get through tonight because models can sometimes... I'm trying to think of an analogy here, Caleb. Sometimes we need to push old stuff or what's happening now out before models can fully get a handle on what's to come tomorrow. So I think by tomorrow morning we'll have a much better feel for this. But overall, all hazards are possible. Wind and hail, primary threat, and then tornado threat further south as of right now. That could change, but we're not going to know for sure until tomorrow morning.
Yep. And a lot of that has to do with, a lot of times when you have back-to-back events, previous events can kind of set the stage for tomorrow's events. We need to see how the air evolves. What leftovers are there? Are there any boundaries that storms could interact with? Any dirty air? Any air that may be problematic in terms of leftovers that could enhance severe weather as well? All of these attributes affect storms tomorrow. We need to get a better feel for that, and we'll have that by maybe 10 o'clock tomorrow. We call that 12Z. And there's our severe thunderstorm warning for Sullivan County. I thought we were going to see that there. This is probably for hail. $50 size hail, so decent size hail. Not a very wide hail core here, only a couple miles wide, but $50 size hail here. This is moving north and northeast at 25 miles per hour, $125 here. I'm going to go pretty close to Carr Isle here, just a little bit to the north here. State Road 58 towards New Lebanon, Paxton here, Rich Woods and points southward here. Really right in here. If you're in this zone here, there's your hail core here moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. I know red on red is not a good color, but that's what I had. But moving northeast into Sullivan County here, moving towards the Sullivan area at northeast at 25 miles per hour, in effect for another 39 minutes here, or until 10:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 9:15 Central Time in southwest Indiana. We did have a special weather statement added over here for extreme eastern Dearborn County over by Harrison. Stronger thunderstorm there. Decent hail core in it now, but it is now moving into Ohio near Hovind, Cleves, North Bend, Blue Jay, Miami Town as well, outside Cincinnati. So it is moving into Ohio. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning hanging on here. Do not want this to be completely ignored near the Lovett area. This is there in Jennings County still, but it is showing signs of weakening. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're just going to let this warning expire and maybe replace it with a special weather statement. But going to have to keep an eye on that as well. Sounds like we just had a special weather statement issued. Maybe down here for Switzerland, perhaps. It is Switzerland in Ohio. I was wondering about that cell. So some probably maybe some dime size, maybe some nickels. Okay, half-inch size, so 0.50, 45 mile per hour winds there. For this core, mainly in Switzerland County, moving into Ohio County, but also have maybe some pea-sized hail in Ohio, southern Dearborn, moving near the Aurora area as well. Could have some smaller hailstones as well. Our severe thunderstorm warning for Jennings County. This storm is weakening on the downtrend. It's kind of matching reflectivity with these storms here. Wouldn't be surprised if that warning gets canceled with a special weather statement on it. Even higher up in the cloud here, still maybe some decent stones here aloft. But when you look at a closer radar here, they're just not really showing strong signals that they're making it all the way to the ground. So it is on the downtrend. Could intensify. We're going to have to keep an eye on it here. Our strongest storm, though, is moving into Sullivan County here. Look at your... Whoa, easy, Caleb. Look at your elongated hail core here. Moving just to the northwest of Carlisle. Going to be moving towards Sullivan here. 41, as well as State Road 58 here, just south of Marome, Rivertown, Richwoods. The hail core is now in extreme southern Sullivan County. Going to be moving over the Ohio River right now as we speak. So 1.25 inch size hail, $0.50 size hail, and winds of 50 miles per hour. This storm is moving northeast at 25 miles per hour here. See if we have a scatter spike on this. I bet we do.
I just want to point out, Caleb, as well, that on this storm,
We do.
I'm getting 58 dBz at about 31,000 feet. So very potent core on that. Very, very potent core.
Yeah, very narrow storm, but a very strong storm as well.
Also, I just want to point out, to our west in Illinois, there's actually a tornado on the ground just to the west of Toledo, heading toward Lerna and Johnstown, Illinois. That is a observed tornado warning from a public confirmed. This is going to be Cumberland and Coles County, east central Illinois. Not for Indiana, luckily, but it's like a county away from the state line, so it's close, but not too close.
Yeah, likely not going to impact Indiana. Likely going to lose steam beforehand, but something to watch. But as Ryan was saying, there's more wind shear once you get across the Illinois border and into Illinois. There's better ingredients over here to work with. Your low is actually sitting about right here, and anytime you're closer to the low, you have more helicity. You have air wrapping around that low, and when you have winds that are backed out of the southeast with more instability, you have more helicity
A new tornado
associated with
watch has
that.
been issued.
I'm not sure
So-
if that's a new one or okay.
A
They've canceled.
continuation.
They've canceled some of these. Hold on. So they updated. They've canceled Davies, Jackson, Knox, Lawrence, and Martin counties. Again, Davies, Jackson, Knox, Lawrence, and Martin counties have been canceled from that tornado watch. Continued under that watch, Bartholomew, Brown, Clay, Decatur, Greene, Jennings, Monroe, Owen, Sullivan, and Vigo counties. It continues until
So-
11 p.m. Eastern, so about 1 hour and 20 more minutes.
Areas right in here have been canceled from the watch, south of where these storms are now. Not expecting any redevelopment south of these storms here as the warm front lifts north there. Back to our storms. Over here in east central Indiana, we have still our severe thunderstorm warning hanging on. Kind of re-intensified again a little bit. Still have another hail core here. This storm's still hanging on. Probably back close to severe limits here. So we may see an extension into Jefferson County here near DuPont. Quarter-size hail, 60 mile per hour winds here with this thunderstorm here. This storm here, probably going to let that special weather statement expire. Nothing more than some fat raindrops right there at the moment. This storm here, this is the core to watch here, moving near Rising Sun. This is in Ohio County here. Maybe Gray's severe southern Dearborn County near the Aurora area, showing some nickel-sized hail perhaps in that core. This storm here has moved out of Dearborn County into Cincinnati metro area. But we're going to have to keep an eye on this storm here. This core is showing signs of some re-intensification once again near severe criteria. With our strongest storm, though, in Sullivan County, a heck of a hail core now. moving into the Wabash River here. This is actually as deep as it goes on the reflectivity. It doesn't go any denser than that on the radar. That is as low as it gets, or as high as it gets on the DBZ. You can have some white here, but doesn't get much more deeper than that. And as we turn on correlation coefficient here, there's your hail core. I'll kind of circle it here for you. Hard to see, a little messy, but right in there, which correlates really well with that stuff right there. So some pretty large hailstones coming into southern Sullivan County. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a few stones, Ryan, larger than a $1.25, maybe approaching
sure.
$1.50.
I agree.
Within that core. So you may have a few ping pong balls in there as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see that warning upgraded to ping pong ball size hail for that storm there. Really potent storm here. And as we go to the velocity here, not really much of wind with this storm, just hail and torrential rainfalls. Not a very wide storm either, only a few miles wide, but again, a very potent storm moving into southern Sullivan County there with that hail core.
Yeah, Caleb, looking at the reflectivity as well, I am getting the DBZ values of about 55 at 30,000 feet. And if I go down one, I'm getting 62 DBZ at 25,000. So very potent core there.
Very potent core there.
That's directly going to be over the state line currently, Richwood, Illinois area, moving in toward New Lebanon and Paxton areas, about to cross Highway 41. So if you're on Highway 41 within Sullivan County, you need to be off the highway and seeking shelter at a car wash or some place that protects your car. Do not stop under overpasses. That's the last thing you should be doing at this case. Try to find a protected building like a car wash or an overpass with a bank, maybe. Something besides a overpass on a highway.
And a lot of that is because just in case there's a microburst or strong winds with the storm, or if rotation develops and becomes tornadic, the overpass can actually increase the severity of the storm underneath of it. With that changing of air pressure of wind moving above and below it, acts in the same way as an airplane wing. So that's why you don't want to take shelter underneath of that. But if you're on the highway here, try to find like an overhang of a bank, building, or something to take shelter under. A little bit more protected than a road overpass. But very large hail here, moving into Sullivan County, Indiana. Still warned for $half size hail, but I bet there's a few larger stones here mixing in with that cell. Still a tornado observed tag here south of Charleston, Illinois, near the Toledo area here on this supercell in Illinois. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that as it moves northward here. I don't think it'll impact Indiana, but it is something that we're monitoring here. And if this storm just will not die, still right at severe criteria here. This is Jennings County here, moving into northern Jefferson County here. We may see a warning extension here for a sliver of Jefferson County and maybe southern Ripley County. And in this storm, Ryan, in Ohio County, showing signs of some intensification as well. Still enough instability left, Ryan, down here to support some of these storms.
I'm looking at that right now, actually, on the meso analysis page, and looks like it has trimmed that warning back. Probably get a pop up here in a second, but looks like there's about 500 or so. There's the pop up. About 500 or so surface capes still available for these storms, but it's not quite to Indianapolis. Like, it's kind of sitting. New statement there for Ripley County. If I were to take my screen here really quickly, I almost hit the outro. Getting tired here. Click on the wrong things. But if I were to draw on my screen here, the warm front is sitting right from about Terre Haute over here toward the North Cincinnati area. That's kind of where the warm front is. Anywhere south of that's a little unstable, but not highly unstable as we're losing the heat of the day here. So we're on the right trend, for now at least. But we should definitely watch this, Caleb, as well, because that warm front sitting there, if these storms get closer to it, like for example, this one out in Illinois, the closer we get to that warm front, the better the shear, the better the spin can be. So if these cells over here are hanging out there for another hour or so, they may get close to that warm front. I think this one's actually on it or very close to it, which is why you're seeing the tornado warning up here. I'd be kind of concerned for this area, the Terre Haute area especially. with these two cells over the next hour or so. It's not a very wide window, but I do think there's a window here. If these storms can kind of scoot northward before the warm front lifts north, we may have a brief tornadic threat here based on what I'm seeing on mesoanalysis.
Yeah, yep, and it looks like they are going to let that severe thunderstorm warning for Jennings County expire. They have issued a special weather statement out ahead of it for penny-sized hail and winds to 45 miles per hour.
Perfect. Eastern Greene County, I would say not yet. There is a cell there in Eastern Greene County. It's directly over. Let's find it here.
That one just north of Bedford there.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it here on my GR2. There it is.
Or northwest of Bedford,
yeah,
rather.
I see it. It's over Cincinnati, Indiana, actually. So once that clears out of the county, you should be fine. If you're in northwestern Greene County, there's cell heading towards Sullivan may clip you up there by Jasonville. But other than that, I think you're good for most of Greene County, just not all of it. There's a few parts in there that I'm worried about. I'm still on my screen. I'm sorry, Caleb. You're back.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize it changed it. Didn't change it back.
Yeah, still showing some pretty strong storm here. Also, this storm is starting to exhibit a little bit of broad rotation in it as well. You can kind of see that hook appearance here. We have some rotation in the mid-levels, which is helping promote the hail within this storm, but it's going to be something to watch here as well. Nothing that signifies a tornado or anything like that, but it is something that we're going to have to watch there. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation, but nothing really too bad here with this storm. Mainly the hail threat right now, which is still going strong here. Is this going to be approaching the Paxton area, New Lebanon areas, right on 41 here. This storm is still moving east, trucking along at about 25 miles per hour northeast. Still showing signs of pretty decent hail associated with it. We're going to have to watch this storm coming into the Marshall area as well. But all of these storms we're going to have to keep a close eye on as well. Also, those storms reaching the Vigo County area, and perhaps maybe even as far north as Vermilion County, maybe Park County. The warm front could curve north a little bit as our low pressure center moves north as well. That could pull a little bit more instability, maybe a little bit further north. But again, not really over the Indianapolis area, more so maybe like this. So we're going to have to watch this area here for some development here over the next hour or so. But if you're over here in Indianapolis, north of I-70 here, I-70, 74 north of that, you guys are not really in a risk here tonight for severe weather. Watching our cells here over here, going to switch radars to this cell here has been showing signs of some intensification. This is in Ohio County, showing signs of some larger hailstones perhaps trying to work their way down to the ground as well. So we're going to have to watch here these two cells for some intensification as they exit into Ohio. Back to our more potent severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm warning, they're likely going to let it expire. They have a special weather statement already out ahead of it, ready for this storm here. So they're likely just going to let this play out. We do have to watch a hail core here in Greene County. Not severe at this point in time, really small, maybe some pea-sized hail moving into Monroe County, the Cincinnati area. I'm going to have to watch that little guy as well. Our strongest storm right now is in Sullivan County, moving northeast 25 miles an hour towards Sullivan and Cass. So it is currently warned for inch and a quarter, $half size hail, and 50 mile per hour winds, radar indicated, associated with this thunderstorm.
New statement coming in for 30 mile per hour
That is
winds
for
and half
yep,
inch
that's for
hail.
Monroe County, as well as Owen County and Greene County. That is for this cell right up here. This is statemented for half-inch hail, so 0.50, which is below severe criteria, but it is a strong thunderstorm nonetheless. So do be ready if you're in the Bloomington area, Elliottsville area. Could have some half-inch hail moving in your direction. We are just talking about that core, actually, how it needed to be watched for hail. It could intensify as well. You're right along the warm front, but right now it is below severe criteria, which is good. But these cells over here, this one in particular, Owen County or Ohio County, in southern Dearborn County, showing signs of some intensification here. We may see a severe thunderstorm warning over here if that intensification continues. As we switch radars over here, this cell as well, still hanging on strong. So we're going to have to watch these two here pretty closely here as they exit Indiana. Back on the Sullivan cell here, still going strong here with a nice juicy hail core moving northeast 25 miles per hour. So we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings as well as 4 special weather statements in effect here for southern Indiana, Ryan.
Yeah, looking at the storm in Sullivan County still, looks like it's weakening just a tad bit based on the latest couple of scans here, but still continues for half dollar size hail. Looks like they just trimmed that back more. Yeah, they trimmed it back and also have also lowered that to a quarter size now. So right on cue there. Looks like it's weakening just a bit. So perhaps this is going to be one of our last severe storms. Not to knock on wood, not to jinx it. Maybe this is one of our last severe warnings here in the state tonight. At least that's my hope. But that cell also in eastern Greene County should be watched as well as that rides the Monroe, Greene, and Owen County line here momentarily. That should also be watched as we this cell right here. That's heading toward the West Bloomington, Elliottsville area. But yeah, overall, trend is going good right now. These storms are borderline / sub-severe at this point. There's 2 warnings continued, although they trimmed this one back for a statement instead of a warning. So you guys are likely not going to get a warning over here unless it continues to strengthen. Then back over here toward Bloomington, again, just a couple pop-up type popcorn cells here. They may go severe, especially if they continue to strengthen here, so we can't rule that out. But overall, the trend right now is going good here. And if everybody knows anybody over here in the Illinois area by Charleston, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground over here in the Charleston, Illinois area. I'm trying to find there it is. I was going to say there's a radar down there somewhere. This is going to be still observed, and it's going to be from a public confirmed. Although the rotation on that does not really appear to be that strong. So
you're also in between radars at that location too, so it's hard to really get a good idea of what is going on at the surface if it's a shallow rooted area of rotation as well. So
yep,
that's why spotter reports are so important in situations like that. Radar's good, but it can only get you so close.
Yep.
So it does have limitations, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's no rotation that we're seeing with any of these storms out there. If there's any rotation, it's really high up in the storm. It doesn't really pose much of a threat, immediate threat right now. All this is mostly just hail. And in fact, the wind shear today, we talked about this about a half hour ago, the wind shear today is on the weaker side. We had enough of it to warrant, we had enough spin at least to warrant some attention for some tornadoes. We had enough mid-level to upper-level wind shear to kind of support organization of storms, but there's a little bit lacking there in the low to mid-levels. That's not really mixing all these winds down to the ground. So most of what's happened tonight has been hail, and I believe we have an unconfirmed report of a potential funnel / tornado somewhere near the, where was it at? I saw the report on a page on Twitter about a possible touchdown somewhere, but can't confirm that for sure. But overall, right now, it's just a hail threat out there right now. I don't see anything gusty wind-wise. I don't see any rotation to warrant attention for. So as of right now, it's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, and your better dynamics right now are closer to the low itself, and that is situated in Illinois. And that's currently where we have an active tornado warning. And that's where the threat might persist a little bit longer, but not a lot longer. We've lost the sun, so they're losing daytime heating as well, just as we are here in Indiana. And there's some decent rotation over there in Illinois. But again, it's still a little bit hard to tell,
Actually,
being
that's
in
still.
between radars. But
Are you looking at your radar or my radar? I had on my screen.
well, you can go back.
I was just looking at that.
I was rambling away, but
Yeah, I was looking at that rising sun area, and this looks. It's not rotation. This is more of a downburst signature. The red's going away from the radar, which is this way, and the green's going toward the radar, which is this way. So this is more of a
yeah.
downburst than it is rotation. But still, some gustier winds possible over here by rising sun. Not severe though, just enough to step outside and smell the rain, so to speak, type of wind, but not enough to blow your trash can away. If you want your radar back, just let me know. Yeah, the worst part about today is what Caleb just mentioned. We're kind of between radars here. So radar beams, the further you get away from the radar, the higher the beam becomes and the more inaccurate the data becomes at the surface. We want to know what's happening down where we live. You know, what happens 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 feet above our heads, we don't care about that. Obviously, we do because it matters, but here on the ground, we can't see that on radar when we get, 50 miles away from a radar. So between Indianapolis and Evansville, there's no radars. So this whole area tonight has been between both, and we haven't really been able to see a good low level scan below. I think the lowest scan we saw tonight, at least I saw personally, Caleb, is about 4,200 feet. I think it's the
Yeah.
lowest scan that we were able to get tonight. Tonight on a excuse me,
Which
tonight on a storm, which
yeah.
is it's not low enough for us. We want to see what's happening 1, 2, 3,000 feet. So the
Right.
lowest we could see
And that's pretty
is
common nationwide
it is.
too. And far as radar coverage goes, Indiana has very good radar coverage in terms of the national average. We have 3 active radars within the state of Indiana. We have IWX in North Webster, we have Indianapolis, and we also have Evansville. We have 3 radars in the state of Indiana. And we have pretty good radar coverage here in the state of Indiana, but we do have a few areas where we have some limitations, and in between those radars is one of them. But we have 6 radars that really overlap Indiana. So, and 7 if you want to include the one in central Illinois a little bit as well. So we have really good coverage here in terms of the national average. There's some areas in the country where you can take Indianapolis out, and your closest radar from Evansville is Fort Wayne. That's kind of the distance where some parts of the country's has in terms of radar limitations. So we have it pretty good here in Indiana, all things considered. But when you have events like this where a lot of the mesoscale features or the hazards that may affect us are really shallow below the radar, that's where the limitations kind of stub your toe a little bit and kind of bite you a little bit, is when you have a lot of features that are shallow, and that's where spotters are really encouraged to report those reports as well safely as well. So radar is good, but it does have limitations. The curvature of the Earth being the biggest limitation. So
that cell in Sullivan County is now looking sub-severe. I would expect them to statement that and not continue the warning into northwestern Greene County. This cell right
I would
here,
agree with
I
that.
don't really see. If you back it up here, you're going to see that hail core was much, much more potent back here. And as such, it's been kind of weakening here. So,
Yeah.
Sullivan, you're still on deck here, likely for some small to medium-sized hail, maybe an isolated large hailstone there. But as of right now, it does appear to be a much lower threat than what it was 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, still a lot of lightning occurring in these cells as well. So,
Also,
but not quite as strong.
Got to watch one to the west here too, taken off here by York. It's going to ride the border of
Yep.
Illinois, Indiana. So we have additional cells developing here. We'll see what they do. I think the cells over here are still in a better environment, so they could become severe. They may have a border threat here, Terre Haute up to about, maybe Vigo County. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yep.
Over here, Bloomington, there's no rotation. I see a couple comments asking about Bloomington. There's cells that are kind of all around you right now. Downtown, you're fine, but you're about to get a storm there with probably some small hail, maybe some frequent lightning, a heavy downpour. These 3 cells do not look severe at all. One is statemented here for, let's go pop this out, for half-inch hail, so that's mothball size. So that's not severe. So there could be some small hail in there. Otherwise,
Biggest thing, heavy rain
Bloomington-
with those storms and maybe some lightning.
Yeah, Bloomington is looking pretty good though, which is good news.
Hopefully that trend continues, but a lot of these storms are struggling to remain intensity for a long period of time now that we've lost the sun. Our instability is waning a little bit. That's kind of a limiting factor from here on out that we have here for a lot of these storms. But still, the risk for some hail does continue here, probably over the next hour or so as these storms continue. Our strongest storms are actually in eastern Indiana, Ryan. Um, Over just south of Versailles in Ohio County, Switzerland County, and over there in eastern Indiana. Some of those cells are still showing some hail cores and perhaps some gusty winds as well.
Yeah, and this is all between the radars here too. Like if you look at the radars, going back to what we're
Yeah,
talking
it
about,
depends which one you're looking at as well.
like there's
I'm
three
on
radars here, but
ILNs
it's
at
like
the
in the
moment.
middle of all of them. Like there's no radar there, so it's kind of like pick your choice. As that's kind of
Yeah,
bad
they're all
news.
showing pretty high. But it's those three cells have my eye between the one just for some small hail mainly.
Yeah, those are about to move into Ohio here too. So if you live in the Cincinnati area, Hamilton, Independence, Kentucky, that general area, then this one back here, the warning has expired, but it is moving into a statement now, which is going to be for, I believe, Ripley, southern Ripley County. That's going to be for some small hail, some brief gusty winds there that are non-severe. One severe warning in the state, Caleb, over here by Sullivan, and that storm does not look to be severe anymore. So I assume they're going to either cancel it or let it expire here in 10 minutes.
Yeah, in terms of the hail core goes, the hailstones, in my opinion, look to be maybe closer to half inch, maybe penny size hail at 3/4, but I don't see widespread quarters anymore. Thankfully, they could still be occurring. It does still have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. However, based on radar, I just I don't see it at this point in time.
In fact, they just canceled that warning, so we are now in statement operations. Switch the banner over.
Meaning we have strong thunderstorms in Indiana, but they are all behaving themselves. They are below severe criteria at this point in time, but we'll stay on here a little while longer. So as we do have that risk for a sporadic severe thunderstorm here this evening here.
All right, I'm going to try something here.
Ryan's going into experimentation mode.
Yep. You may hear this, Caleb, but I have it muted on the output, so it shouldn't go through.
He is working on the warning
There we
bar
go.
once again, having some technical difficulties with it tonight. It is a new thing we are trying out here for Indiana. Should be really good in the long run. Should keep you guys updated on current warnings and statements here in the state of Indiana. But there are a few kinks in it. We're working through those here with you.
Yeah, there's no warning in effect. I'm gonna see if this drops off here in a second. There's no severe warnings in effect. They're all statements. I'll give it about a minute or so, and I'll switch it back manually if I have to. But overall, we are out of severe ops. There's still potential for a severe storm with what's out there right now. But as of right now, it's just all these storms are looking like they're on the weaker side of things.
Yep,
I'm
and that
not
was
really
expected
seeing.
as well. After we lost sun and our daytime heating, the instability was supposed to drop off here pretty quick, and we're starting to see that, which is good news.
Oh, maybe we just switch back, or is it still bugging out? Should be a SWS on top there. There we go. And it froze again, but we'll leave it like that. While we have a little bit break in the action here, we're going to stay live, Caleb, I believe, for a few more minutes at least. Just kind of watch what's happening out there.
Yep.
But if you guys are watching on Facebook and you want to be notified when we go live, you can do so by dropping in the chat an exclamation point followed by the word notify all together. It's exclamation point and then notify. And then what that will do is every time we go live, Facebook will send you a notification on the Facebook app. When you log in, you'll see, hey, Indiana Weather Online has went live. Feel free to drop that in chat here and you'll be notified whenever we go live, which we go live once a week on Sunday nights at 8 o'clock Eastern. And then also anytime severe weather is occurring in the state of Indiana, no matter if it's at 10 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock in the morning, doesn't matter what time of day, we're here live covering it from beginning to end here. So if you want to be notified, there's also a way to do it on YouTube as well. You can click subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Once you hit subscribe, there's going to be a bell that shows up, and you click that bell and you hit all. That will give you alerts for everything that we do on our YouTube. Any new videos uploaded, any live streams, it'll send a push notification to your phone through the YouTube app for that as well. So Facebook, you got to type in chat here, the exclamation point, and then notify. And then on YouTube, subscribe, then hit the bell, and then click all. No warnings in effect here, just statements here. All storms out there currently are sub-severe. Caleb, I'm not gonna put a time frame on this, but I probably should stay live here for at least 5 or 10, maybe 15 minutes at least, just kind of watching this, just to make sure. We don't want to hop off because our policy here, we have to go live. We don't have to, but we want to go live anytime they're severe in the state here. So we don't want to hop off, have one of these storms become severe again, have to tap back on. So we just rather stay on here, just kind of monitor while these storms are still.
But now's a good time to ask any questions you guys have for us too. While we're kind of in quiet time right now, we have some strong storms, but they're behaving themselves right now as expected. So if you guys have any questions, now's a good time to ask for Ryan or myself. And we can kind of briefly talk about tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to have a cold front moving across the state. As it does so, Ryan, if you want to pull up the SPC outlook again, areas across central and southeast lower Indiana had the best potential. The further north and west you go, the lower confidence we have in severe weather. So think Muncie, Indianapolis to Terre Haute and points southeastward have the best potential for severe weather tomorrow. We could see a low-end all-hazards event tomorrow, similar to what we had today. A low chance of a tornado with hail and damaging winds is the primary risk tomorrow. But we'll have a better idea of what the atmosphere is capable of as we go into tomorrow morning. We let forecast models get their data overnight, how the air is evolving, what ingredients look to come into play tomorrow, and what role does that take ahead of the cold front here tomorrow. So areas in yellow have the best potential or greater confidence of seeing a few severe thunderstorms. Areas in green, that's a 1 out of 5. That's a marginal risk by the Storm Prediction Center. Lesser confidence up there. Fort Wayne, Logansport, pretty low confidence up there. Allen, Wells, Huntington counties all the way over towards the Lafayette area. Kind of lower confidence up there. Higher confidence further south and east across the east central and southwest or southeast portions of Indiana ahead of that cold front tomorrow. And we'll have a full severe weather outlook issued tomorrow morning, probably before 11 o'clock, between 11 and noon, if not before, depending on how data looks in the morning. If we need to wait for another model run, sometimes we do that if we're not confident in the data that is presented in the morning. So sometimes that happens. Forecast models are only good as the data entered in. So sometimes if they have bad data, we like to wait until our confidence has increased just a little bit. But that is kind of a nutshell of what is going on here tomorrow. Winds could also gust to 40 miles an hour tomorrow. Briefly, not a long wind event tomorrow, but there's about a 4 to 5 hour stretch tomorrow where the winds could get quite gusty tomorrow, 30 to 40 miles an hour across the state. What's Indiana in spring without a little wind? I mean, we've had a lot already. What's a little more, right? So another day, another windy day expected tomorrow. Not all day, kind of come in spurts, but about mid-morning, early afternoon, could see some gusts, maybe a 4 or 5 hour duration before things taper off a little bit. So not a super bad day, not an all-day thing, but don't be surprised if you hear the wind outside. Could get gusty at times tomorrow. But at least it's warm outside. I mean, that's a plus. There's no wind chill tomorrow, so at least we're not talking about that. That would not be pleasant tomorrow. So at least we're not talking about the wind chill. There'll be a warm wind.
I'm going to pop off the SPC here. I want to talk about what's going on out there now. We have a lot of questions in here about specific areas. Overall, there's no severe thunderstorms out there currently. If I can figure out,
I am going to pull your attention though, Ryan, never mind. That's in Ohio. Never mind.
Yeah,
I thought that was still in Ohio County. I was watching that one for going warned south of Cincinnati. That may briefly include Ohio County, but the core is actually in Ohio. They did put a new statement on that, but that's close to severe criteria over there. But nothing else in Indiana is at severe criteria at this point in time. Got a stronger storm moving south of Versailles there, but subsevere at this point in time. Special weather statement on it. A lot of questions about Bloomington. That cell is actually looking less impressive every time I look at it.
Yeah,
Mainly
it's
just fat raindrops in that one at this point in time. Stronger cell still in central Sullivan County. May get a special weather statement on it, but again, below severe criteria at this point in time for that one. But it does still have a decent core on it and has re-intensified briefly, trying to regain some strength, but again, sub-severe at this point in time.
I wouldn't give the all clear just yet between Indianapolis and Bloomington. The sandwich between, I'll go ahead and circle it on the screen here. I wouldn't give the all clear just yet for this area right here. But anywhere south of this, like Bedford, Paoli, Salem, Jasper, Vincent, anywhere south over here, you guys are fine. Go to bed. I would even say probably over here as well. You guys are fine as well. There's one cell here we're going to watch carefully, but it doesn't look too impressive at all. So I would be almost inclined to give the all clear for you guys over here, but just not quite, just for that one cell. But yeah, my focus still over here is from like Terre Haute, Brazil, Cloverdale. Again, not a very high concern, but these are where the storms are. Until we see a weakening trend with these storms, I'm not going to give the all clear for that area just yet. I know we have a lot of Jasonville questions in chat today. Jasonville, I would say you're about okay. We're going to watch the cell here close to you, but it's going to move, I believe, to your west, maybe Cliptown there. Once that passes you, you're fine to go to bed. I know a lot of questions for Bloomington. I would say Bloomington, you're good. Go to bed at this point. That cell is west of town, sprinkling in town currently, but it's going to be to your north that time. If it does strengthen, it'll be to your north and past you. So Bloomington, you're probably good here. Columbus, you're probably good as well. Nashville, you have a little bit of a rain shower here coming. I don't even see lightning with these storms, Caleb. There's not even a lightning strike with these two cells.
Not a lot, and that's a sign of weakening updrafts and cloud tops. Not quite as high either, so that's a good sign. The more lightning you see, sometimes you can see some intensification. But that Sullivan cell, Ryan, is still hanging on. Has a small little core on it again. Yeah. Below severe criteria, but wouldn't be surprised to see a special weather statement put back on that guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked either. Haley
again,
asking
weak
about
and small in nature, though.
See Haley in here asking about Jasonville. So yeah, Jasonville, you're right here. This cell is going to move probably just to your west and north, so you should be fine. It's not severe currently. Could have some small hail at worst. Once that storm passes, you're good to go to bed. Give it like 5 or 10, 15 minutes, actually, just to be safe. 15 minutes, you'd be good to go with that. That actually looks like the strongest cell out there currently. Not severe, what I'm seeing, but it does appear to be the strongest out there. Looking on radar, there is a nice core on the Evansville radar at 4,500 feet. Let's check the Indianapolis radar. Which one has a better look at it? That's 6,000 feet. So Evansville has the better look at this. Let's see how high up that hail core goes. Not bad, actually. That could use a statement on it. I'm getting 20,000 feet. We're at 64 dBz. So that means that the hail is pretty high up there. It's not a very large cell, but it could be putting down some decent sized hail. Wouldn't be shocked to see another statement issued for this cell. Perhaps even borderline severe for hail based on the latest what I'm seeing here on radar.
Yeah, not very big, but there's also a strong cell outside York coming near Prairie Creek. Another little small cell there moving northeast, I assume at 25 miles an hour. Pretty much been the average here with a lot of these cells.
Yeah. Question here for Columbus. Yeah, you should be fine. There's no storms heading your direction. There's one to your west. Looks pretty weak in nature. Just a rain shower, really. So Columbus, I'd say, yeah, go to bed. You're fine. Again, anywhere south of these storms here, if you're south of Sullivan, Bedford, Seymour, Madison, Columbus, and again, I'd be even inclined to stay up here by Richmond, Connorsville, Greensburg area. You guys are fine. We're watching this cell down here over in the Ripley County area, moving in toward Dearborn and Ohio counties. It does not look severe, but there is still a statement on it that could be some small to medium-sized hail falling with that. My attention is going to be on this cell here in Sullivan heading up toward Clay City. It looks like it's going to miss Jasonville.
Yeah, looks like there's still some cloud-to-cloud, some icy lightning in some of these storms. Have a traffic cam near Sullivan. There's quite a bit of lightning in it. It's just not cloud to ground.
I see a question here for Terre Haute. Terre Haute, currently there's no severe warnings in effect, but you do have numerous storms heading your direction. We'll have to see if they strengthen or stay the same. As of right now, we're trending positively, where we're going to be able to say all clear here soon, but just we're holding off just to see what these things do. So Terre Haute, not yet for you guys. Storms are still heading your way. No severe currently, though, and hopefully it trends that way. No problem, Casey. Go to bed. Sleep well.
Haven't seen a MPing report or a spotter report for hail in some time in any of these storms. Ryan, maybe that's another sign as well, or just not hitting very populated areas where they do report.
Yeah, so I can go ahead and kind of show you guys. Is my window capture? Oh, it's the same thing. Hold on. Let me flip it. Here we go. This cell right here in Sullivan County, flip on the cities for you guys so you guys know where I'm at here. There we go. There's Jasonville, there's Midland, there's Lewis, Clay City. This cell right here, at current location, this is 4,591 feet off the surface, and the pink and purple color you see in here is 60 dBz. That is basically a measure of how strong the rain or the reflectivity, in this case hail, is. If I were to switch this to a different tilt, so the radar has different tilts, kind of like tilt 1, tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. The higher that you are up in the atmosphere, the bigger the tilt is. So tilt 1 is the lowest, tilt 2 would be higher, tilt 3 is higher.
The radar beam, think of it like a pizza slice. It's really wide, but you can sample different angles of that beam and go up in the atmosphere.
So for severe weather, we typically want to see a hail core with 60 dBz, in this case, the pink and purple you see there, at 20,000+ feet. So at 20,000 feet, actually, this is at 19,966. So basically 20,000 feet here. There's a little blip of 60 dBz, which would usually warrant mention of perhaps some severe hail with this storm. But because it's so small in nature, I don't know if it warrants a warning. It's like a very localized area getting affected by this storm. So if there is severe hail going on in there, it's not really
maybe a mile wide, if that.
Yeah, and even on CC here, you can see the hail core. Remember that green triangle is? This is all the red color is uniform raindrops. You get these yellow, green, blue colors over here within those raindrops. That indicates you probably have some hail falling there too. So both that and turn on the hail tracker here. Yeah, there you go. That's actually a very, very small localized area of hail moving up toward Hymera and Colmont areas. This is likely going to miss Jasonville just to the west of town here.
Yeah, and when you get these situations like this, a lot of it's up to the discretion of the National Weather Service in charge, the office. Each one has different preference. If it's really strong, but it's over really narrow, they may issue one. But if it's marginally supportive, they may hold off. It really just comes down to preference at this point in time when you have marginal criteria over such a small localized area as well. So a lot of it's just office discretion at this point in time. So wouldn't be surprised either way.
Bloomington and Greensburg, yeah, your guys are fine. Go to bed for the night. Sullivan, you're fine as well.
Yep, the storm has passed off to your north. Could have a few isolated showers.
Yeah, I see those back
to
down
come.
here.
Yeah, but the severe weather risk is quite low.
Yeah. That cell did go warned over here just south of Cincinnati. I feel like we're always talking about this area. Ohio, Dearborn, and Ripley counties. I feel like we've talked about those endlessly here on the channel the past week or so. And also Florence, Independence. This exact same area just impacted a few days ago from severe weather. That's crazy. But again, this is across the border in Kentucky. I do realize we do have some Kentucky and some Ohio followers, as well as some Illinois followers. So welcome in.
Yeah,
guys,
pretty strong winds in that. If you look at the airport radar, Ryan. Yeah, you got it up right there.
Up here. So
yeah, pretty strong winds.
Again, Kentucky, not Indiana, heading toward the radar here, airport radar in Independence, Kentucky. And this is going to be winds of bright green colors. This is what we kind of wanted to track all night. We haven't seen this yet in Indiana. With these bright greens or bright red colors, that indicates our very strong winds here. And this cell waited until it crossed the border into Kentucky before doing it. But we do have strong winds now moving into the Richwood, Kensington, Union, Independence, and Florence areas here in Kentucky. County on that is going to be Union County in Kentucky. Do we have any Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, or Michigan watchers, viewers in chat here? Let us know.
Yeah, great to have you. If you guys are hanging out with us, appreciate you. And there's a special weather statement now for Sullivan County. There it is. And penny size hail in 40-mile-per-hour winds, 0.75 is what they put a statement on it for.
I'm waiting for it to pop on my screen.
Just popped on mine.
I'm about 5 seconds behind you. Right on cue.
There it is.
Blue box here. So again, it includes Jasonville, Howesville, Clay City, Lewis. This cell is tracking. We'll track it right down here. Hymera, Colmont, Buchanan Corner, toward Middlebury and Clay City, Lewis as well. State Route 246. It should miss Jasonville. It will miss Jasonville directly to the west. So you should be good with that. Again, the penny size hail as well as winds in excess of 40 are possible with this storm. Not surprised by that at all. We were just talking about the hail size in there. Very marginally supportive. Perhaps some large hail in there, but medium-sized hail will do just fine.
Yeah, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. One of the faster moving storms of the night.
What's up? Keegan says Michigan. Welcome in, Keegan. Yeah, not much going on. The Bloomington cell continues to weaken, so really the only concern, Caleb, in the state that I would have, this cell over here is weakening as well. The only concern now with anything is going to be this clump of cells by Terre Haute. That's all I really see. We're also getting close to the airport radar here, so we can kind of get an idea here. The cell over Ellisville doesn't have much anything concerning there. Ellisville, yeah, you're fine. Go to bed there, Kyle in chat. Go to bed. You're fine. So yeah.
Still a little ways off from the airport, where we can kind of see that Elliottsville cell a little bit. And doesn't look really impressive on the airport's radar at this point in time.
Not at all. About to get up and do a stand-up coverage because my legs need to be stretched.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much longer it's going to be before they trim that tornado watch back to let's say maybe the Bloomington area and east. I wouldn't be surprised if they cut that little extension off to cut Monroe County out of it, but leave maybe extreme west central Indiana.
Yeah, so looking at mesoanalysis, these storms are basically on the front right now. These cells up here are north of the front. The front is, the warm front, should I say, is about right here, cutting down like this. So these storms are on the front and crossing it right now, which is perfect timing because we've lost the heat of the day. We only have, I did click on this location here, we only have about 400 joules of surface-based instability, which is
not a lot.
Not a lot. I mean, it can be enough in certain scenarios. We have a lot of upper-level dynamics, but today's not one of those days. So there's just not much there to support.
Now, if they would have caught up to the warm front earlier this afternoon, let's say 2-3 o'clock, if not maybe a little bit later prime time, like the 4 or 5 p.m. if they were at the warm front, a lot of times that's where you have your maximized helicity is along that warm front. And if we would have had that earlier this afternoon, we may have had a different scenario. But it took a while for these storms to catch up. And a lot of that, we didn't have a lot of wind shear support. We didn't have a lot of bulk shear. We didn't have a lot of steering for these storms. They were just kind of meandered along. We had some dynamics marginally supportive of severe weather, tornadoes, all hazards. And we saw a couple of tornado warnings earlier and a lot of funnel cloud reports as well. But we didn't have a lot of low-level and bulk shear support to promote widespread severe weather. So it's one of those conditional days that we had here in southern Indiana. But we had some large hail reports, though, Ryan, up to 2 inches earlier this afternoon in Martin County, which is quite impressive when it comes to hail. That's hen egg size. So that's pretty big. It's enough to break some windows and cause quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, we had quite a few reports of ping pong quarters, egg size. Yeah, we had quite a few. I have a question in chat here. Where was it? What makes you interested in the storms around the Terre Haute region? And the answer for that, great question, Ashlyn. The answer for that is I'm going to show you. But first, I want to show you on the radar here. There's a statement in effect there for hail. On radar, these storms are marginally strong to severe, mainly for hail. There's no tornado or wind with these storms. It's just mainly a hail threat. But the reason being, right now, based on real-time data, here's a map here. This is called mesoscale analysis. Mesoanalysis is a big word, basically a fancy term for what's happening in the atmosphere. And I'll show you, if we zoom in here to that Terre Haute region, that's where your warm front is. That red line, the top of the red lines there, where they cut off and it turns to like white above there, that's where your warm front's currently sitting. So these storms are on the warm front currently. And if we switch over here to our bulk wind shear, we're going to notice the entirety of that southern essential part of the state doesn't really have much in the way of wind shear there. But over here close to Terre Haute, that's where we start getting the bigger numbers there, 50, 55 over in Illinois. But it's close to those contours where you have stronger wind shear. But over here, further to the central and east part of the state, we don't have that until we get north of the front where nothing's happening. So putting that together, that's what kind of concerns us most for the Terre Haute region. But because we don't have enough instability here to support much of a threat anymore, overall concern is quite low. It's just we're watching that one particular area for anything further that could become strong.
When we look for severe weather, we want that overlap. We need the overlap of instability, wind shear to all come together. And as we looked at those different ingredients, they're kind of displaced. The most wind shear in Indiana is on the north side of the warm front where we don't have instability. If you don't have fuel, you're not going to have enough fuel to support storms to tap into that wind shear. Now, if that wind shear was on the south side of the front, maybe we'd have a little bit something different to talk about. But again, without instability, without the fuel on the fire, you're not going to have really enough support for this storms to tap into it. But the reason we're more interested, it's a low confidence interest for Southwest Indiana. You're closer to the low. You have a little bit more overlap still to deal with, a little bit of marginal instability with some more wind shear. And wind shear and instability combined is really what you need for severe weather. But we have more wind shear than what we have instability. So you can only go as strong as what your limiting factor is. Our limiting factor right now is instability, and those numbers are dropping pretty fast now that we've lost the sun. They're a little bit higher across western Indiana, but even those numbers are not impressive. When you think about it earlier, I know these numbers may not mean a whole lot to you. Think of it like 2,000 as the threshold for today. We had up to 2,500 this afternoon, and now we're down to like 400. And if 200 is the threshold and we're at 400, we have dropped significantly. And some of that's in part of the storms have used a lot of that up. They've used up a lot of that fuel, but we're not making any more fuel now that we've lost the sun. And in some severe weather events, you don't need the sun to make fuel. Sometimes the atmosphere can compensate for that, and it can make its own. But that's not the case today. We really needed that sun to make the fuel today. And since we've lost the sun, we're losing fuel, and these storms are having a harder time becoming strong to severe, which is good. Keeps them in check on nights like tonight. But because they're riding the warm front, that's our sense of lift to help lift storms up. That's rising air, air being forced upward along that warm front, and that's sparking these showers and thunderstorms. But because the wind shear is displaced a little bit and our waning instability, we expect these storms to behave themselves and become a little bit more tamer in sense, and transition from supercells to more garden variety thunderstorms. And that's the trend that we're seeing, and that's a trend that we want to see as well. We want to see the supercells go away, and losing that wind shear component will really limit how many storms are able to rotate in the upper levels of these clouds to produce the hail, and we're not seeing a lot of that right now. We've lost quite a few ingredients, so which is good, keeping these storms in check, which is what we want to see. But we do have special weather statements still in effect for Sullivan County for the storm outside Jasonsville moving into the Clay City area. 40 miles an hour and penny-sized hail with that storm. So still a couple strong storms out there. And that's actually our last special weather statement in the state of Indiana, Ryan. We are down to one special weather statement.
Yes, we are, but
But
we
look,
do have a viewer in here from Hamilton, Ohio. I want to cover here really quick. Hi, Kate. Welcome in chat.
absolutely.
Sorry I didn't get to yours immediately, but Hamilton, Ohio, you are clear. Storms are splitting north and south of you. Maybe some rain showers back here. Probably hearing rumbles of thunder, but overall, you are in the clear, Hamilton, Ohio. So you are good to go to bed here if you so choose. Down here by Cincinnati, though, south side of Cincy, Florence and Independence, this is a potent severe thunderstorm here. Take a look at the airport radar here. We have very lucky to have an airport radar here, which is giving us a beam that's probably not even 50 feet off the ground, which is really good data. 30 to 40 mile per hour winds here, probably gusts to 45 or 50 over the airport here, moving into Independence, Kentucky. This is going to be again Boone County, I believe. Yeah, Boone County, Kenton County, in Kentucky.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty strong storm there, producing some gusty winds there. Another storm I want to draw your attention to is actually west of Vermilion County in Illinois,
Yeah,
near
I
Danville.
just saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's actually producing some hail there north of the warm front. So likely an elevated base, but still enough lift there. Produce some hailstones there. That one has my eye. So that's why we're going to stay on here a little bit longer just to monitor these storms to make sure none of them do go severe the rest of the night. We think that threat is waning pretty quickly, but there's enough. Not a lot, but enough ingredients left to where a few of these could go stronger. But the good news is we're losing our instability, and these storms are on the downtrend. So
We'll
a
know.
good thing overall.
We'll know more about tomorrow morning, unfortunately. There is a risk for severe weather for pretty much the entire state, minus the far northwest corner up by Gary and South Bend areas. But further south, especially south of Terre Haute, Indianapolis to Fort Wayne, south of those areas, you guys have the highest concern tomorrow. Damaging wind, large hail concerns. Further south, I would expect there to be at least a risk for a tornado or two possible, kind of like today, but a little bit further north with tomorrow's risk. We're not going to know details, how high the threat's going to be, how low the threat's going to be. We're not going to know that till tomorrow morning.
Yep.
If you guys are watching on Facebook, we are also live simultaneously over on YouTube. So feel free if you prefer to watch on YouTube. It's a much easier viewing experience. We're also trying to build our following over on YouTube as well. So if you guys want to go over and subscribe to the channel, we'd appreciate that. We are at 573 subscribers. We're trying to make it to 1,000 here within the next month or so. So feel free to hop over there and give us a follow at Indiana Weather Online on YouTube. Same stream as you're viewing here on Facebook. It's just a little bit better format. I know on Facebook you can't really click out of the stream and do other stuff, but on YouTube you can. So it's a little bit easier to view on.
Yeah, a couple other stronger storms popping off in eastern Illinois there. One just north of Robinson that has a decent hail core on it. That'll be moving northeast towards the Melrose, Illinois. Still west of the Wabash River. Still a few ways away from Indiana, but a couple cells worth watching there for extreme western Indiana.
If you guys got questions, feel free to drop them in chat. We're kind of in a relaxed mode now. We have no big severe weather to track anymore. So we're kind of relaxed. Might be some dead air time here, but if you guys got questions, we are here to answer them. We love interaction. We love getting to know you guys. So feel free to let us know where you're watching from. Again, pretty much the entire state is, I'm not going to say all clear. These storms in the western part of the state here by Terre Haute have our eye. Overall concern is low. But outside of this area, there's really not much going on. So let's kind of relax and kick back and just kind of hang out while these storms move through. Kyle asked, when are we going to get a break? Kyle, break is coming. Friday could hold another severe threat as well. But after Friday, Caleb, correct me if I'm wrong here, but Saturday, Sunday, and at least the first half of next week looks dry and gorgeous. I don't
Yeah.
see any storm. Like it's gonna be 70s, sun. I don't see much in the way of any storm threat at all. Very consistent pattern coming up with very pleasant weather. Minimal wind, pleasant temperatures, minimal storm chances. I believe once we get to Saturday, we're into that, especially next week, starting Monday. Return to warmth and dry is going to be in place.
Yeah, thanks to a pattern change, we have a blocking pattern coming in that's really going to prevent storm systems from moving in. We have some high pressure moving back in, and the first half of May is actually trending drier than average for Indiana, but also warmer than average as well. We're going to see some warmer temperatures move in, maybe some summer-like temperatures moving back into the picture for the first half of May. Still too early to see what the second half of May looks like. We are spring in Indiana, so we'll have some more severe weather chances before we settle down for summer. That's a given. But for right now, I think we're going to see a break here once we get through this week and the next week and into the first half of May. Drier than average and warmer than average trending here for Indiana. So not a bad forecast on the extended forecast, especially for our growers to get the rest of the seed in the ground. Really good, favorable planting weather coming up here as well. Don't really see much of any more frost risks or anything like that. Maybe a few nights still possible across portions of far northern Indiana. Not out of the question. Typically, we don't see our last frost up there until the second week of May or after. So not unheard of to see late May frost. Happened a couple of years ago. We had a freeze actually a few years ago across northern Indiana. But our frost chances are numbered. So that is some good news here across the state of Indiana. If you're south of Indianapolis, you likely have had your last frost for the year. So I'd be surprised to see another frost south of Indianapolis this late in the season, but not impossible, but chances are definitely low. There's a severe thunderstorm warning up to the state line there, including the Marshall, Illinois area. Just got issued there. Does not include Indiana. Does not include Indiana, but it did just get issued there in Illinois.
I don't know what happened with it, but it popped on my screen. Now it's popped back on.
Yeah, it happened to mine too. I don't really know what happened there either.
$0.5 size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So they went a little bit above quarter size. So, again, this is not for Indiana, but it is heading toward the general Terre Haute area. Probably going to pass to the west of Terre Haute if I had to guess, but it's going to ride the state line to the north of Terre Haute. We'll see how it trends.
Yeah, think like northern, maybe Vigo County, and maybe southern Vermilion if it hangs on. But we'll just have to see how that trends there. If it makes it that far. A lot of these updrafts are having a harder time sustaining themselves for long periods of time, so hopefully it doesn't make it to Indiana, but it is worth watching nonetheless. There's not a lot of instability left, but there is just enough to support a few storms. They get feisty every now and then, so...
Going to be any storm threats for tomorrow? Some people are saying yes, others are saying no. Depends on where you're at, Ashland. Yes, there is a threat tomorrow. Wind and hail, primary risk. There is a risk for a tornado further south of Bloomington, primarily for right now. If that changes, we'll post about it tomorrow on the page. But yes, there is a threat for severe weather tomorrow. Potentially one for Friday as well. So if you're keeping track at home, that could be 4 days of back-to-back-to-back severe weather in the state of Indiana.
Yep. And just like today, if we have a severe weather warning issued in Indiana, you'll catch Ryan and I on here live covering that warning in its entirety to keep you guys safe and ahead of the storm and answer any questions you guys may have as well. So happy to do that for you.
We were live yesterday for 6 hours or so. We've been live tonight for 5 hours continuously, 5 hours, 4 minutes to be exact. We're cooking strong, not cooking, going strong. I almost said cooking. I just said cooking. I'm getting tired.
I don't know why you said cooking.
I have no idea why I said cooking, but we've been live for 5 hours straight here. This is what we do, so feel free to follow along, and we're here for you guys.
Yeah, but if you guys have any questions or anything like that, feel free to put them in chat here while we're in quiet mode here. Just kind of monitoring the radar trends at this point in time. Have a few stronger storms off in Illinois and southwest Indiana that we're still keeping an eye on, below severe criteria, but they are strong at this point in time. So still a little early to hop off here, as we do have a A low risk here for Southern Indiana, but a risk nonetheless that we're keeping an eye on. So if you guys have any questions or anything, feel free to drop them in chat. Love to interact with you, answer some questions that you may have about severe weather or weather in general. Put them in chat. Let us know what you guys have on your minds.
We do have some questions popping in here, Caleb, from about 4 minutes ago. I missed them.
Yeah, awesome.
Harley starts with, "Do you know the Muffin Man?"
Does he live on Drury Lane? I've heard of him, but don't know if I've met him in person yet.
I find that kind of funny too because about 4 or 5 months ago, Caleb and I were doing
That
some
song
late
stuck
night.
in my head.
Yeah.
Oh, I know where you're going with
Yeah,
that.
Caleb and I were doing some late night work, making some graphics for the page, and he was busy doing work, and I popped in. I started blaming the Muffin Man at him, and he didn't like it. So
It's
I
really
started-
hard to write a forecast synopsis when you have the Muffin Man playing in the background, and this is for this was a detailed mezzo synopsis that I was writing, and it's hard to be technical when you have a non-technical song, a kid song playing in the back of your mind, really loud, and you have Ryan back there going, just it was bad. It's hard to
You liked it.
concentrate on mezzo mechanics when you're blaring the Muffin Man in my ear.
And just for reference, when
Oh,
there's nothing
boy.
going on out here, we like to have a good time and kind of joke around too. This is how we are, so
Absolutely.
we're laid back. We like to be serious, but we're also laid back too when nothing's going on. So, next question here. I asked people if they're watching from. I see Lapel. I see Osgood. Hey, I've been to Osgood. I actually got one of my first wall clouds chasing in Osgood. Actually, I think I have the picture on my Instagram still. That was a good storm I was on back in 2017. Are there going to be any storms? I already got Ashland's question. Mantis, do you think it'll make its way to northern Johnson County? It's possible. There's some cells to your south there that are popping up, but overall concern for those is quite low for severe weather. So yeah, there could be a shower or storm passing, but I wouldn't expect it to be severe. At best, some small to medium sized hail is what I would say. Let's see here. What else we got? Bennington, good for bed now. Bennington, I knew where you were at earlier tonight. I do not know where you're at now. Let me look you up real quick. Yeah, Bennington.
Yeah, severe weather is
you're
pretty
good.
low.
You're good. How's Jeffersonville? That's another town I do not know where that's at.
Put counties next to your town names if you're asking for
That would
locations.
help.
Lots of towns have dual names here in the state of Indiana. So I will put this out, though, before everyone jumps in at once with your town name. If you are Indianapolis and northward or south of Bloomington, don't put your town in there. You're in the clear. I'm just going to throw that out there before we get bombarded with my town questions. If you're south of Bloomington or north of Fishers, you guys are in the clear. Don't worry about severe weather tonight.
Jeffersonville, there's Jacksonville. I thought it was over here somewhere. I'm confused. Jeffersonville? Are we talking Kentucky, maybe? Help me out, Michael. I don't see a Jeffersonville, Indiana on here. But yeah, if you're down here in the southeast corner, you're fine. We have a no statement in effect now anymore, so it's just the tornado watch that is remaining in effect here for portions of Indiana. So there is no longer any statements in effect. That warning does continue, though, just across the board. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Come back to that in just a second here. Thunder has started here in Brazil. Thank you for that report, Catherine. Harley says, totally fangirled walking back in. Heard you say that. We like to have fun. We do.
Yeah, but right now, all storms in Indiana are really below statement criteria there. The strongest one maybe coming into Brazil, but again below severe criteria by far. Maybe some pea-sized hail at that, and not really see anything too concerning here immediate. We are watching a couple cells off in Illinois, one near Charleston and one north of Robinson coming into the Marshall area perhaps. But it's still a ways off from Indiana. It's moving more north than it is east. So that's good when it comes for Indiana. There's the warning for the Charleston storm. I was wondering when that was coming. And there it is now. But no immediate risk to Indiana. But we are in all clear mode with the tornado watch still in effect. It's only a matter of time before that, I think, gets trimmed back, Ryan.
I would agree. Also, Jeffersonville, you're fine. I thought I was looking over here. I still don't see it. I know, like I thought I knew where it was at, but I do not know. But yeah, you're fine either way. I'm bothered. There it is. It blends in with Louisville.
Yeah, you guys are fine down there.
You're good. I had a hard time, I had a brain fart there trying to find that. I was probably looking by Cincinnati because it's by a big city out of state. That's why I got confused. But apologies, Michael. But yeah, you're fine. You're fine. I'm going to take a peek back over here at that cell that is currently warned across the state line here. $half size hail. Another warning actually popped up. This is new as well for $half size hail. Again, these are right by the best wind shear as well as right by the warm front. So these have the best potential to become strong or severe over here. Currently nothing in Indiana at least. But
for now, that is.
For now. But this may get extended over here very soon. Although I do not have a radar to analyze this properly. Let me see if I can get one on... let's see what the beam height is on this real quick. The beam height off Indianapolis is 8,000 feet, Caleb.
Yeah, pretty high up.
Oh, don't start yawning on me, Caleb, please. It's too early for that.
Sorry, that was one time.
The ILX radar in Illinois is 10,000 feet, so Indianapolis has a better look at it. 8,000 feet, that's the closest we can get to seeing what's happening on the storm. Anything below 8,000 feet, we're not seeing on radar. That's how bad that gap is there. That's about per usual the largest gap you're going to have in a state. I know in Michigan we have about a 12,000 gap up in the thumb, but that's about it. So 10,000 feet's about as high as you want to get. Cheyenne says, thank you guys for being live through this. Always watching because I have severe anxiety. You guys relieve a lot of it. Yeah, appreciate you popping in chat here, Cheyenne. Our goal here is to kind of walk you guys through where they're heading, what's happening, what you guys can do to protect yourselves. Luckily tonight, nothing really major happened to our knowledge, besides some large hail, which is good news. But we're always live here. We have that risk, and we're always going to be live no matter severe or...
Yeah, we had some 2-inch hail, which is really nothing to sneeze about. That is pretty major, really,
right,
once you get above ping pong size. But thankfully, what ingredients we had were not larger amounts than what we had. Otherwise, we could have been talking about a much different story if we had a little bit more wind shear in the low levels. Could have had maybe a few more tornadoes than what we ended up with, which none to my knowledge. But we did have some rotation that got tight at times. So earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, but no matter if it's at 3 a.m. or 3 p.m., we're going to be here live for it. So feel free to hit the like or subscribe button if you're on YouTube and follow along.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of our severe weather, as we found out here this spring, occurs at night in Indiana. We are notorious for having nocturnal severe weather events here in the Hoosier State. That's a lot of that has to do because we get the leftovers from the Plain States, and by the time it gets here, it's dark outside, and a lot of our storm complexes come through at night. Think back to March. Boy, how active we were at March. We were having many streams that were 12, 13 hours long in March all night. We had a couple of those. So severe weather can happen any time of day here in the state of Indiana. So
the watch has been canceled. Again, tornado watch has been canceled. We are officially in all clear mode. You're probably going to get an alert here, push across the screen here, I'm going to assume. But again, watch has been canceled. We'll see if they update it here, and we'll see what happens.
Now, is that for Indiana or in Illinois as well? It looks like just in Indiana.
Indianapolis IAM pushed it through and said event no longer active.
Yeah, it looks like it's still okay. Yep, there it is on my screen. Tornado watch still in effect for Illinois, but has been canceled for Indiana.
Perfect.
Which I don't argue that at all.
I see a question in here for Washington County. I don't see you on this map either. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you're fine. Go to bed. You're good. I'll go ahead and pop open the radar here. Washington County down here. If you're south of these storms, you are completely fine. You are A-OK. Go to bed. Really, anywhere in the state, we're about to give you all clear. Again, we're watching this group of cells up here moving northward. But yeah, down here, nothing's happening down here, so you're good to go to bed. Both these warnings here, Edgar, Douglas, and Coles County, Illinois, and then Clark and Crawford County, Illinois. This one is going to move toward Vigo. Is it Vigo or Vigo? Someone correct me in chat here. Say the right pronunciation, please. I say Vigo. I know Caleb says Vigo. So I'm just curious what the locals pronounce it, if anybody can help me out there.
Well, I live in Indiana, but I'm also in Northeast Indiana, so I could be saying it wrong my whole life, too.
We're going to butcher names.
It's one of those things where... Well, it's one of those things, that's how Dad pronounced it, so that's how I'm going to pronounce it, and I've pronounced stuff wrong as a Hoosier, so I apologize about that. Like
Angel
the whole Versailles.
Is right. Is it Versailles? Versailles? I thought it was Versailles.
See, I thought it was too. That's how Dad and Grandpa pronounced it, and then I got told yesterday that this Indiana boy was wrong. So, but I always thought that was Vigo.
Vigo. Okay, I'm saying it wrong then. So I gotta change my way. So it's Vigo. Got it. Makes me mad now. I'm kidding.
It's okay, Ryan. Yeah, watching the Brazil storm on the traffic cam, and yeah, it's nothing but raindrops. I don't even see any hailstones in that cell. So some flashes of lightning. That's about it. Heavy rain though. There's some fat raindrops coming down. You guys probably hear it inside your house. Pretty juicy cell there, but yeah, there's no hail or anything in it that I can see here on the camera. Unless there's some peas that aren't getting picked up on the camera, but I don't see anything bouncing.
Shelby County, yeah, you're good. Go to bed.
Yeah, in fact, Ryan, if you want to draw a line here of the area we're watching, just so people know, and where these storms are and where the best potential is for severe weather, yeah, that's really it. If you're not in Terre Haute or surrounding areas, you're good to go to bed. Maybe a couple heavy downpours perhaps tonight, maybe a rumble of thunder. But the severe weather risk for Indiana is extremely low at this point in time. We're really watching those couple strong cells that are flirting with the Indiana-Illinois border in west central Indiana. But other than that, the severe weather risk is over. We just don't have any instability. Those ingredients are not there that we had earlier today, and they were expecting to wane pretty quickly here. But the good news here tonight, if you guys want to leave your windows open tonight in southern Indiana, go ahead. Our lows tonight are in the 60s. It's going to be a fairly warm night, a little bit humid too. We're going to have humidity get pumped back into the region overnight tonight as that warm front lifts north. We're might see some temperatures warm a little bit as well across central Indiana as the warm front lifts north. So it's going to be a warm and rather muggy night tonight. Excuse me, across central and southern Indiana. So a good night to leave the windows open and maybe get lucky enough to hear some pitter-patter raindrops to help soothe you guys to sleep. I know that's my favorite thing in the summertime is cracking windows open to a good old-fashioned shower or thunderstorm, non-severe. Just the smell of the rain, the pitter-patter of the rain and the rumbles of thunder. Oh, it's soothing. So that's the kind of night we have left here in Indiana. I really don't expect to see another warning here in Indiana. A stronger storm, maybe a special weather statement can't be ruled out. And some of these storms here, one near the Greencastle area has a small core on it now, north of I-70. But other than that, Other than that, not really a lot going on. You okay, Ryan?
I drew the worst circle ever.
That was a little more circly. I don't even know if
I
that
was
was an
like,
oval. I don't know
you're
what
like talking about, I'm like over here, like what? Goodness
that is.
gracious.
That's air, Ryan.
Yeah, that's
He told me
complete
not
air.
to yawn, but I'm starting to worry about Ryan over here just falling asleep.
Well, see you guys. I'll leave Caleb to it. See ya.
But yeah, not a lot going on here. Weather-wise, really, other than a few sporadic stronger storms. But I really don't think we're going to see another severe thunderstorm warning tonight.
Back to the chat here. Terre Haute, I'd say stay up for like maybe 20 minutes, see what the cell does.
Yeah, I can't quite give you the all clear yet there.
hard.
Still a few storms around.
Jesus. You hear that?
I heard something.
Oh, goodness gracious. Scared me.
Was that you?
That was me. Phone call. I'll be right back.
So as Ryan takes a phone call at 11 o'clock at night, I mean, I don't know who's calling him at 11 o'clock at night, but somebody is. Take my radar back, screen full. Really not a lot going on here. The strongest cell in Indiana is actually outside Greencastle, Indiana, north of I-70. Maybe some pea-size hail, maybe some dimes. May see a special weather statement on that, but again, you're talking a hail core of maybe a mile diameter max. I mean, it's such a tiny cell. These popcorn cells going to pop up, maybe some pea-sized hail before they dissipate. And that's really the nature of the game here as these cells fire right along the warm front as it lifts north. We don't have the dynamics in place that we had earlier today. We have some wind shear on the north side of the warm front, but not on the south side where the instability that's left and these storms are currently. So that's a limiting factor in of itself. A little bit better dynamics still in Illinois, producing a couple severe thunderstorm warnings here. You can see a hail core here, a couple of hail cores here. So the Terre Haute area, we're going to have to keep an eye on you for a few more minutes here as these cells enter you. Maybe Vermilion County as well, maybe just a little bit. But the overall, the severe weather risk is pretty low. And for reference here, they canceled the tornado watch here in Illinois as well. This one's still hanging on, but the tornado watch that was in this area let me go back to one screen here to show you. The tornado watch that was right here has been allowed to be canceled here with this tornado watch still in effect, but the storms are north of this watch here. So I expect this tornado watch to disappear entirely and be canceled area wide here very, very soon. And that's not because we don't have wind shear. We actually have quite a bit of wind shear over here that would be generally supportive of tornadic supercells. But what we don't have is instability. If you don't have the fuel, you're not going to have the storms that tap into that wind shear aloft. We call that low K pi shear. Doesn't take a lot of instability for storms to tap into that, but we haven't really seen. There you can see that tornado warning slowly disappearing. This thing's likely going to go bye-bye here in about 5 minutes or so. Likely not see anything here because click on radar here. That's just rain. This is stratiform rain, which is a fancy weather term for dreary clouds and a steady rain. That's really what this is down here. Your thunderstorms are to the north. There's nothing going on down here around St. Louis right now. So this severe thunderstorm or tornado watch is likely going to be canceled across the board, which is good news. We just really don't have much supporting it right now. We have a few, cells trying to take that look of a supercell. We have a lot of wind shear, but we don't have instability. So any storms that do kind of take that look, likely going to be broadly rotating aloft, but not bringing anything down to the ground. We call that marginally supportive of hail and maybe some gusty winds, but it's more of a heavy rain threat. At this point in time in the evening here, we really don't have anything else going on. And there's that tornado watch. Bye-bye. So no tornado watch anywhere else. We actually have no watches anywhere in the country anymore. We had a severe thunderstorm watch, tornado watch down here, but everything has since been allowed to cancel across the nation, which is good here. But we do have a couple strong storms still to talk about here. In fact, the next closest severe thunderstorm warning to our region is all the way down in Mississippi and Texas. So Whether that's a way to feel blessed or not, I don't know, depending on which way you take it. But we do have a couple of warnings here in Illinois. Still watching here, but if you are, let's say, if you're in this zone here, that red oval there, or half circle, um, still watch this area here, and maybe even up here as well. Maybe some small hail. But if you're over here, you guys are in the clear. You guys are good to go to bed. Enjoy your evening here. Um, Open your windows. Enjoy the pitter patter of a few rain showers here. But that's really about it. Really don't have that much going on here. Again, maybe a small hail core here in Fillmore. This is a little bit behind here, coming into um, Coatesville, Stylesville. But again, sub-severe by far. I really don't see anything that meets severe criteria. Even in these warnings here are weak in nature, marginally severe near Marshall. Maybe a little bit of a core here, a couple different cores here. Smaller hail, maybe the penny size hail, 0.75 perhaps. But we have some hail higher aloft here. But if you switch radars here, look at the difference there. That is depicted there on radar, and that's because we're looking at different heights. We look at like 15,000 feet, and then we go down to about maybe just a few thousand feet here now that we're closer to the radar, but not a lot really going on here in these storms. Could see a special weather statement here, perhaps. But again, you're such a small area. I'd almost be surprised if they put a special weather statement on it just because of how small of an area that is. Whoa, there was two of me there for a second. That's crazy. You know it's getting late when you're seeing double, but I saw double there for a second. There's Ryan. He is back with us here. But really, two cells we're watching here in Illinois. We're in all clear mode here in Indiana, Ryan, other than a stronger cell just south of Greencastle. But we're so small, so isolated on that. I'd actually be surprised if they put a special weather statement on it, just how small it is.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked by that at all, to be honest with you.
You are muted, sir. You need to unmute yourself.
I'm muted for you, Caleb, but people can hear me. You can hear me now.
I can hear you now. I think everybody else can too.
For some reason, I was trying to figure out why the cameras...
And there's two of you. There's two of Ryans on here.
So why doesn't number one work? I don't know. We'll figure it out later.
And now we're just back to you and I. There we go. Now, one Caleb and one Ryan, I think, is enough for everybody, especially at 11 o'clock at night. I don't think anybody wants to see a double.
You know what? Just for that.
Thanks.
You're welcome. But this is actually a problem because part of... You should be on all of them, not just a couple. So I'm kind of confused at that. We'll have to figure that out later. That shouldn't be happening.
Yeah. I don't know if...
Playing around actually figured out an error on our part. We gotta figure that out later.
It's what you do when you're in all clear mode. But again, if you guys have any questions or anything while we're still on here, don't be afraid to ask. Don't be hesitant to ask here. We'll try to get those questions answered for you. But the severe weather risk for Indiana is very, very low at this point in time. There are a couple warnings off to our west here, approaching the Indiana border. But those storms themselves are weakening in nature. They are. We are seeing a downtrend on radar as they approach Indiana, but they are worth watching. The area in greatest concern, its low concern, would be the Terre Haute area and surrounding areas. But other than that, no severe weather expected in the state. Could have some showers and thunderstorms moving into northern Indiana, but severe weather is not expected tonight. Maybe just some heavy downpours, rumbles of thunder, etc. from Muncie, Anderson, Lafayette, points northward. Even Indianapolis, no severe weather for you tonight. Maybe just some heavy downpours. And maybe some small hail, peas, dimes, but severe weather is unexpected. But all of these storms here that you see on radar, go ahead and take it back full. Switch that off here. So here's your warm front. This warm front is going to lift north overnight. It's actually going to warm our temperatures up here across northeast Indiana. And as it moves, this rain right in here is actually also going to move north with the cold front. That's going to bring some scattered showers and maybe a rumble of thunder across portions of northern Indiana, but no severe weather across northern Indiana. Just maybe some spotty downpours, maybe a rumble of thunder, but no severe weather from Randolph County, Wells County, Allen County, up to South Bend. Maybe some showers and maybe an isolated thunderstorm, but no severe weather tonight. And these showers will be pretty spotty in nature as well. They'll be scattered. Widespread rain not expected. Try to get the best look on these storms here, and there's really not a good radar to really look at them individually. But in terms of hail, I really don't see a lot of hail in them anymore. They are, to me anyway, other than maybe the southern one here, this northern one is below severe criteria now. But all of these are pretty weak in nature. Nothing really concerning on radar at all anywhere in Indiana or approaching Indiana. I think at this point the severe weather threat is very low. Maybe an isolated strong storm from here on out, but it's going to be limited to the Terre Haute area for a stronger storm, and that's about it.
Nivik in the chat here says, "How's y'all's night going?" It's going. It's going. We've been live.
It's
here
going. Winding down, but pretty good. Pretty good night so far. Great hanging out with everybody, and great to see you guys in here too. Still interacting with us. Still quite a few people in the stream here watching. Great to have you guys with us, and we'll be on here for a little bit longer now. Just want to make sure those Illinois cells are gonna fully behave themselves as they enter Indiana. I don't want to leave here just to come back on 5 minutes later and say, sorry we left, but don't want to do that. Just want to be more confident that those storms aren't going to be severe when they enter Indiana. But I think those chances are dwindling at this point in time. They are decreasing with every scan here, but hopefully that trend continues. It is just a trend. Trends can change depending on what variables you have, but right now, not a lot going on weather-wise across the state of Indiana at this point in time. But really, if you're not in this area here, your severe weather risk is very low, if not non-existent, for areas east of here, including Indianapolis. Your severe weather risk is very low. Maybe some embedded P's in here, but that's about it. Mainly just fat raindrops.
Between both accounts, Caleb, today we've had over 75,000 viewers.
Well, it's awesome. Great to have you guys on here and putting your trust in us. And every severe weather event, we try to go live and to cover you guys from beginning to end. We haven't missed a severe thunderstorm warning yet in Indiana this year. We have not missed a warning yet. We hopefully won't miss a warning. Can't make any promises, but we really hope not to miss a warning here in Indiana this year. So that's our goal, to have you guys covered from beginning to end, 365 days a year, 24/7. If a warning is issued, we will try to be live here covering it for you guys, keeping you ahead of the storm. With no commercial breaks either. That's one of the benefits of Indiana Weather Online, Indiana Storm Chasing Network, is we don't have commercial breaks like a lot of your broadcast channels do. We are live here 100% of the time through the entirety of these severe weather events. That's the beauty of it here. We do not have commercial breaks. And you guys can interact with us here too. How often can you guys interact with the with your local meteorologist on the TV screen? Kind of hard to do that. You can interact with us here. We have a great staff of meteorologists on staff here, forecasters, and we also have a team of dedicated chasers as well on staff too. We're trying to build that network a little bit more here in Indiana. So hopefully here we'll have some more chaser networks here for you and some live footage from eyes on the ground here in the future to come. If you are watching and have storm chasing knowledge or anything like that, you're welcome to apply on our website. We have a weather exam for you to take. It's not hard, I promise. General weather knowledge. We just want to make sure that you're safe out in the field. We like to know where you're at before you chase for us here. We want to make sure you know how to identify things, basic weather knowledge, basic forecasting knowledge. We just want to get a feel for where you're at. But if you're comfortable in that, you're welcome to apply. We are looking to expand our CPN network, our Chaser Partner Network, across the state of Indiana. Tomorrow, I see some questions in here asking about the severe weather risk tomorrow. We do have a slight risk across eastern and southeast portions of Indiana. Think Muncie, Indianapolis, over to Lafayette and points south and east have the higher confidence. Once you go north of that, confidence is very low. And because of that, the cold front is ever moving. It's going to be moving south and east. But damaging winds and hail, greatest risk here tomorrow across Indiana. Tornado risk is non-zero tomorrow, but it is on the lower end, but can't be ruled out a brief tornado tomorrow either. We'll have more details on that tomorrow. We'll have a forecast package released for you probably by mid-morning tomorrow morning at the latest, maybe around noon, depending on how data comes in trends tomorrow morning. We'll have that forecast briefing for you. They'll have that full package published for you by tomorrow around noontime, 1 o'clock at the latest. Try to have that out mid-morning for you. Depending on how data trends tomorrow.
It is that time of night, Caleb, that all the bots are coming out in chat.
Yes, it is. Love to have bots in the chat. We'll try to get rid of those for you. Think of them as like flies on your food. That's really what these bots are. They're not anybody or any person. They're just there.
Well, that northern cell really petered out there, Caleb, but that southern cell by Terre Haute looks a little intriguing.
Yeah, still watching that one here. We'll stay on here a little bit longer just to watch with that one. Still showing an updraft on it to marginally produce some strong hail. So we'll stay on here for a few more minutes yet just to watch that. That is our last severe thunderstorm warning in the area other than one near Cincinnati. And that cell near Cincinnati, Ryan, for if we have any viewers in Cincinnati, that cell is going strong. I'm going to head just south of the Amelia area, crossing the Ohio River, just south of Amelia there. Pretty potent storm over here just on the south side of Cincinnati Metro, crossing the Ohio River near New Richmond, Amelia, Nicholsville, and Bethel. If we have any friends down there. Pretty decent hail associated with that storm, up to $125. And which is surprising that this storm is still maintained that intensity over here, is they have less dynamics over here than we have anywhere in Indiana. So that's actually quite surprising that this storm is still that intense in this area, just because it really has nothing going for it. It's actually in an ever more stabilizing environment over here as well. So hopefully that means the storm's going to be petering out here soon, losing some gas. But nonetheless, still a pretty potent storm here. Far southern Ohio, if you know anybody in Cincinnati or the area surrounding it, to the south and east of Cincinnati, the pretty strong storm impacting the far southern Ohio here. Try to turn on correlation coefficient to see if there's a hail spatter spike. Maybe a little bit right in here, south of Camp Springs, Carthage area, New Richmond, right in here. I'm not going to try to pronounce that because I'm not really sure how to pronounce that. Oneonta, maybe? I'm not sure. I probably butchered that. I apologize if I offended anybody, but that general vicinity could have some hail up to $125 there, but not seeing anything close to that in Indiana or areas surrounding here. That's really the strongest storm in the Midwest right now. It's actually near Cincinnati. Not seeing anything close to that severity here, even across Illinois into Indiana. Just not seeing it.
Yeah, that's like the last cell that I even see worth even trying to keep track of. So once that's
everything
off,
else is
to end our coverage there.
Yeah, yep, I believe so. So if you guys have any last minute questions, feel free to put them in chat here. We will be happy to answer those questions for you here near term before we hop off here. for the night. And even after we hop off here, we'll still continue to watch, monitor radar here behind the scenes. But right now, nothing is really eyeing our attention at this point in time.
Goodness gracious.
But probably be on here for a few more minutes. I just want to see that severe thunderstorm warning get canceled or expired. Based on what I see on radar, it's really trending below severe criteria, which is really encouraging to see. But if you are in the Terre Haute area, don't be surprised if you hear some heavy rain outside, rumbles of thunder, maybe some pea-sized hail on your windows. But anything severe criteria, I personally don't see it here with that cell entering the Terre Haute area. It really is below severe criteria at this point in time based on what I see on radar trends. If I hit play here, you'll see that hail core pretty strong back here near Robinson, but as you hit play here, it's pretty weak. And even the cell to the north here near Charleston had a severe thunderstorm warning on it for pretty good reason too. It had some pretty large hail, but it's now non-existent here in terms of an updraft. And we're seeing that trend really weaken here. The Storm Prediction Center saw it in Norman, Oklahoma. Local regional CWAs here have seen it. WFOs here, weather forecasting offices here. Your National Weather Service has seen that trend. They allowed the tornado watch to be canceled entirely. Though we have the wind shear, we don't have the instability. And because we lost that storm fuel, these storms are having a very difficult time maintaining their strength in an ever-stabilizing environment. But anywhere across Indiana tonight, don't be surprised to hear a heavy downpour. Maybe a rumble of thunder tonight as the warm front lifts north. There's a general thunderstorm risk across the entire state tonight, just for the risk of a spotty shower or perhaps a thunderstorm or two. But the severe weather risk for tonight is we're almost ready to give that all clear, but just not quite there yet. Need that warning to cancel or expire. But an isolated storm with pea-sized hail is possible throughout the night. But I don't really expect anything much more than that. Dimes at the most, but below severe criteria. We just don't have the dynamics in place for anything much stronger than that. Ryan, anything to add to that? He's over there shaking his head. No, apparently he doesn't want to talk, but that's okay.
I'm almost inclined to give Terre Haute the all clear.
This is weakening pretty substantially here just east of Prairie Creek. I really don't see a hail core on it much at all.
No, and the track of it as well is tracking to the west of Terre Haute, so it's going to miss town for the most part, unless you're on the very far western side toward the border of Illinois. Downtown Terre Haute, and it's just not going to be impacted. So I'm almost inclined to say you're good to go to bed in Terre Haute. You got to sell, might call some loud thunder for a few minutes, maybe some small hail at best, but overall it's looking pretty good there. Goodness gracious. We hit 11 o'clock, Caleb, and all the bots want to come out and attack us. It's crazy.
Nightlife.
If you guys aren't watching on Facebook, then you guys probably don't know what's going on, but in the chat here, we have a lot of bots coming on. Is the early morning storms for Thursday or the daytime scatter storm going to be that or worse? Brittany, the threat tomorrow is going to be afternoon, evening. Tomorrow morning, I believe it's going to be fairly dry, if I'm not mistaken, Caleb.
Yeah, maybe a few showers, spotty showers, but really not expecting really anything until after 12 o'clock. Could go into evening hours tomorrow, especially for far southeast Indiana. But it's going to be a cold front driven day. We're going to have a cold front moving through. Not going to cool us down too much, but it is going to spark some showers and thunderstorms on the leading edge of that. That could be strong to severe. Think for a line from like Adams County down to the Muncie area, down to Lafayette, and points east and southward of there. Have the best potential for seeing a stronger storm or two with perhaps a severe thunderstorm with hail, damaging winds. The tornado threat is there, but it's quite low in nature. But a brief tornado or two can't be ruled out tomorrow. Here's a look at the model runs that Ryan has. There's tonight, scattered showers and thunderstorms moving through with more steady rain, maybe northern Indiana, South Bend area, and points northward into Michigan and Wisconsin. And here's tomorrow afternoon. Cold front moves through. There it is, draped around Chicago, central Illinois, and that'll continue to move eastward, southeastward across the state, and more of a scattered risk at that. We could have maybe a low end QLCS or quasi linear convective system if we get more organized. But the confidence in seeing a strong line of storms is actually quite low in nature. But again, a spotty severe storm can't be ruled out here tomorrow.
And I'll go ahead and admit I was wrong there. There is going to be some morning showers and storms across the state there. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
thought
but
there was.
those aren't going to be severe though. Those are going to just be
No.
casual rainmakers, maybe rumble of thunder if you're lucky. But the
Some heavy
severe
downpours,
risk, if there's going
perhaps.
to be a severe risk, it's going to be later on afternoon, 1, 2 o'clock, and after that.
Yep. Greatest confidence in severe weather is eastern southeast Indiana. Has my highest confidence. The reason for that, southeast Indiana's in the oven the longest, could have more instability to build down there. With lesser confidence the further north and west you go. In a nutshell, we'll have a full severe weather package updated for you on the page tomorrow. Hopefully no later than 10, 11 o'clock. We'll try to have that for you earlier. It really depends on what confidence level we have in the data that is presented to us in the morning from our overnight runs of our cams, our forecast models, and what the numbers look like. If we feel the data is inconclusive, we may hold off to wait to see a little bit more data come in. But we'll try to have that out for you as soon as we can here tomorrow morning. But any other questions you guys have here? Try to answer them for you. Oh, Janelle, you don't want me to dance. Promise. I saw Ryan highlight that. We want people to come back to this channel, and I think I don't know. That's bad. We don't want to do that. I don't really know very many dances, to be honest with you. Like, I don't even know if I can do a step ball change. I don't know. I can do a chicken dance, but who's gonna want to see that? Yeah, we'll pass on that.
The 73 viewers that are currently watching,
It's about to go to 50 after I just said that. So
probably 30 actually, about to lose the entire audience.
that's highballing it. But if you are still watching, thanks for watching. But in all seriousness, though, the severe weather risk for Indiana is pretty much zero at this point in time. I'm actually highly surprised the warning is still a warning in Illinois, just because radar does not support severe weather. I just don't see it in that storm, both in winds or hail. I really don't see anything in Illinois that actually warrants a severe thunderstorm. The strongest severe thunderstorm in the entire region, for some reason, somehow, is in Ohio, where they have even lesser ingredients than what we have in Indiana, which isn't much. But somehow that storm, and still a supercell, none the least, is still hanging on. It's still holding its own, though it's shrinking in size. It is holding its own with a pretty decent hail core crossing the Ohio River. So if you know anybody in extreme southwest lower Ohio, Georgetown, in between Georgetown and Cincinnati, pretty decent thunderstorm there with a decent hail core still moving in. Still warned for $1.25, half-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here for another 20 minutes here. And that is for Clermont County in southwestern Ohio until 11:45. Moving east at 25, $60.50 sized hail. To be honest, I don't know what fuel that storm is feeding on. There's just not much there atmospherically that really supports that thunderstorm, but nonetheless, it is there. It is on the warm front, though, so that really is what the storm has going for it. It's on the warm front that's draped across the region, but other than that, nothing else really going for it.
Question in chat
And
here.
these storms... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, question in chat here from Harley asking, check the weather for Friday night flying out to Utah. Well, the answer, Harley, is additional rounds of showers and storms are possible on Friday. Depending on where you're at going, or wow, depending on what time you're going out Friday night will be really dependent. But yes, there is a chance for some showers and storms in the state. Overall, we're still 48 hours away from that, so we really can't get too specific just yet. But overall, yes, there is a chance for showers and perhaps storms. Sorry if I cut you off, Caleb. I thought you were done.
Nope, you're good. I was just going back to that cell south of Marshall, moving into Terre Haute. Mainly just a rainmaker at this point in time.
Yeah, Friday afternoon, we have to watch Friday closely. It looks like the front stays south of the state for the most part, but if that slows down or pushes back west, we could have a risk for some stronger storms across the southern part of Indiana as well.
Yeah, the bottom counties there across southern Indiana. Think like, for example, like Warwick County, Spencer, Perry, Crawford, Harrison, Floyd, and Clark. Maybe up to Switzerland, but mainly the bottom tier counties from like Spencer, Perry, Harrison, Floyd. This bottom row of counties along the immediate riverfront there. Depending on the speed of that front, it could be in Kentucky only, but if it slows down or stalls just a little bit, could perhaps catch a few storms across the extreme portions of southern Indiana. Your riverfront counties there could see some action, and maybe Posey, Vandenberg, but mainly Spencer, Perry, Harrison. Those southern counties that kind of protrude south a little bit into the river have the best chance. Maybe it's a low chance. It really depends on how fast that cold front gets out of here. If it slows down, stalls, greater chance; faster, lower chance, and vice versa. And our warning has been canceled for Illinois. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings near Indiana at this point in time, Ryan. So that'll likely conclude our severe weather coverage tonight here in Indiana. We really want to say thank you for watching. Thank you for sticking with us here. Really appreciate every single one of you. And that is our mission here at Indiana Weather Online, Indiana Storm Chasing Network, is to have you covered from beginning to end. From the first moment a severe thunderstorm warning is issued to its final moment here in Indiana. Although we have been in clear mode, all clear mode for a while, we do not want to hop off here prematurely, as some of these storms did have some hail cores on them for a while. For the remainder of the night here, a lot of you guys asking, although we are in all clear mode, no severe weather is expected at all for the remainder of the night here in Indiana. But don't be surprised if you wake up to a rumble of thunder and maybe some pea-sized hail at the most in some of the stronger storms here, maybe up to dimes, but severe weather is not expected anywhere in Indiana here tonight. Stay with us here, Indiana Weather Online, Indiana Storm Chasing Network. Don't forget to hit the like button and put !notify in the chat there if you want to know when we go live next on Facebook. On YouTube, if you hit the little bell button, the notification button on YouTube, you'll get a notification on your phone. That's the best way to do it on YouTube if you want to know when we're live, is that notification button and the like button there on YouTube. And we'll see you guys next time. And with that being said, thank you guys so much for following along. And same thing. Haley, have a great trip down to have a great trip there. So with that being said, have a great night. And we'll be live on here tomorrow if another severe thunderstorm warning is issued anywhere in Indiana. And we'll try to have that full severe weather outlook graphic posted here hopefully by tomorrow morning, around that 9-10 o'clock time frame, maybe a little later depending on what data we see tomorrow. So don't be surprised here, a heavy downpour, rumble of thunder tonight into tomorrow morning, but the severe weather threat should be over here for Indiana tonight, and we'll see you next time.
All right. With that being said, we'll be back live if anything goes severe. As Caleb said, also tomorrow as well for more coverage if need be. You guys have a great evening. Let's go ahead and sign off. Enjoy the outro music and the nice sunset about to be on the screen.
Yep. Take care. Have a great evening, and we'll see you next time.